Bueno, siempre se dimensionan las nueces. Y luego habrá cálculos. Tenemos los cálculos, tenemos los nueces.
Que me has dado, sin tu cariño no me habría enamorado. Sueño contigo que me has dado.
everybody awake, so I asked a couple of the boys in the basketball court.
There's a peeping Tom sat outside my window. He's been there for days, and now it's only got on to Sunday, and I think it's time to play. 'Cause there is nothing more that I like than to receive. Open up your eyes, real wide. Peeping Tom, I got a big surprise. So I slide across the hood, and what do I see? Sure as hell, Peeping Tom is looking at me. So I simply accidentally, carelessly drop my dress down for him to see. So Peeping Tom, keep on looking at me. Peeping Tom, tell me, what do you see? 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 Anything can happen.
So, do you remember what you had to do? So, it's a new changed phrase today. Somebody, we need a volunteer who's going to be here the whole day. I like you. Where's the power? Come on, what's your name? Elliot.
All you gotta do is say.
So, you should be speaking with a very famous. Okay. Yes, at least one.
El primero bien y después ya
Because you start well, and then
rápido,
it doesn't go that
potente.
well.
Tu frase, cuando yo toque, ya corta la música, gracias compi,
Yeah, you
Momo.
stop the music. When I
Cuando
play
alguien,
this,
por favor, esto sí, a los ponentes y los que subáis aquí, utilizadlo, porque ayer me dijeron,
Please use
utilizaste poco a Fernando, a Nando, a Russell Crowe, a Leónidas. Pues hoy lo vamos a utilizar, así que no te vas a ir.
Very much. So let's use it. And you shouldn't go to the beach. So you are Elliot. Great. So yeah, your name is Elliot, like helium. So we're going to do this without a microphone. Actually, please sit down because I want to know how you sound from there. And they're going to answer you. And they will definitely answer you. They will be your mirror. And if you do it with energy and attitude, there will be blah 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 blah. And you'll say, a muerte contigo, papito. With a Panamanian accent. And they will answer this. So it's not aha, it's ah. Like some people did last night. So blah 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, people were not paying attention. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, the accent has to be Cuban or Dominican. We will have some rum later. And they will answer, no arm crossing. That's what she did when I told her not to cross her arms. Please sit down. He will help you. You will do it better from there. Both of you. Ready? We haven't started yet. So I'm going to come back in. I also need to activate myself. I'll do something to activate myself. Please don't take it into account. Can you help me? Could you come better, please? Can you get closer? Where are you from, Alfonso? I'm from Malaga, and Alfonso here is my friend, so get him whatever he needs. Could you help me, please, or are you picking up the phone? Okay, please stand here. I'll give you something. Thanks, Elliot. Please don't leave. Okay, have some. This is very visual. You can record it and post it with hashtag SEonthebeach2022. So I'm going to go out, and I'll do a little activation dance. Ba-ba-ba, horn, sentence, ba-ba-ba, bell, Elliot and Company answer, and then confetti. And that's when sub 2022 second round will start. Is that all right? Yesterday I spoke to many of you, but I didn't get the chance to get you know you well or learn your names. Since there are no time, please tell me your names on 3. I'm Rafa Duran, nice to meet you. Some people are just lying there as if they were at home watching Netflix. Hello, I hope you're tweeting everything. We want to be a trending topic. La Manga, Murcia, Zico, and SOB 2022 at Rafa Duran TV. I don't have any Tinder matches because I had 10 meters last night and I didn't have any. This from heterosexuality, although you might not think so, because you might be trying to use the wrong app. Okay, 10 minutes, great. Is everything clear? Wait, please don't leave. Meanwhile, please use the hashtag. Joaquin Sabina is about to act. We won massive tweeting. So all together. How are you doing there? Is this the first time you're on stage? My hands are going to get stuck together. Is it the same time you're on the stage? You need to come up on stage more often. That was also a stupid magician joke. So we want a massive tweet on 10. Please write it down. I say, having a wonderful time. The presenter is very hot, or anything else. And we're going to do it all together. So yeah, ready. And once we have it ready, please put your phones up. Before we send it, yeah, add any sentence or picture, positive please. And once you have it, and hashtag SOB2022. And she said, liar. Get closer to me, Chico de Andrés. Once you're ready, please put your phone up and let's send it directly to Silicon Valley. If you don't add the hashtag, I won't see it. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Send. Oh yes, I am receiving them. Okay, send. You have the whole day. And I remind you that with all these tweets, some of you will receive entry ticket for SOB 2023. Is everyone ready? So that song that we had ready, activation. If this goes well, I want a big round of applause. Ready? If you know the song, you can sing it.
Sueño contigo, que me has dado, sin tu cariño no me habría enamorado. Sueño contigo, que me has dado, y es que te quiero y tú me estás olvidando.
Let's go.
Ya no puedo sentirla a mi lado, ni su cuerpo tampoco de tocar. Ella ya no está, ella ya no está. Siempre que yo le tengo en mis sueños, mis ojos te empiezan a inundar de lágrimas de amor, de lágrimas de amor. Sueño contigo.
Okay. I prefer stand up and Goyo Jimenez. Do you have your bowls with you? Let's do a rehearsal of how this works. We have 4 minutes. The speaker is going crazy. This is what will happen in the last seconds of your speech. You'll have a chronometer there. I'm going to cover the coffee. And I want to do a challenge before we finish. My phone. I've lost my phone again. I'm a disaster. I'm going to make a GIF of this time where everyone is hitting me with the balls. Have you activated yourself a little, or am I the only active one? This is analogic cocaine. Come on, let's see. Is horizontal better? For networks. Okay, yeah, I'll be here. Let's get ready for the GIF. Imagine the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. minutes left. I want to do something that I just thought of. The sofa should not be thrown around. Okay, let's also try to record this. I think it will look really cool. It will be the slipping challenge. So we're going to make a video in which I did. It's the second day of SOB 2022. Today was a long and hard day. We had a lot of fun. And some people did not sleep. So I will turn my phone and everyone will be sleeping. So when I say this, everyone will be sleeping. And when you feel that you need to stand up, because I'll be screaming and there will be music, that's when everyone will throw the balls up or start applauding. So when I say 1, 2, 3, sleep, everyone sleeps. Please look as if you're sleeping. You can turn right to the left, to the front, to the back. 1, 2, 3. Some people are sleepwalkers. Perfect. You can also fall to the ground. Yes, please, come on. I want everyone sleeping, completely sleeping. You're either sleeping or you're not there. Some people sleep as if they were horses standing up. Come on, get ready. When the music turns on, I want activation. I want you to stand up, jump, and activate. Don't say, oh, I'm here, oh, only 2 words to speakers. We're here to participate. That's why we're in the middle of nowhere instead of in Mallorca. So yeah, we need synergies. We need to not be scared. Everyone sleeping on 3. Yeah, there's a sleepwalker there. Sleep, come on. 1, 2, 3. Sleep, come on. It's the second day of this SOB Congress. It's long sessions and we had fun. I was ready to activate, but everyone is sleeping. But this can't be, because we still have a whole day ahead. So come on, let's start this second edition. Well, I think that we can start. Are you ready? Everyone, enjoy. I'll see you later.
A round of applause for Gianluca Fiorelli. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Italian language speech. No, I'm only joking. I'm just Italian, but we can speak in Italian later. So let's see if I'm able to wake you up with my talk. What are we going to talk about then? We're definitely not going to talk about patents because this would be too tiring for this hour of the morning. If you want to talk about patents, then feel free to go to Go Fish Digital. But I really hope I'm able to wake you up because after me we're going to listen to Dawn Anderson. So, what am I going to talk about? I'm here to make a couple of questions. I want to ask a few things. I want you to think about these, and well, some of the questions are a bit silly, some are a bit provocative. For example, what would happen if the classic funnel didn't exist? The basis of digital marketing, what if it wasn't there? Furthermore, what if these zero-click SERPs that we're so afraid of was actually nothing but strategic thinking? Of course, we like to read sources like Google, but something that is not read enough is the blog Think with Google. It's a blog where Google publishes adverts for people like SMOs, entrepreneurs, business owners, but for us it's not so important, we don't care so much. But I say we should pay some more attention to that. In the year 2016, Google presented micro moments on their blog. And at this point, Google was already saying to us what micro moments are. They were talking about performance, search intent, quality, and we in the world of SEO only started talking about these things 2 years later. Now, in 2020, Google published a thick PDF of more than 50 pages on messy middle, as in what people do in the moment of searching. What's the process? So here we have it on the left. There are some things that SEOs need to understand about how search really works. It's first we have the triggers, then we have the messy middle, and in the end we have the purchase. So, of course, it's the model that Google started pushing. So the question is how to implement this idea in your own search product. Well, what Google has done is they started in 2015 with RankBrain, a machine learning-based algorithm. Then SyntaxNect came, followed by image search tags, neural matching, BERT, until MUM last year, which is not completely rolled out yet. So how to combine all of this together, from all the way from micro moments to messy middle, what is all about people's behavior during the search process. The way of doing it is to look at how they're linked to the algorithms of Google that are linked to search intent. But those at the bottom have nothing to do with search intent. It's these are focused on the messy middle. So what is it really? Like I said, it's time to forget about the classic funnel and really think about what people are doing, how they behave. And here we need to talk about triggers. If we talk about the classic funnel, there's pain points that are talked about, but triggers are not necessarily only the pain points. So sometimes, we just search something because it comes to us. We just have a random idea to look for something. It's the way that we use internet these days. It's not a planned activity. And it's something very important to remember. And it's also to do with psychology, the fact that we need to think about the people's behavior rather than just pain points. We need to think about people's interests, which could be related to our company, our website, but also things completely unrelated, things that could be triggers that inspire us to make a search. This explains why Google is entering more and more in the predictive search field. They say that, well, I know you're a person who's interested in a lot of things. Let me present some things that you might be interested in. Let me predict your searches. This is why we SEOs have to be alert, because we can be a bit stuck in our own world, but it's important to interact with all different worlds, with social networks, with marketing, with customer care, because they are the different fields that give us the input for how predictive search works. Google Discover is the reign of predictive search, and it's understood that our searches are based on our interests, our history. Let's bear in mind two things. Discover is a platform that has a very strong localization presence. It's happened a lot of times that, for example, you're here in La Manga, and in Discover you might find content that is about your interest, but also things which are a bit local to La Manga. So the search results are affected by different things, like geolocalization. So that's something to bear in mind. Now, mom is something that Google uses to say that there could be some content that's not available in your language, but it's relevant in another language, and if it doesn't exist in yours, it might show you this information. For example, if a Chinese person has written the most relevant thing in the topic that you're searching, Google might show you the Chinese version and automatically translate it, or a Russian article. So when we look for the best place for successive searches, YouTube is a good place to start. There are a lot of videos, and on YouTube we can just look something up, and we usually think of it as something that we do later. But from point zero, it's possible to affect users to reach us through Google, and it's important to do it immediately, not later, because this could end up being very useful. All the classic ideas of outreach can be translated into organic search without necessarily focusing on the link itself. Another important thing to think about is images. We know that Google is very visual as a platform, and now in Chrome you can even make a website search for inner pages within a web page. So if we have an e-commerce website, we can look for different elements within an image that links it to us. Why is this important? Because Google Lens, that allows you to do it, will now be on the side of Google Chrome all the time, and you can immediately look for the original source of each image, where this image come from. So if we have the Star Wars miniatures here, and this is all about image localization. It used to have very low prioritization, but now it is going to have higher prioritization, because Google allows you to use search within search using all possible methods: text, image, voice, and so on and so forth. And here is where the messy middle really comes in. You can see it here. It's like a blob. It's somewhere. It's a field where people enter. They have a classic search intent. They explore, then they evaluate information they have, then they explore more. Now, what is our objective? To be present in the whole loop, in every part of the loop of this entire timeline, and to make sure that our content doesn't evade the person who's already in this loop, and that we get them to the purchase stage. Well, Google obviously uses this conspiracy so that they could keep people on Google for a longer time. We understand that. But the fact is that people do behave like that. So it's a clever way of doing it. Yeah, make sure to keep an eye on my time, because I can just go on for 40 minutes here happily. So adverts really don't work. This is lost time. We need to look at targeting messy middle, and this is how we do it. This is where the work of search intent really happens. We don't have search intent anymore, we have triggers. And the question is, where is search intent now? It's here in the messy middle. We have the information part here in exploration side, and this could be theoretical, practical, simple, such as how old is Hijo de Andrés? This is a simple question you might ask. Or it could be a theoretical question that you ask. But every search intent could be of informational purpose. Then you have the stage where you start to discard some parts of information, and you already start fine-tuning what you're looking for. For example, where can I find this specific item that is interesting for me, like this miniature of Star Wars? So it could be about physical shops, it could be about e-shops, and so on. So this is already the level where you want to buy something. So in search intent, we have a lot of different options. And Google has this search menu here, but this always changes depending on the search intent that it perceives you to have. The menu changes. Obviously, if you type in Star Wars Legion Minis, the shopping tab comes up, but obviously also the information side comes up. People want to see videos of these miniatures, and this is the same for all searches, and it even happens in Ubuntu, although it's not tracked. All the searches work like this. And here, this is our Google landing page. Let's look at the architecture. Let's look at how to create content that, first and foremost, in situations where search intents are mixed up, how to make sure there's not too much duplicate information that targets the same keyword. It's important to have the same search intent with different keywords in different contexts. But if we have transactional or formational searches with the same keyword, then Google could just treat them as duplicates. So, this element that a lot of SEOs are very annoyed about, where you have this carousel of all potential analysis within Google, the famous zero-click search. What does Google say here? What's it all about? There are different exploration elements here. Reduction, as in stores. And this is where Google uses all its possibilities. But when we talk about SEO, we generally think about search and search results, but we should really think about Google not as a search engine anymore, but it's products, it's podcasts, it's shopping, it's all here. So this is the basics, really. I want to show a couple of slides only about merchant, because this is something that's growing in the commerce field. It's really affecting what's happening. We can see popular products, we can see it here in the stores tab. So merchant also works with different companies that produce items, but that don't sell them. So they sell them through other merchants. So it's an organic function. You can go to this Google link here and read more about it. But let's look at some of these principles that we have: data sparsity, data completion, and data quality. These are the three that are important for merchants. Structured data should be used so that all the potential queries that we have are there. For example, a color of an item. With structured data and merchant data, people are able to carry out visual searches, and they can see if this item exists in green or in yellow, and then Google will know that it's there. So for images, it often happens that an image pops up, and Google says that it's in at least 3 formats, because it depends on the SERP. Even more importantly, the problem is about synchronicity between the source of the website and the merchant. Quite often, because Google doesn't crawl as often as we would like, this merchant data and structured data are not aligned, and this could affect the visibility of products. Some things that change very frequently are things that are only on one website, so it might be in stock or simply out of stock. So you can see the stores tab here. If you click on that, Google changes the query in the search box, and this is the query that we need to have. This is, you can see the primary and the secondary search box. So first we have the physical location here, nearby stores. But if we are not able to go to a physical store, you could always go to Fantasy Flight Games website, which is what produces Star Wars miniatures. So they are not a company of physical presence, but they are the producers. But they are present in a lot of stores where they distribute their products to see how they work. So this would be an alternative of intelligent search instead of local presence. In stores, critical reviews are there, and people are also use reviews not only in Google Maps but also here. We use critical reviews for marketing, and the way it works is that we can influence other companies, and these are the reviews that Google presents to bring other people to our company. And finally, you can also publish reviews directly on Google, as you can see below here, user reviews. The field that people also ask is also another important part here, where you can see what other people are interested in. That's what Google refers us to. Now, if we go to overview, the search again changes, and here we have more videos which are present. If you click on videos, the YouTube channel pops up from the beginning, and these are the creators' official videos. So it's useful to look at what you have on YouTube, but it's also possible to search directly on YouTube. And here you can see what the recommendations are, what the first videos are that show up. And ideally, you would go for the one that Google recommends, and it tends to be the same one that YouTube recommends. And the video is usually here on the first position, because they have the highest viewer numbers over time. So the ones that show up first also get the highest viewer numbers. Here within, Google sometimes shows us some links which they think are the most relevant. For instance, accessories. This is not really a search, but if we... Okay, 7 minutes left. I'll try to be fast. So if we think of entity search, accessories would be the entity linked to the first search item. So there is a clear link, and the idea is not only to target keywords, but rather having a content cluster linked to this subtopic, accessories for Star Wars. Is this kind of approach valid for everything? If you want to look for a video, if people want to find new information about new films, and of course there could also be a review of a game but the big companies like HBO are never present here, because well, it would be easier for them because they have all the content, but they're not there. So all the sub features are an extra step. If we have the search box, the video box, it's important to remember that people don't search in the same way anymore. They search in Google, and this is the zero-click search. They click immediately, but we need to think of the search intent. People also ask is also a great function. We can see all of the different questions that can lead to other questions, and the most popular questions in the tree show up first. Now, images. What are the entities that are related to our principal search, and what are the characteristics that allow clustering based on pillar pages? Google Lens, which links to multi-search near me and mom. If we use the first image, that's not the stock image, but an image that has other products as well that we might want to link to, then it allows people to search within the image, and this is not. This might not be what we want to happen. If we have an address here, we can do an image search of the dress, and Google can give you similar dresses in green if you want another color. So we don't need to look for different websites, but we just look based on content. Multi-search near me. Here we have scene exploration, where you can just look on the shows and find information about different products. What about vocal searches, voice commands? Well, this was already there with Google Assistant. And this as well, this is mom. It's very important to be careful in our searches, because Google no longer indexes content, but they tokenize our content in order to distribute parts of the same without sharing content. The content is token, and token is easy for Google to use because it can be used in the algorithms. And of course, here we have all the classics, the novelties. Mom broadened this search, refined this search. So if we have a search in the middle, it's important to know how people can narrow it down. So this is all the classics. And here we have all SERPs that could happen within the same Google navigation. We're in trouble then, aren't we? But if we think about entity search, it could actually be more fun. But not only fun, it's also difficult. What is Star Wars Legion? It's, first of all, a tabletop game with the miniatures. What is a tabletop game made up of? There is a terrain pad, there are miniatures, there are cards. So these are sub-entities that we should target. And here we need to look at keywords already, and keywords are what make entity search more precise. So if there's a page that is positioned by 10,000 keywords, then, well, it's a lot of keywords. We have minis, armies, heroes, rebels, stormtroopers, heroes. And we also have figure painting as a separate keyword search, guides, experts, paints. So this could be search architecture and how to optimize it. However, it is also a product, which means that there is presence of manufacturer. We need to think about critical reviews. We need to speak to critics. We also need to look at the shopping graph. and critical reviews linked to blogs, magazines, videos, experts, journalists, creators. And if we bear all of this in mind, we already have the initial strategy that we can then go more in depth with. This is the way of thinking of it right now. So, messy middle is the reign of entity search, and zero-click search is a result, a consequence. The mistake we might make is if we forget the importance of search itself. And, well, but now it's time for post-credit scene. One moment. In every good series, there is a post-credit scene, and we're forgetting about it. The experience inside of our site since 2016, Google has said that experience is fundamental for our topics of messy middle to be in the center. And this is why Google gives you a page experience report. And be careful. A quick tip. People tend to forget about HTTPS and things they encrypted in servers. And Google says that, well, yes, it's safe, but it won't appear on the search bar. That's all.
¿Sí? Me encantaba eso. Entretén los payasos. Bueno, vamos a repartir pelotas por ahí.
Okay, let's hand back the balls. And now we're going to listen to Dawn from Manchester. By the way, the other day she came from Madrid with Samu and with this guy who's responsible for all the tweets. You made a very good video, Julius, by the way, which showed in slow motion, and there was also a hashtag for SOB 2022. He's posted it, so feel free to watch it and yeah, look up the hashtag. An applause for him. Let's also give a round of applause to our Lily Ray, who did a good job yesterday. Our next speaker is going to be Dawn. We brought her here 2 days ago. We picked her up from Murcia Airport. And if you type in Google Maps how to go to the airport, it says the airport might be closed at the time when you arrive. So she did arrive quite late.
Al lado de las naves de Amazon, lo cual esto hará que se forren gracias a los trabajadores de Amazon, porque en Murcia edificar es más barato, no sé por qué.
It's very cheap to build buildings in Murcia, I'm not sure why.
Y parece ser que esta mujer que ya estaba aquí desde hace unos días, pues que tiene la hora inglesa en
So apparently, although Dawn has been here for a couple of days, she has Spanish time on her watch, and she said she was on her way. But she's not here. She could have been here just enjoying time with us, but I think she had a late night yesterday, because we know British people really enjoy this part of Spain, don't they? The joke contest was so cool yesterday. I had a wonderful time, although we went a bit over the humor. We used a bit too much of black humor. It's full of balls, so many balls here. So I'm making time, as you can tell. Don't throw them back, please. You're also going to speak later. Here, for you.
¿Lo tenéis? Uy, lo siento.
Sorry.
Pues hace 3 años, en la última edición, aquí había
3
una
years
bola
ago, in the
gigante
last edition, there was a
y nos
huge
fuimos arriba
bull
en la primera parte
here.
del primer día
I got
y
very
lo que
excited in
pasó
the
es que
first
se
part
cayó
of the
la
first
bola
day,
y se
and
hizo
the
añicos, fue
bull
precioso.
fell and broke
Y
up.
desde entonces,
That was beautiful. But since then,
ahora se ve que están más pegadas arriba.
they changed the walls and they're more stuck to the ceiling.
Donde digáis, que vamos con el siguiente ponente.
Okay, so we're going to start with the following speaker.
Ah, sí, un challenge, slow challenge.
Ah, it's a low challenge ahora.
Ah, tengo una mejor, mira, antes de que se vaya. Espera.
Yeah, I have one that's better.
Mira, de aquí, ¿cómo te llamas?
What's your name? You're in green. Pistachio green.
Hombre, eres chica.
You're a girl. How are you?
Mira,
Patricia.
tu diario. Ahí.
There.
De esa columna. Y de
From that
Patricia
column
para
and
acá,
Patricia
soy mi
from
brazo
here,
derecho.
you're my
Estoy
right
pasando
arm. Those in the back also. This will be another activation that I will do. We're going to record this and we're going to hashtag it with SOB 2022. When I do like this, you would clap.
¿Vale? Uy, me he quedado solo. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Puede hacerse mejor todavía. Todos, por favor. 1, 2, 3.
Everyone, please.
¿Qué te pasa? Que vas así como más lenta.
What's wrong? You're late.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
A ver.
Come on.
Mira, mira. Como sois más aquí, vamos a hacer
Because
2.
there are more people here.
1. A
We're
ver.
going to do 2, 1, 2.
Ah, vale, vale, ya lo tengo. Y el estribillo es... Seo en la manga.
We need to sing this.
Si sale bien, vuelvo ahí. Y si no, también.
If it works well, it's 1 F1. If it doesn't, it is 2.
Pero mira cómo beben los peces en el río, pero mira cómo beben por ver a que nacido. Beben y vuelven a beber. Los peces en el río por ver a que nacer. Seo, manga, hombre. Seo. Los dedos de la mano, los dedos de los pies, la polla con los huevos. Suma 23, suma 23. Los dedos, la mano, los huevos y los pies. ¡Gracias! Bueno. No me drogo. Mientras sigo haciendo tiempo,
Okay, so we're still
sí,
making
algo
time.
de Galicia, puedo hablar de mí, pero es un poco feo venderse. No, vosotros venís a ver cómo vender más, cómo puede
Here's to
posicionarse
see
mejor. Yo, la
how we
única
can
manera de
sell better,
posicionarme,
how we can
soy
position ourselves better.
muy mal webmaster. Entonces lo que
I
hago
try
es que
to
cuando
do
tengo público me vendo,
webmaster,
bueno, es más
like
poquito a
an
poco, más analógico, pero mira, chico, si es muy feo venderse, que me llamo Rafa.
Yeah, I'm Rafa. I'm trying to sell myself, but that's not a great
Durán,
idea.
como Durán. Rafa como
Rafa
tenista,
Duran.
no Djokovic, Rafa.
No, Rafa Djokovic, Rafa,
¿Ya podemos
like,
continuar?
Rafa Nadal.
Sí.
Oh, so
¿Y
we
vamos
can
sobre el
continue.
tiempo bien?
Lovely.
Vale,
Is
luego
everything
sigo
going
hablando
well?
de mí,
Okay,
de
I'll
mi
talk
familia de
about me
narcotraficantes,
later
de mi
and my
normal, como decía
family
ayer,
of drug
¿vale?
dealers.
Y... ¿qué sí? Conocéis, porque conocéis El Hormiguero, ¿verdad?
You know what El Hormiguero is, the show, right? At least those of you from Spain. Hormiguero, Pablo Motos, some people don't like him,
Las hormigas,
but they have ants.
El Monaguillo, 5 millones de espectadores.
There's 5 million
Pues yo nunca he
people in the
trabajado.
audience, and I've never worked there.
Continuamos. Pues vamos,
Shall we keep going?
Retomamos. Venga, vamos.
Let's go.
Mantener tus estrategias de marketing a menudo se siente como caminar por el tablón. Las conjeturas desequilibran tus decisiones de marketing. ¿Realmente estás seguro de que están todas en perfecto estado? Sí, las soluciones basadas en datos te guiarán en la dirección correcta. SEMrush Trends, información competitiva y de mercado que te brinda control sobre tus decisiones de marketing.
Hello everyone, we want to say congratulations to Nacho's team. Nacho, congratulations everyone who's here. This is my colleague Slava. If you need to know anything from Sembra, yeah, the previous video was really cool. Any questions regarding Sembra? Nacho, go on. Someone needs to go down to ask when dawn is going to be. Okay. So we were working on our client's projects and we checked to see what happened and how it happened. And I really like internal linking. So we're going to talk about this for whoever who doesn't know me. I'm CEO of the Blinders Group, specialized group for e-commerce. Which is Deaf Blinders, SEO Blinders, and Visual Blinders, which is a design agency. So what are we going to see? We're going to see a real case, the creation of links and structures. We have 4 chapters, correction of linking, taking on integration of the blog because they had different problems with the domain, etc., and also the linking relations that we created and the technology that we injected because we have our own tools for this and we're going to show them to you a bit. So in order to understand this well, we need to know the introduction and the context of how the e-commerce was when we started. What we need to take into account is that there is to have a serious personalized experience. It needs to be very, very customized, and our usual problem with internal linking is that we don't take into account scalability, and we can have many problems such as URL migration. And yeah, we have a live site, and if we add 1,000 new articles, we can have many, many problems. I would love to be able to measure scalability, but it's very hard to know and there's no way of measuring it. So we have to try to level it as well as we can regarding e-commerce. Apart from having these problems, it was that it was in a different domain. It was .s at first, and then it became .com. And regarding good URLs, it's not very good. We had about 10,000 good URLs, and we had about 50 URLs with linked HTML. And we also had WordPress, a blog in a WordPress, and everything was a bit more complex, and we didn't know what to do. So our main problems after the auditing was that most of these good URLs did not have links, so the authority they received was through Canonical, and they were done like this, and 70% of the URLs that were linked were not indexable, so they were canonicalized to the good URLs, and there were CRM problems, and each URL had 6 different versions, m-dot, directory, etc. And because of authority problems of different kinds, there were like problems with the links and many different problems. And there were also many semantic problems, so we had very weak or poor links. So this was the situation in which we found the project. The blue was indexable and the black was indexable, so yeah, the situation was very hard. and that is why our work had a big impact regarding excluded URLs. They almost had 6. I'm sure you've seen worse, but this was not very good at all. This was the sector leader reference. This was the leader at the time, and they had about double. So let's see what we did in the project. The first thing we said is the correction of structural links. We had the list of products. The main problems were here because all of the links were to non-indexable URLs. The image didn't have any ads, so the first anchor didn't even exist. And then, of course, there were no links to see more or to the stars. So what we did was to do some. We reorganized everything and we make sure that the URLs were done right, and the pages were obsolete, and it didn't already have this problem. The order errors were also problematic and didn't make any sense, and they weren't very well done. So what we did was to substitute this for an infinite crawling, and we did remarketing, and we didn't want to have any URLs which were excluded, and this wouldn't create any problems. And with the menu, we also had many kind of problems. We had a mobile version, and you can imagine how annoying it was. And all the links were in the menu, and it was a list on the menu, and we couldn't customize it. So we also had links to non-indexable pages. So yeah, we were losing a lot of authority. So we modified the same, and we prioritized all the list of elements. We did it in a way that was more interesting for the user, and we used URL 200, and we improved the UX, and we also started using EAT, which we also used a lot in our internal linking. Oh, there's a problem. Okay, it's blocked. Regarding the heading, it was more or less the same as the menu. Links to other things, more or less the same thing. So yeah, we had an only heading, and we worked from the logo, and we didn't want it to be linked to the shopping basket, so we took all these links away. And regarding breadcrumbs, we had a bad definition of dependencies of HTML. And since we had these depending problems, there was also microdata problems. When we were in the mobile version, we also had different problems because there were many lines and this was not usable. So what we did was to reformat it, and we used the real dependencies. We introduced JSON LD, and we made sure we fixed the mobile version. And we worked on all these problematic structural links, and then we went into technical integration of the blog. We hired a subdomain that was a WordPress, and it had an incorrect dependency because if we clicked on the logo, this didn't go to the shop. So yeah, structurally the site was not working properly, and it was not going to the online webpage. So yeah, we had all these problems with paging and so many other things. So what we did in this case, we had the developing agency and the SEO agency, and we took the blog and we migrated it to a customized blog, and we passed this WordPress to the blog, and they wanted to be international soon, so we tried to make sure that URL did not happen. So this was the heading of the blog. It was beautiful, but the only authority point was this one. So anyone that has a CRM blog probably knows that we have shop in the menu. But this doesn't really have a lot of authority because it's a link. It has an authority, but it wasn't going to the shop well.
So what we did was we integrated the header completely with the header of the shop. We put all the authority into our menu, so you could search it, and then we had our own blog header here, which was integrated into the shop header. So we used the server, the internal authority, and it was possible to integrate it perfectly. And if you have a blog that's not completely integrated, it's a question about links. And in WordPress, the thing was that there were 3 links for each post, and there was one of the links didn't have anchor text, and the other had generic anchor text. So what we did was we created one single link, and we got rid of the other ones. Regarding contextual text links to the shop, links were static, and the prioritization was manual, which was also a problem because there could be human mistakes at semantic level, and there were also prejudicial problems with links with the status code. And what we did was we made the entire link completely dynamic, and we also created a short code in order to link each product automatically, and semantically it worked at prioritization of the company level. And it was possible to sell the PP to a mask automatically here, and this always happens with the most popular products. So we wanted also new linking relations, and especially with SEPA conditional SEPA. And there were 3 main blocks that changed. So the last article of this cluster where you change your authority, and the product that has the most priority, has the most visualization, there's the most demand as well, so it automatically is listed up. And the authors of this cluster are here. They had posted the most about this one, so we can see the authors here. We can see related posts and the main categories. Again, this links to the semantics, the author of this link, and you can link to different posts by the same authors. So there were some losses of authority, and this was also on WordPress. Now we are going to move on to creating new blogs, creating new relations, new links. And the problem is that the authority relation is not very good here. So we looked at the page priority and the priority lists, and we created a new type of linking. And first we had the prototype that we thought of. We created a reference that we discussed with the customer. We created linking, and we created priority list, priority brands, and there was also a part that we had to do manually here. And again, the priority products, the best-selling products at the time, we have here that could be linked from home. And the only thing that we also need to think about is how many. The authority varies here, and it depends if if I want to put 100 or if I want to use a different number count. We also have different linking blocks here, EIT, and regarding internal linking, it's important to think of how this would work. If we want to have an expert advice block, then we can add that. Then we can have an authority block here. And finally, as you can see, all the content here has the information of who has gone over it, who has added the information, and you have the author page where you have information about the person who has introduced the information. Now let's talk about linking through categories. The structure that you can see here, the first category is highlighted, and there is a lot of information about this block. And we had to decide if we were going to put the blocks on top or on bottom of the product lists. And you can see how we did it. We have this brief description of the product with an image. Here we have another category of the best-selling products. Again, linking through categories, and this happened automatically. And here we had EIT blocks. We used the same style where we had expert opinions, and we linked them with the best-selling products. And the categories were based on the opinions and reviews on products. And there was a link for each one. Now the related categories, we have here personal protective equipment, we had workloads, different kinds of categories here, and there could be different brands with different products, so we can have Rolly Bermudas, Rolly shirts, Rolly t-shirts, and all of these have different levels that need to be integrated. Now, product level, linking through brands, top selling products again, we have semantics here. And finally, we have product sheets here. First of all, at authority level, where we need to work, we have related products. If we have safety boots here, then another safety boot would show up because it's a related product. And we also use sales numbers to show suggestions, and also related products. Here we had Panther, protective boots. And so answering questions about products as well is also important. Giving expert opinion is present here, recommendations of products. And we have structural products here, product sheets. Here the brand is very important in this case, so we're putting the logo here because the logo itself also already creates trust in the product. And this is the most numerous page on Unicommerce. And this is what helps to push up the sales. Now, new typologies of pages. So here we can have about us, we can have metrics about visualizations, followers, how many people have visited our sites, how many have subscribed. Then we have our team who works for us, people and their specializations with short descriptions, longer descriptions, and all of this is linked to the main page. And it's done in a way that it's easy for Google to understand it. If this person has, for example, published an article on web, there would also be a link to that, so you can easily check what they have done before. And this automatically links to that. So if you look her up on Google, you can see who this person is. They're a specialist. You can see what they have done. And this counts for specialist advice and adds trust to the product if they say that these flip-flops are very good. Now, new typologies of page key zones. There are some longer and shorter descriptions of products and reviews. We have expert opinions here again, and of course you've all seen this kind of layout. Now, how to apply the technology of blinders. You don't need to work any wonders. It's an easy to understand technology, and we really work with internal linking, but for that it's very important to know about semantic blocks, and you need to understand what the sibling categories are, and that's why we have semantic blocks, we have automatization, and of course prioritization by company. So why do we want to automate it all? There could be thousands of URLs. If you have 1,000 products, imagine how many URLs you have, and it would take one person months to work through all of these data. So it's about controlling the massive movements of the catalogs, and it also helps to reduce human error, as well as making blocks automatic makes the blocks intelligent, and there is also much more impact and performance. So why semantic blocks? This is for the benefit of the business, but also for user experience and for SEO, and it makes it easier to conduct searches on Google. If you ask a friend from Link Affinity if semantic link is worth it, then they will say yes. So what do I need in order to get 100% from the semantic relations? The answer is that you need to control the architecture of information and its content. So if you have a shop that sells products, they tell stories, they have the linking is bad, and the relation is also bad, and that's why we want to use this tool, because it's important to create correct links and build this linking properly. So now I want to present two people, the leaders of the company. Tommy is IT architect and in charge of the company, who is in charge of managing the company. And on the other hand, we have Polly, who's in charge of internal linking, who controls the links and relations, to make sure that everything is as automated as possible, so that Tommy is not left alone. So the steps to take, first of all, to control AI and internal linking. There are different typologies of pages. Depends on what kind of blog you have, what the URL is, what the structure is, because for each different kind of blog you have a different keyword search. Depends on the kind of page. And in addition to the typology of the page, it's important to know the main goal of the page. For example, Velia is a work clothing expert. They don't sell only work boots, but all kinds of work clothes. So we need to know semantically what the main goal is. It should be clear, but it should also be enough generic enough, and this will be the keyword. But there will be more keywords than that to understand what we are doing. And then we need to research all the demand. We use this tool for internal keyword research. And then we we download the tool which traces all the keywords, all the blocks, all the URLs, the positioning of each of these keywords. And this shows if the keyword could generate sales or not. And there could be transactionality, it could be mixed results. And the main question is it going to create sales or not? Because this is the reason why we are doing it. All of this could be done in the next step in keyword research. And like I said, for the Valiamar brand, keyword search needs to work in such a way that we can see where each of the keywords should appear. So if we have Belia work clothes here, we could also have Belia trousers, and this needs to work in the clusterization. We need to work on the landing page with very specific semantics and understand which are the competitors for each of the keywords. We need to look at the positioning of 3 keywords that have the most possibility of creating sales. What are the volumes? For instance, Amazon positions itself by authority, not by keyword search. So we need to look at keywords, and then you look at HTML, URLs, and you have all these keywords here to create content with. And this is so that you could compete with a competitor who's using their reputation to place themselves higher. And here we have a longer, shorter description of the product, the title, and later you can link this tool correctly with the semantic side of things. Now we've finished with the Velia keyword search, but the next step is to create a cluster to work towards the demand, and it's important to link these keywords together in the best way. So we have transactional cluster here, and if we go for a more specific keyword like Belia work clothes or Belia work trousers, then it's important to know in which part of the tool this is linked in, and if it's going to create interest, if it's not going to create interest. And all of this is about volume, about responding to demand. The same thing happens in a blog. It's difficult to work with blog pages, but information goes transactionally based on keywords, and the authority is passed on. Now the information architecture part is over, and we look at the internal linking, and now we look at Polly. What's Polly going to do? She looks at the entire website and looks at the semantic prioritization and all the URLs that have more relation to this semantic meaning that you want to work with. She's going to link these ones. So it could be the most relevant ones, and some of them she will simply not link. And what's left? Well, we have the URLs semantically linked, adapted to each of the companies. But we are going to take one more step. We look at each keyword search. It could be work clothes, it could be work trousers, and we're only going to work with work clothes. And now all the keywords that we want to position, we list here, and we use an anchor here to link them to the right place. So we assign an anchor to each of the keywords that has the best semantic relation to them. And here we have search volume, which is very high, as you can see here on the right. So for each of the URLs, semantically, we have the linkage of signs of searches, and you can see here percentages like 45, 17, and so on. So if a new semantic description comes in, we need to change that. And finally, we have the company information. So, what's the result of doing all of this? Before indexing linked URLs, we had a situation like this, and after that we have a different situation. And the crawl depth is like this, and we can see good results. And URLs excluded from Google Index here. And before and after our work, difference versus the leader of the sector. And we did all of this in less than 1 year. It was about 10 months that we used on this project.
Hello. Hi guys, I'm Kritika and I am from OutreachX, this one. And we are a digital PR and link building agency from India. And yes, we did come all the way from India for SEO on the beach. And because we've heard like great things about it, and believe me, this is even better than what we thought. So let me welcome on stage our next speaker, Dawn Anderson.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay, hi everybody. Okay, I'm Dawn Anderson. Hopefully this talk is not as mad as it sounds. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about walnuts and peanuts and umbrellas and sidecars, but hopefully it's going to make some sense as I go through it. Okay, so natural semantic SEO, servicing walnuts in densely represented, ever increasingly small worlds, umbrella and sidecar approaches. Yeah, as I say, hopefully it's not as mad as it seems. Okay, so we've had a lot of people talking about semantics at this conference, and there's obviously lots and lots of definitions around of semantic SEO. We hear people say, oh, it's all about synonyms, it's all about things, not strings, and so forth. Many, many definitions out there. But in my view, it's really just about the connection and understanding of three different types of data fundamentally. Structured data, semi-structured, and unstructured data. And really how that all maps together as a reflection of the real world on the web. The issue is that structured data in its true form is really very, very clear. It's measurable, it's often in a table. It's not necessarily the structured data that we're used to talking about. It's things like even a simple table is pure structured data, because literally columns and rows are easily mapped and it's really, really measurable. Wikipedia is arguably the best example of harmony between semi-structured data and structured data living together. And actually, we all know that Wikipedia plays a hugely important part in search and how search engines understand the web overall. The issue is that even in 2021, a huge amount of data out there is largely unstructured, literally just loose web text. Every tweet is a form of unstructured data, for example. It's absolute chaos. You know, the understanding all of this is just complete chaos. And the issue is even further that the bigger the web grows, the bigger the amount of content out there, the huger the issue becomes, because it becomes like multi-dimensional scale. Because of all of these different issues, sparsity, ambiguity, lack of context and so forth, it's actually got a name. It's pretty well known in the IR space. It's called Bellman's Curse of Dimensionality. It just gets bigger and bigger. It's a bit like a rocket going off course. And obviously we have schema markup, but actually, being honest, it's literally just a drop in the ocean. But there is some good news. Obviously, we've got structured data and semi-structured data and unstructured data, and really natural semantic SEO is really about trying to tie all of these things together and fill in all of these contextual gaps, if you like, between, if you like, the easily identifiable entities that are mapped to knowledge graphs. But better understanding is actually going to get easier, even without schema and so forth. Research in this area is actually always on fire. I spend a lot of time nosing into the IR space, watching what they're doing, and it's completely on fire. I mean, literally, they are so competitive with each other. They have actual league tables of who can get the best state-of-the-art natural language and so forth. So they are really, really doing a lot in this space. More expensive methods to get rid of some spam or discount candidates, and then, if you like, map together using heavy machine learning the best candidates, top K re-ranking. Almost like a grand finale of the top 20 results, maybe. Comprehensiveness versus query specificity. So this really ties into the underspecified query. You know, we know these as head terms, if you like. The underspecified query could be cars, houses, whatever, a really big head term. In actual fact, what does it even mean? When somebody looks for cars, are they looking to buy a car? Are they looking to look at images of cars? What sort of car is it? You know. So actually, search engines really have no clue what somebody's looking for at that kind of head term. So really, that's almost like that's a comprehensiveness query. You have to have. Really, the winner is the site, if you like, or the collection that meets the most possible extensions of that underspecified query. And even so now, you know, I saw this just a couple of weeks ago, search engines are even asking users that put in like a massively broad query to extend that further and say, you know, give us a little bit more of what you're looking for. I know that in the conversational search research space, they're actually doing things around clarifying questions, because these big head terms really don't give them anything to go off. So the clarifying question is like, did you mean this? Did you mean this? Blah, blah, and so forth. For example, dresses, what does the user even want? Wedding dresses is still an underspecified query. You know, they can guess, but, and the problem is most SEO tools actually guess. They guess once. They say, oh, this is a transactional query, this is an informational query, but it's actually not correct, because with most queries, there is going to be more than one intent, and there will be a descending order of intent probability. So that fine-tuning, re-ranking stage is really about trying to understand what does the user want at that time in that location to this underspecified query, and ranking, if you like, results in descending order of probability of intent. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's not working. Clicker.
Don't worry, it's normal. you know manga mar menor, that is the woman on right, okay?
It's not working.
Thank you.
Manga en menor es así. Feliz Navidad.
So I know. I want an extra 5 minutes on that time before you hit me with those beach balls. So yeah, don't be ripping me off.
Me están dejando sin tiempo con este bloqueo de la pantalla.
I'm really sorry.
No worries.
One second. Voy a aprovechar, I'm aproveching for to give the balls to the people.
Let me take this time to throw the balls back to you guys.
10 seconds. Be careful with the balls because it's very dangerous. And to keep these people very crazy, okay? It's normal in Spain, in the weddings.
España, en las bodas,
Something
Is everything
happened.
okay?
No, it's not mine. Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah, we also don't like some things about Spain, do we? It's all because of Brexit.
It's okay. Yeah.
The Queen of England. This is
It's not mine.
the agenda of today. You can see everything that's going to happen. There was also a Spotify link there to listen to music. It's a new app, by the way. Usually the sea behind the Mar Mayor had more fish, but Sico has taken all the fish away from Mar Menor. A lot of balls here. By the way,
Lo que seguro es que eran gays. ¿Las? Ok. No tiene nada que ver.
here we go.
Por cierto, después igual ponemos una base de rap para hacer como hizo ayer el film.
Maybe later we're going to listen to some rapping like Mike did yesterday. Maybe I'm going to rap about everything that's just happened today. And you can go SEO, SEO, but that will be later. Your ball, your rules, okay.
Pues siempre hay una ponencia en el Congreso este.
In this Congress, there's always one speech where this happens. None of us are perfect. We're all human. Things like that happen. Don't worry. There's someone with a guy with a girl's t-shirt. Okay, I think I'm ready to go.
Okay. Okay, so as I said, you know, every query will have multiple intents. Some will be more transactional, but there will be a probability in descending order, if you like, of intent. And obviously intent shifts. For instance, Liverpool-Manchester, twice a year, shifts from a travel query, trains, to sport, because obviously we have the derbies. So the winner, I don't know, obviously there's going to be many different factors, but really a head term for me if you're going to rank for cars, you really have to be a site that has a lot of cars in it, for instance. You know, you have to really meet all of the intents. And the tail, obviously, is precision, ranking by rareness, you know, exact. And really just only one page, if you like, that's specifically for that. Lexical and semantic similarity search. Obviously, lexical search, been around forever, if you like, as long as search engines. Really, bag of words, you know, BM25, TF-IDF, you know, all these, literally, is the keyword in the document? If it is, you know, it's a candidate. If it's not, it's not. Oh, hold on. Sorry, it's gone strange again. Oh, it's gone. Okay, it's back. Okay, so yeah, so this has been, like, if you like, the history of search engines. But increasingly now, semantic search is more based around similarity distance, cosine distance, if you like, between a query and you know, a document and the mathematical space of vectors. Using things like cosine similarity as the crow flies distance and Euclidean distance, more around the mathematical spaces, if you like. With lexical search, one of the major issues is it was historically used a huge amount in the initial recall stages. So if the keyword wasn't in the document, it wasn't even included in the possible candidates for the re-ranking stages. And by definition, one of the major issues is sparsity. Most of the tokens in the document are zeros, i.e. they don't match. You know, so huge sparsity. But vector and similarity search, by the use of things like extensions and synonyms, etc., actually creates something which is somewhat denser for search and information retrieval. And obviously, the biggest leap forward in, if you like, the natural language understanding space is BERT. Everybody's heard about BERT. I really don't need to go into too much on that, but I am going to touch on it and how things have developed since BERT, because BERT really was mostly a nice to have. BERT. So what does that mean? Instead of, you know, one contextual vector, we've got multiple contextual vectors depending on the query. You know, for instance, bank could mean if it sits near money and cash, it means a financial institute. Bank, if it sits near river and water, it's to do with the riverbank. So it adds more context. And these, they do create denser matrices or denser, you know, denser collections for search engines to understand. But the issue with BERT is computational scale. BERT had a 512 token limit, so just too expensive. It has this thing called quadratic dependency, which means in a context window, so you've got 5 words, every word has to be looked at in connection with all the other 5 in almost like a round robin style. So it's just too expensive computationally. And again, this curse of dimensionality strikes again. This is the issue. So how has this challenge been addressed? Well, the NLP and IR research space never sits still. It's always trying to seek an answer. And so they came up with various solutions along the way. There's many. Here's just a few examples. So initially it was like, well, we'll just use BERT sparingly in the later stages of ranking. So really it's only when it's the very, very nuanced and potentially ambiguous sentences, and it's not really used on like full collections to start with, just like phrases. Not ever really used on things like navigational queries or things that are just so obvious. Another, build teacher and student BERTs. So train like students from almost like the teacher models. Build lighter models, by lighter versions of BERT like Roberta and, oh God, I can't even remember the name of it. Oh, can't remember. But anyway, there's loads of them that are lighter versions, which ultimately they're not quite as accurate, but they're almost as accurate. So they don't lose a lot of accuracy, but they're much more efficient. What about breaking down the problem further? In computer science, anybody who is in computer science will realize that the issue is often like, the solution is often found in just breaking down the problem. And obviously this is how we came across things like passage indexing. It's like, there's an issue with 512 tokens with BERT. Well, the solution is just break down the document into small parts, which is passages, solve the problem, and then re-rank it, put the document back together and use that. So this is a fight back, if you like, against the curse of dimensionality. Now this is really huge. I'm really just learning about this because it's so big. Dense retrieval. It seems that this is largely related to, instead of having to do the masses of re-ranking, they are actually learning to actually rank the full lot with dense retrieval. So full rank, it's like first stage ranking literally just hits the nail on the head. But this is like a really, really big area of research at the moment. But also, they're looking at ways in which you can go smaller still, break the problem down into sentences, compare the sentences, and then, you know, taking, if you like, the passages and just taking it further down. This is a huge, I'm sure a few of you all have heard of SentenceBERT. I know that there's been a few, like, SEO posts online about SentenceBERT. This takes it even further, beyond passages, breaking it down even further into sentences. But this not only deals with efficiency, but it also is like much more accurate. And a task like breaking down 10,000 sentences can be achieved in like 5 seconds. You know, whereas historically with the initial BERT models, it was very, very expensive. And already since 2019, so it's really quite recent. It's already had over 2,500 citations in the natural language processing research space. So what is SentenceBERT? SentenceBERT literally is like 2 BERT models, twin BERT models if you like, identical, working together, side by side, like trading off sentences between them, breaking them down, like working hand in hand. And then it utilizes, if you like, cosine similarity between one sentence output and the other sentence output to map, if you like, query to document. What about the next stages? Well, they're even now working on turning the multi-stage retrieval system on its head. So ultimately, what they do in this is actually take the output from the re-rankers, which is precise, and feed that back into the ranking model almost like as a gold standard. So actually improving precision on the recall stage by utilizing output from the precision. Next thing that really is big is machine learned dense passage retrieval with hard negatives. Well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is the hard negatives are like, well, all we have to do is just take out the obvious non-candidates to start with, which increases precision straight away because you take out the obviously wrong, and that improves things much further. How about clustering, packed clustered dense retrieval? So this is something that is largely mapped to something that Facebook has been doing, but because of the nature of information retrieval and natural language research being open source, a lot of them just use each other's models to improve things. And Facebook AI similarity search is used a lot in conjunction with this. So basically, it's mapping, it's using SentenceBERT overlaid with Facebook AI face, if you like, to understand clusters of dense vectors and where they all like sit together. And what about this? This is an extension of TF-IDF, and that actually maps topics on top of it. So actually the topics are overlaid in the clusters. Okay, another stage is, this is quite recent, taking similarity, so seeking beyond the actual document itself and into the link network. So this is an extension of approximate nearest neighbour search, but across a link graph almost. And this is called a hierarchical navigable small world graphs. So, and this literally is like identifying nearness between pages, if you like. So not just in the document, but between the actual architecture of the web. And literally looking, you know, across all the multiple tree levels, tree graphs. Ultimately, they're looking for semantically similar cluster centroids, and the centroid is, you know, just It's quite approximate. They're literally looking for what is the best candidate in this whole tree graph. So beyond the document, beyond the paragraphs, beyond the passages and so forth, but actually in the collection. So there's been huge progress overall in this similarity search space. So why does it even matter? Well, when we have these tree graphs which are starting to like really tie in with BERT and similarity seeking and vector distance and so forth, semantic distance is increasingly important, and that's across obviously a site. And obviously we have this other issue with Zipf-ian distribution, which is, we see all these charts, the power law charts, which is few things are important and very, very many things are unimportant. We see them in keyword volume and so forth, but importance also has to map into this. And this is where walnuts, umbrellas and sidecars are your friends. I got there in the end with the walnuts and peanuts. Okay, so some peanuts too. Some peanuts can be your friends, but really more for precision. So if you've ever, I was going to say, before COVID, when we used to have bowls of nuts on a bar, but nobody ever has peanuts and walnuts on bars anymore, and they don't in the UK anyway. But historically, there's some science behind why in a bowl of mixed nuts, walnuts rise to the top. So in your site, ultimately, your walnut should be rising to the top. This is what we want. So because of all these changes in the hierarchical navigable small world graphs and sentence BERT and so forth, and just vector search and similarity search generally, search engines are seeking to consistently learn the confidence in these approximate nearest neighbour cluster centroids. The centroid literally is like, which is the middle candidate, if you like, the strongest candidate. But the problem still is that approximate nearest neighbour is still literally just that. It's just approximate. And I see a lot of the time that things can go wrong with this. Natural semantic SEO, even aside from schema and so on and so forth, actually helps search engines to pinpoint which is the most important candidate for a query, taking into consideration importance as well, Zipf-ian distribution. So it's a reflection of how things fit together semantically in a site, and their importance is a reflection of real-world demand. Walnuts of importance are at the heart of the cluster in a great site. They target, like they're literally pinpointed. And peanuts, if you like, they can sometimes steal from the walnuts. You know, you end up with like the wrong page ranking a lot of the time, and as I often see it's peanut dilution, if you like. They skew the centre of the cluster if you're not careful. But they also matter as well, you know. Walnuts, as I say, are categorical and subcategorical comprehensiveness, the head and like torso terms, and the peanuts are specificity, the precision, if you like. And obviously, this all comes back to internal links. They can help or endanger, in my experience. One of the big factors of hierarchical navigable small world graphs, approximate nearest neighbour, is it utilises, even in all the papers, a friends list. And a friends list should be strongly related. And that is used as a starting point for, if you like, crawling and the semantic distances and so forth. So ultimately, you're looking to create almost small world graphs within a site, which is ultimately clusters, but being careful that you don't overlap or end up with a page in the wrong cluster, which will skew the other cluster's centroid. The friends list should be closely related, but at the same time, the centre of the cluster is unclear. What happens is Google just keeps guessing. You know, keeps guessing. It'll just grab anything, just return anything. It returns the wrong page a lot of the time. Yeah, wrong page is ranking. Yeah. Sometimes people go too nuts, too many internal links linking from similar long tail pages to similar long tail pages that actually don't matter in the real world to people. There's no search volume for them. So they actually just, they just dilute themselves. They make themselves like almost into a colander. Competing with yourself is one of the biggest problems I see. You know, competing with yourself with semantically similar pages, yeah. Peanuts kind of fighting with each other and stealing from the walnuts. To do. Internally link in sectional templates only where there is search volume, you know. Don't just do it just at scale for the sake of it, because you're literally like competing with yourself a lot of the time. Make sure the page is important enough to actually, to the real world, for its internal link love overall. You know, I'm not saying don't link from a document to another page on the long tail. I'm saying when you're going to build language, Spanish, English, whatever, human language, they actually mean different things, because search engines are not perfect here yet. For instance, these things, enterprise architect and business architect, one of my clients is in the IT recruitment space. For the life of us, you know, the wrong page kept ranking. But actually, in semantics, enterprise and business mean the same thing, yeah? So it's, you know, in knowledge graphs and so forth, and actually on Wikipedia, when you type in enterprise architect or business architect, it just redirects to enterprise architect. Intruder alarm, security alarm, check Wikipedia redirects if you're struggling to rank something, because often they just mean the same thing. So instead, merge the page. Got a creature. Yeah, I'm having a disaster. So, you know, instead merge the two and just call it intruder alarm / security alarm, you know, because they're the same thing, yeah. Semantically, even though to us they're not. So always check Wikipedia redirects if you're struggling with that. Keep the semantic distance short. You know, I've found that sometimes people redirect from like some page that's gone to its category or its parent, you know, its top level category. You know, I am a fan of actually redirecting back up a little bit, just as long as the queries kind of still meet the subcategory. But when you make that distance too far semantically, it has like the adverse impact. So keep redirect semantic closeness short, I would say. Also, there's a fine line between long tail pages and dynamic search index pruning. Increasingly, I see in a lot of the papers that they're talking about dynamic indexing, where pages suddenly get dropped out of the index because they're not meeting enough queries. So you can end up spinning up a template, if you like, to try and be efficient, and you actually just spin yourself right off the edge of the web, almost. Too many, as I say, internal links from low-value pages linking to other low-value pages, pages that are sparse in terms of the actual information gain that they provide. So few entities, little added value and so forth. At-scale link to pages, you know, location and service on like some random long-tail service and some random long-tail location where 30 people live. You know, this is not good. In effect, without even meaning to, you can be sometimes inadvertently creating web spam. And again, this is peanut dilution. You dropped off the side of the web and you created a colander of your site. So overflow SEO is kind of the approach that I would always take. So divide and rule. As something gets big, as a category starts to get too big, then think about how to break it down into something that is also meaningful and adds value, but also has search volume, and start to break out down and add subcategories. So for instance, often I see when pagination starts to get indexed in Search Console, that for me is often a sign that we should be looking at ways in which we can break this down into subcategories, and but as long as there is like meaning and value and added value there, and overflow. So, you know, start with something as part of a page, then overflow it to a leaf page, then overflow it to a subcategory, and then eventually make a category of it as things get bigger and bigger. So overflowing as your offerings grow. Not working. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So overflow SEO, so build increasingly, if you like, these small world graphs of semantic similarity. Wrong pages ranking, surface a clear winner. Often I see like people build sites and they don't actually build a proper hierarchical structure. And effectively you end up with many pages of the same semantic meaning, just like literally just a 10-horse race, all competing with each other. So Google just keeps grabbing any of them. So you need to surface a clear winner, utilizing internal links, build, if you like, build an artificial breadcrumb trail to indicate, the relationships between things, identify the strong centroid, if you like, of a cluster when there is no clear winners. Yeah, don't have the siblings competing with each other, tie them together, hook them up, and create almost like a parent. If your current site structure won't allow it, this is where umbrellas and sidecar pages come in. So ultimately, you can literally build upwards and sideways with the heart of everything in the middle, almost. So an umbrella approach, it's not a hub page, it's bigger than a hub page. It's almost like a hub of hubs, yeah? And it's literally, you may find that you've got all this disparate content down different silos, but actually you want to pull something together that just embraces them all, many pages from different places. So you ultimately just put an umbrella on top. I often see this in e-commerce, where they don't actually meet enough intents, but their e-commerce structure doesn't allow for them to add, some informational links and so forth. So we build on an umbrella page that embraces all the underspecified query, and it's a navigational page, effectively. And then they're almost like a triaging system. There are, what did you mean? Did you mean this, and this? Sidecar pages, well, these are really for the pages that you don't necessarily want to link to on your template in sectional areas because they don't have the search volume. So they're almost like throw it in the sidecar. They're for the less important, but they're also for that page, the sidecar page, to then be able to link back in various places to the precision almost. So they may be things like colors, sizes. Obviously things like black shoes has search volume, but polka dot shoes may not have as much volume and so forth. So they're things, if you like. They're almost like they're sitemaps, but they're for many different types of things. Link from the sidecars back into the precision, the donuts, and obviously utilize all these various other ways as well to indicate which is the actual center of a centroid. Surfacing walnuts, dampening peanuts. So you want the walnuts to always rise, be really obvious. And how is this going to translate into the going forward? Well, Gianluca just talked about MOM and so forth, and it may seem like a million miles away, but it's not, because these approaches, particularly with the hierarchical navigable small world graph and Facebook Vice, they're able to map semantic distance between not just words, entities, but also other multimedia, potentially videos into the future, images and so forth. So literally it's tying together all the dimensions across similarity search at scale, and that is potentially where MUM will be. Thank you. 11 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
¿Puedo decir en inglés que yo lo digo muy mal, que nos disculpamos porque nos hacemos responsables de...
Can you tell that we are very sorry for these technical problems and that it's a shame that this happened. We're sorry.
We are sorry, we are very for the problems.
No worries.
Now we are the school.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Lo primero que quiero decir es que no subo con una copa porque me he vuelto abstemio esta mañana, ¿vale?
Say that I did not bring
Es lo que tiene, o sea,
drink
pero
up
en
here
una horita
because I'm now
aproximadamente lo
intolerant to alcohol, but I might start
se llama.
drinking in a week, in
Lo
a
segundo que
couple
quería decir es
hours.
que nada, subo a dar
The
este
second thing that I
premio
wanted to
aquí a
say
Iván.
is that I'm here to give
Iván venía
Iván this
a
prize.
enseñar su Lamborghini, su
Iván was
Ferrari,
here to show us his Lamborghini and
pero
his
venía,
Ferrari,
ahora se ha venido un
but that's what he
patinete, de
was
hecho se lo
doing.
hemos
But
tenido que
this
dejar
time,
nosotros en Rayo Lanegos.
he
Entonces,
came
bueno,
on his
dada la
skateboard.
situación actual de las
So
criptos, pues yo
given
creo
the
que
current situation
mira,
of
le han llevado hasta los zapatos.
cryptocurrencies, I think that they even took his shoes
Ha tenido
away.
que mandar los zapatos también.
So
Bueno,
yeah, he had to sell his shoes
esperemos que aún
to
así
make a
pues
living.
haya podido
But
adaptar
we
la
hope
ponencia, ¿vale?
that even though this happened, he could adapt the presentation well.
Hello everyone. My aim was to speak here at SEO on the beach, and I'm very glad that this has come to happen. Thank you so much for this beer. Come on, I can see that you're all thirsty. Have a beer as well. This is SEO on the beach, after all. Well, you can see the title of my presentation, and since I'm SEO, I decided to use some nice keywords here. I'm going to talk about Web 3.0 and NFTs and SEO in the metaverse. But it's not going to be so technical. I just want to speak in human words about what a metaverse is, how we could influence it, how we as SEOs can make the most of it. So a bit of spam here. This is my name, Ivan Garcia. You can find me on Twitter, on Twitch, and also on Patreon, where I also talk about scripts. This is the same username I have there, Crawl Crew, on Twitch and on Patreon. When I talk about cryptocurrencies, I feel a bit like this. When I'm talking to people who are not specialists in crypto, I feel a bit like a magician, like this strange person that is talking about God knows what. So this is what I feel like sometimes. I also know that when it comes to scripts and blockchain, there's a lot of controversy. There are a lot of opposing views, and it is technology and speculation that comes together in this sector. So on one hand, you have speculators, and on the other hand, you have technology, and that means there are 2 points of view. There is the people who are giving money and the people who want to see something. I want to focus more on the technological side. I'm not going to talk about money, but it's true that it is a world where technology's markets are falling, and scripts as well. And of course, they're going to keep falling at this stage, and it's possible that we'll get to a critical point. So this is a possible forecast of markets. There are also different forecasts for specific scripts, like for Luna. And there are really falls coming, and people have invested in that. Imagine that you might have 100,000 euros at the high point, and then suddenly it becomes zero. This has been tracked on Bitcoin and on markets. Bitcoin used to be worth $19,000, but it's constantly falling these days. But I don't want to talk about money here. I just wanted to give you a brief insight into that. The reasons why I interested in blockchain is that there's technological development all the time, and blockchain is getting to a point where people are getting much more interested in it on a daily basis. And there is also more research being done. People are using it on a daily basis. Google already has their own blockchain team. They're looking for ways of using it better for their advantage. Twitter has a very dedicated team on cryptocurrencies and blockchain. And we know that Twitter is always at the forefront of new technologies. And Facebook has been in the news. They've changed their name to Meta, linked to all the metaverse things, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. So it's a big step for a company like Facebook. And I guess their activities are also going to change a bit, but we haven't seen yet. Baidu has bought the SeRang platform to be the enabler of the metaverse. And there are quite a lot of adoptions. There are mergers here, acquisitions, and when we look at blockchain being adopted by large companies, then it shows that things are going to change. Here are the adoption rates of cryptocurrencies and the internet in general, and the curve is continuing in the same rate that it has, and it's incrementally changing, it's growing. And here, if you look at internet versus cryptocurrency adoption, 2014 versus 2024, well, if you invested in internet in the year 2000, you could, of course, get a lot of money back if you were taking it out now. But it's easy to say it when you look in the past, but it's always hard to know what the developments will be in the future. And another thing that sort of annoys me is that I'm really sick of NFTs. Yeah. Especially because of some of the things I want to tell you about. When we look at Web 3.0, it's not like we're going to just move on to Web 3.0 overnight. It's progress. And yeah, we've just heard more about the semantic side of things, and Web 3.0 is going to be much more about blockchain and this kind of things. Web 1.0 from in the years 1999 to 2004 was the big early days of internet. It was static web, and there was a very unidirectional movement of information. So there was the sender of information and the receiver of information. There was no interaction with this information, and the information was shared by some few people. Now, Web 2.0 is what started in 2004. It's a participative kind of web where anyone can share content. Users themselves create content on the web. There are social social networks, blogs, and the movement of information is all multidirectional. Now, if we look at Web 3.0, then what are some of the characteristics we can talk about? It's more about semantic web characterized by artificial intelligence. There is a lot of use of machine learning, and Ubiqua 3D, and what's important is that it's decentralized. And I think decentralization is very important here. I want to focus more on that as well today. So Web 3.0 is really an iteration of actual web with focus on decentralization, where users possess their own data and assets and they control the use of them. Right now, we are living in a time where we are giving data as presents, and we are sort of like milking cows when we're taking publicity from every source that we're able to, and on the other hand, we can offer this data to others, and we can use this data in whatever way we want. We can, for instance, share data on Twitter, and Twitter in turn can do whatever they want with your data. What about decentralization? Well, this is relative. There are always some companies that control some aspects of decentralization, but I think the right question is to ask, where is the effect of the internet accumulated, and how is this effect managed? So if we think about the impact of internet, it's all about the fact that a product is worth more if more people have it, if more users have access to it. So the whole network has more power, more worth. And so we can also say that the more HTTP sites you have, the more value the protocol has. So it's this Web 2.0 is more about private goods like Twitter, Facebook. I could have all of these followers on one of those websites, but I can't move them to another platform, and I can't benefit from this. Of course, we can benefit indirectly, but they don't link to each other. In Web 3.0, this would change to a certain extent. So it would become much more community-based, and we could use different protocols in order to share the value between everyone who's in this web, in this network, and we could have access to everything. And the protocol would really share information between everyone, between all the platforms. So there would be a lot more freedom and less differentiation. So right now we're giving power to the few who have the more value, like Google, Twitter, but that might change in the future. Right now we are in the world where SEO is controlled by Google searches, and 92% of internet searches in fact happens over Google. So basically everything goes through Google. They control data, they control information, they control censorship in whatever way they want. There are some searches you can make on Google which are completely blocked. There's no information you can find out about them. We are we as SEOs are used to looking for information in different ways, and we are much more advanced, but a simple user simply cannot have access to some data because of that. So, of course, the question is how to train this logic in people. In Web 3.0, a good example is Ethereum. It's a protocol where the users, the developers themselves, are part owners of the network with fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens, so they can own a part of this protocol. And this means you can come and go whatever way you want. You own a part of this value and you can share it in the way that suits you best. So it's a protocol that's decentralized, nobody controls it, and it's property of the users themselves, where Ethereums are their native currency. And the currency is what you can earn, what you can sell, you can exchange it, and it's something we share between all the users. Now, a few words about the differences between Web 1.2, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Have some patience. I'm going to get to Web 3.0 too. In Web 1.0, we had email-based interactions. In Web 2.0, we have social networks. And in Web 3, we would be connecting using wallets. Through a software that would connect us, we would have an ID number, which is not directly associated to us. So, nobody would know that Ivan Garcia is doing this or that specifically. But in this wallet, we would have all of our imaginary data in this imaginary future. I would have my Ethereums there, I would have my postal address, my information like my name and so on, and I could share the data that I want to, but I would be the owner of this data, and I could give them and I could withdraw them however I want. So I could go to Google and say, hey, I'm not going to give you these cookies, I'm going to take them and give them to someone else. So this is an imaginary future we can foresee. Here you can see different projects, different brands that could exist on the Web 3.0 level. So at the level of storage, browsers, wallets, operating systems, social networks, and browser-wise, in Web 2.0 we have Chrome and we might have Brave in 3.0. This could be the equivalent. And there are some things that are already there, like Ethereum. So we are partly living in Web 3.0 already, and it's a world that's in development right now. MetaMask is a kind of wallet that might be the kind of access point to all of these services. It could be a gateway where we have our assets, our data, and we share what we want. We register using just one click, and it would be very easy. In Web 3.0, there are also some terms that you might have heard in the sector. When it comes to data, there are decentralized autonomous organizations, non-fungible tokens, decentralized finances, and also decentralized apps. So some of those you might have heard about. Will Web 3.0 kill the SEO? Well, there's been a lot of talk about this, but it's a development of the world that we are living in already, and I would believe that the answer here is no. Is SEO going to die? Well, we are developing this new world, and there won't be an organic change, a shift as such. There will still be domains, there will be websites, but we will simply have to change the way that we work with SEOs, and what will change is how we interact with the user and how the user is going to interact with us. So Web 3.0 is not going to kill SEO. This is my message. Regarding search engines, which are decentralized, there are certain advantages and disadvantages. When it comes to advantages, they are decentralized, anonymized, they don't have a political agenda, but they also have certain disadvantages. For instance, they need a consensus on the web for all changes. They're still in the experimental stage, and well, Google is already developing this new system, but it is currently not in wide use. There are some that are more about malware, which you can look into. Well, one that you can check is presearch.org, and this is about making searches, tokenized, decentralized searches, which should incentivize users to use them, and in return you would get some tokens. So they give you this kind of compensation for testing the system, testing the SERPs, and they might ask you questions about where it's better to see search results, and which kind of device you prefer to work with that. So, and as I said, you get rewards for that, you get tokens. It's very interesting. You can be part of this project. But I have, if we all have a part of this in our computers, it's also good because there is a lot of computational power, and it's not all concentrated in one server, in one computer. And if we think of AdWords, hotel keywords, we would have to use 10,000 tokens to carry out this research. And on AdWords, I could have these same 10,000 tokens, and I wouldn't pay per clicks. And then if somebody else comes and has 20,000 tokens, they would go above me. So if I wanted to appear before them, I would have to buy 20,001. So it would be token based. But this purchase power would also add value to the network, and there would be more engagement, more buyers, and this is one way you could go. Another interesting thing I want to mention is book.com. This is a lists-based search engine which has its own SERPs that they make, and they share it with users. It's an interesting approach, but I don't personally like it very much. It has the aspect of the economics aspect, and some others. There's another one which is very old. It's a bit like Book, so you have P2P based searches. You have your own data crawls that you can add to your searches, and it's very interesting. Well, in Spanish it's not very good yet, but as a concept I think this is very interesting, and I recommend downloading it and trying it out. There are also some very visual search engines like nftsearch.site, where you can search based on images, and it's the fact that it's not words-based but image-based search. Dapps is also something I mentioned before, the state of the dapps. There's also Navegador, there's Dominios, and those of you who remember the early days of the internet, you might remember that there was a market where people were earning money by buying and selling domains, and people might have bought domains for 300 and then sell them for 400, and some people made quite a lot of money with that. At the level of hosting, there could also be decentralized hosting options, IPFS, storage as well. You could buy data sets for projects that are linked to this specific kind of data sets. And you could upload your own data sets and buy those of others. Again, very interesting option. And for APIs, there are also platforms where you can buy them, where you can share them, you can do different transactions with them. And I hope this gave you a bit of an overview about Web 3.0. The other day, Jack from Twitter mentioned the term Web 5.0. I don't know what happened to Web 4.0, but 5.0 was all about Bitcoin protocols. Ethereum was no longer there, only Bitcoin. This seemed quite interesting to me as well. So there's already talk of Web 5.0. Metaverse, another word that has been widely used. It's more or less clear, yeah? It's a word that's been widely used, and it's to do with the second life and stuff like that. Well, it's not something that attracts me personally, metaverse, but the term was made famous by Facebook. They changed their name to Meta, and they really made an effort to popularize the term. And it does have certain logic at Facebook level. So what is Metaverse? It's a virtual world where we can interact using an avatar of ourselves that represents us. And basically it aims to be this emulation of our reality, like a virtual reality, where we can be present with our own avatar and interact with other avatars, a bit like a social network, but in a different way, in a more 3D way, let's say. At the level of market, it's true that it is a growing market. A lot of people are investing in it, and the growth is considerable. You can see that investment curves are going up, especially thanks to Facebook, that's focused a lot on this term, on popularizing it. And virtual reality, augmented reality, again, if you look at the graph here, we can see that it's growing in investments every year, and it's also linked to metaverse. And I think this is, augmented reality I think is a bit cooler than just virtual reality. And Google also has this part directed entirely to augmented and virtual reality, where they've got different projects, different things they're researching, and the augmented reality overlaps with content and digital information in physical world. This is what I've written down here. So we as SEO specialists need to make sure that we keep up with that, with this overlap of data. And here are some examples of metaverses. Decentraland and Sandbox are probably the most well-known ones. It's true that if you can do it, you can Why not do it? You always need to go somewhere. You always need to look for something, make a search, and you can do it parallelly in this metaverse. And there is a need for search, of course. So, SEO in the metaverse. Well, this is just my opinion. I think visual search is something that's going to have an impact. All of this image-based search, it's something that is going to have an important component, and we need to work on that regarding future developments. Okay, I have 10 seconds left. So, immersive view that was presented at Google I/O, some reviews of products on Google I/O, and SEO Local. Thank you. And conclusion. Can I just say the conclusion? Thank you. So basically what I wanted to say is that Web 3.0 is focused on the user who takes control and manages the future, the Internet of future. So it's above the platform-based approach we have now. And Metaverse is about how people interact on the future of Internet. And the Internet of tomorrow is going to be a lot like Internet of today, with elements of Web 3.0 and elements of Metaverse. So it's going to evolve step by step. Thank you for listening.
Hola a todos. Bueno, yo vengo aquí a darle esto a alguien.
Hello everyone.
El tema es que el tío que me dieron aquí no es el que tengo al lado. Claro,
the guy they told me here is not the one beside me.
Él. Entonces,
they don't look alike at all.
Una excepción
so
bueno,
we'll make an
yo quiero
exception.
decir que la verdad, él viene de Envato, lleva la camiseta. Yo soy
adicto. He has a t-shirt.
Yo soy adicto a comprar ahí, o sea, me vengo arriba y...
yeah, I'm addicted to buying. It's like when I'm in a casino. So yeah, and I'm also going to start drinking in about 5 minutes. So this is Gaston. Thank you.
Bueno, acá estamos. Hola, ¿qué tal?
Okay, so here we are. Hello. The slides are going to be in Spanish, but I'm going to speak in Spanish. Creative is strange for an Argentinian person to be here speaking in English. Change the whole thing. So yeah, at the end of the presentation I'm going to share a discount for the first month for Evanto. This is a different picture. I looked very different. I had short hair. So yeah, this is the new typical way of hanging out. I now am in surfer mode. These are the projects in which I worked in. Evanto Elements, Thinking Forest, and Mercado Libre. This is the biggest e-commerce in Central America. I don't want to spend too long talking about myself or the company. I like to talk about Envato because they are sponsoring me. Envato is where you can get your digital actives for everything, and its biggest projects are Think Forest and Workers. And we have a lot of digital actives. This guy just came from Australia. I want you to... I want everyone who's asking for beer to sit here. He's come all the way from Australia, and we're going to give him a big round of applause.
Cuando hace caca, cuando hace caca y tira de la cisterna, las cosas van al revés, ¿vale? Eso sí merece un respeto, ¿vale? Porque esa cabecita ha visto...
his poop goes the opposite way since he's in Australia, and he's also seen huge spiders. And you should all take this into account. He also have a wonderful Australian accent. So he can be Argentinian and Australian. So what do I do? Do I keep going? Lunch break. Lunch break. Time is not going by. Alicia's here. She was there yesterday, so yeah, when we rang the bell, they do something. Come on, go. Wait to see a haka later since you're in Australia. Haka is from New Zealand anyway. I don't know what a haka is like actually.
Tú serás argentino, pero yo soy gallego y si digo que...
Argentinian, but I'm Galician. So you're going to do the haka then.
Bueno, después de esta breve introducción, empiezo de vuelta con esta slide.
So I will start with a slide. Here you can get all the things that you need for your digital projects. If you need a web or video, you'll find it here. The greatest products, Theme Forest, many of you probably know it, Envato Elements has the longest, one of the longest lists in the world for digital assets. And something else that's cool that aren't that well known is Envato Toots, Place It, Mixed Kit and Milkshake. Mixed Kit, Milkshake and Push Rush are almost for free. If you don't know them much, you can Google them. We're an SEO event, so if you don't have to Google, there's a big problem. Why do you like to work in Envato, and why did I go to Australia from Argentina? With the whole problems from moving from one place to another. Envato makes a huge effort to be sustainable and care about the community. So this is something that's beautiful to me, and it aligns with my values, and we can work completely remote. Where Envato works, which is Australia, Mexico and New Zealand, and Israel will open soon. And they have a wonderful policy which you can work during 3 months a year from any part of the world. I came 3 weeks to Europe, and I'm working from here, which is lovely. So this is the end of my presentation, the company. We came to speak about SEO, and let's talk about SEO. The problem that we had was that a big part of our website wasn't being indexed. We had quite a big site, and that wasn't great because we needed the whole site to be indexed. Apparently Google wasn't re-crawling most of our sites, and I'm sorry that we need to Google everything. Companies are like that. And the problem is that our page was being crawled, but not always indexed, because that wasn't great. Because Google didn't want to re-crawl some of the pages, and this took sometimes too long. These are screenshots from a year ago, and they have probably been re-crawled for now, but we're wondering, was Google crawling us or not? What was going on? And yeah, Google was not crawling us, and These were screenshots from 2 years ago, and we had a good level of crawling, about 90 million requests, but it wasn't arriving to the whole site. So that was the biggest problem that we could have for a big site. What was this happening? No idea. No, I'm kidding. We came up with two theories. We need to work on many different things, but the main two things were content quality and internal linking. Whenever I walk about quality content from the eyes of Google, is that they're analyzing the quality of the page for users. So what did we do? So you think, like, oh, you're in Australia, you have a huge company, so you had a huge strategy or last generation strategies, but not really. We maintained basic things. We did no index, no directs, no follow, and we worked on internal links and crawl paths. Gaston, that's nothing new. We know that all of this isn't new. And of course I know it. The thing is not what we used, but how we did it and how it helped us. So let's get into this. The first problem was content quality. I want to pause and explain that for me and for our team, content is not just tagged on the pages, but it's everything on it. Every page is content. When I say page, I mean any URL. In Spanish, site and web seems to be the same thing, but they're actually not the same thing. Page would be an URL. So content is not just the text, it's everything the page has. So each page is content in general, and that's how we were treating it. First of all, one of the main things we started working on was improving the quality. We thought of adding more content, creating more pages, and focusing on quality and how Google sees quality. But that was a lot of work, because having a site that already has 9 million pages and only articles in only language, adding more content to try to get a significant marginal improvement, this was too much content because we wanted to move quicker. So we decided to remove content from Google's index. So if we removed the content with bad quality, we would improve in general. That is one of the only times I'm going to mention the size of a place. And this time we had 9 million items in an only language, and it was translated into 5 languages, so we had 50 million pages. It's a site with a huge inertia too. And well, these are details that we should take into account. So we chose this option. And what reduces the content quality according to Google? It's duplicate content. Technically, we can not have duplicate content because URLs are different, but Google sees it this way, so we decided to remove a lot of Google pages. We erased loads of them, and what we did was non-index a part of the items library. We chose main non-index, and we non-indexed them. Google thought that many of our pages were too similar, so we decided to clean many of them. And when I say many of them, it's tens of them. I left some extra information there on the slides, so we can talk about it later. I usually spend 3 hours on this presentation, but here I only have half an hour. So let's see some tips regarding how we think when we decide if we want to index or not. First of all, we use Google's indicator, and if Google crawled and didn't index them, there must be something that they don't want to index. And then we crawled. I'm a big fan of crawling, and we crawled everything and started comparing, because everything that we saw was duplicated. And as you saw on Lena's presentation yesterday, there's something very interesting. We were looking at meta description, on more duplicated URLs. And why do we take these things? It's because articles that are in Vato Elements are uploaded by users, although they're validated by our team. The users often don't really care about the quality of the text. They do take care, they're careful about the images but not about the text. And we realize that we have different pages in which only the image changed but the text doesn't change. This is duplicated content for Google. Yeah, because Google can look at the images, they can understand them, but it takes a long time. And I think this would be too difficult in terms of resources for Google to analyze all these images. So in this case, it's 3 different images of the dog, and the images are different, but the same. The page was the same. So these pages are duplicates according to Google. So we remove them, no index. So following this idea of cleaning ruthlessly, we had some translation to Spanish that we thought were going to be very different, Latin American Spanish, Spanish from Spain. But then we realized that they weren't that different, and they were considered duplicates. So what are we doing? We have less quality, so we looked at it. We now have 6 languages. Now we had 7 languages, so we migrated one, and that was 20% of the site. And this was quite difficult to do, but we migrated a site that had 15% of traffic to the other one, and I can tell you about this later when we're having a beer. So some of the other things that we did was to turn all the tag pages into search pages. Because like in every e-commerce, all the items have tags that the users put there, but often tag pages are very similar to search pages, and search pages worked well, and they said better than the tag ones, so we unified them. The tags are still there, but they redirect you to the search pages. And another thing is that all the search pages were no English by default, because we know that indexing all the internal searches can be one of the worst things. Although some pages you do this because they have other reasons for it, like in the free market, but that's not the time to talk about this. So yeah, the result that we managed was to decrease the index size to half. Actually less than half, without really touching organic traffic. So as Lena was saying, we need to get rid of all this shit that's just hanging about there and that makes no sense to Google. And it's very important to say that it's all about how Google sees it. So we lost a little bit of organic traffic, but it wasn't that important. End of the first part. We still have 15 minutes. That's great. Second block, internal linking. Out of all the ideas that we had, we kept 2 of them, or the 2 most important ones were the following: reducing the number of crawl paths and no follow-on links to low-value pages. I need to stop here for a second. Thank you for the silence. I want to clarify something, because I'm not talking about links. I'm talking about crawl paths now, not links anymore. When we talk about links, links are possible clicks for users, but Google can follow crawl paths which are not visible for our users, like canonicals or structured data. And they're the URLs that Google follows that are crawlers. So let's keep going. So the idea was to be intentional and smart about our crawl paths. We wanted to send Google to the pages that we wanted, and we didn't want it to lose all the shit. And Google tries to crawl everything that looks like a link or an HTML. So we decided to create links in all the pages that we thought were valuable. We used all these searches. This is not something new in SEO or in discovery pages, and we created these links between related search pages. And we did many different things, but the important thing is that we did it well, and we gained 10% organic traffic in a huge place, which is huge and a lot of money for such a big page. And this is where I'm mentioning non-index, like that I said earlier. If you see that search pages are no index and that searching is relevant for users, we want to no index, because we want in Google to only have relevant pages that we have decided are relevant. Obviously, all these link pages need to be available for Google, and we think they're relevant. They need to be on Google. So yeah, let's keep talking about crawl paths. And we saw that we had some translations that weren't that great, because on such a big site we couldn't translate by hand, and we could find people, but this would cost a lot. And we're a technology web page, so we want to use technology, but we realized that some of our translations weren't great, and this created non-valuable pages. So what did we do? We removed the hreflang from those pages. Well, actually, we couldn't validate the translations, so we just thought we would. We decided to remove those translations, which might not have been that good. So yeah, we removed all these hreflangs, and we reduced 15% the index. The hreflangs are everyone's headaches. If we get rid of one in a page, we need to get rid of it in all the different pages. But yeah, this gave me many headaches. We have 10 minutes left. So what are value pages? Valuable pages. In short pages, we want Google to index. Because if they have no value, why do we want them on Google? But it's hard to measure this value. So often we start by what do we not want on Google. And what we did is we started cleaning. We started deciding which ones were the non-valuable ones. One of the other things that we did, we added nofollow on links to no index pages, and if we didn't want this page to be in Google because it was not adding value, why would we let Google follow this link? So we did all the non-follows. The theory behind non-follow is that Google, in order to follow the link and to crawl it, it assigns it less authority. And if it's giving less authority to a link, the subsequent page will also have less authority, and it will be crawled less. And if we're reducing crawling frequency of non-valuable pages, we manage to get more crawling to valuable pages. So yeah, we did a lot of non-following, and take into account that if we do this, we need to non-follow all the pages that are not valuable. We don't need to do non-follow everywhere, but in a lot of places we do. But yeah, let's be conscious and let's do many trials. There's another result of this was that we managed to get Google to recrawl most of the pages. And in the graph of crawled but non-indexed pages, we have this. In 3 months, we managed to have 60% less. So we had 60% less crawled but non-indexed pages. And what is the result or conclusion? Google said he had a following line that he couldn't actually see. And if it's a page that doesn't need to be indexed, it won't index it, but it will understand it. Maybe in the several million pages, there were a lot of valid pages, but since Google didn't have sufficient crawling capacity, they couldn't really see them. This was not in the script, but I do think it's important to mention it. We're talking about crawling and indexing. Google will never index a page the first time it's crawling. As has been said many times, but we usually need 3 or 4 crawls before indexing a page. The first one is discovery, the second one tries to understand the content, the third one use short scripts, and the fourth or fifth end up indexing. So what we wanted here was to clean all of them that were crawled once and crawl them 2 or 3 and then get rid of take them out of the crawl so we can use these resources in the pages that we consider valuable, or at least don't waste it on pages that are not really valuable for us because of organic traffic. We are reaching the end. I'm going very well time-wise. I'm very happy with this. So, core capacity managing was the test. So why core capacity management? I'm saying this because, this is a similar screenshot than the second one I showed before. It's the same site, 18 months later, and the number of crawls is more or less the same. At first it was 9, now it's 114. So throughout 2 years, the amount of crawl requests was more or less stable. So what did we decide? If Google didn't give us more, we managed to do more. So we were managing these crawl gadgets to manage to get more traffic and to clean the pages. So we're getting more juice out of it, which often is difficult. But I hope that Google would give us more. After we cleaned so much, we thought they would crawl us more. But Google decided to wait, and it's crawling for now. And obviously we can't call Google and say, Daddy Google, crawl us more, because that's not how it works. I still have several minutes. There's a bonus track and an unpopular opinion. But it's actually a fact, because for me, opinions don't always work, and I want data. We learned that sitemaps didn't help indexing at all. They really didn't. Google keeps telling us sitemaps, but the first thing that we have to do when we create a website, we need a sitemap. But it didn't help us at all. Not like we have sitemaps or we check them constantly. We did several tests, we tried changing titles, we tried using different kinds of sitemaps, dynamic ones, breaking up the titles, and we really wanted to work on it. We didn't just want to use the theory, but it didn't really help us. But yeah, the only thing I used it for is to see the blocks of the categories in order to index them. I spoke too quickly, but this is the end. This is the discount link for Envato Elements. First month at $1. Here in euro, it would probably be €1. Since I had to share a link and the link was very long, I decided to register a domain. I found the domain sub22.com. So yeah, we can say SEonthebeach.com and we can do it very quickly. I shared this presentation to my team in Australia and they say, do you know what SOB means in English? I said, no. To me, it means SEO on the beach. And they were like, no. It means son of a bitch. So they started laughing and laughing, and they were saying, you were making the presentation, you're sharing all over the place SOB, but it's not really appropriate. But yeah, I registered this domain to share this discount code, and this will be online for a month. And I will share all of this online on networks, and thank you very much.
Now we have 15 minutes for a quick snack and we'll be back here in 15 minutes. 10 past.
Recuerdo que entre todos los clubes alguien se va a llevar una entrada para el año que viene. 223, SEonthebeach, a la hora de un año de 200 euros. Carta 2-2022, fijaos, nosotros todos los días como gustaría que cada semana. Gracias. El grupo de unos chicos que se han hecho unas camisetas como que han venido a un festival de Zaragoza, que se vengan ante el escenario, que queremos hablar con ellos.
Bueno, pues... Quiero dar retorno. A ver, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. 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 Hola, hola. Vale, aquí. Sí, aquí mucho mejor. ¿Hay sonido duplicado? Bueno, pues continuamos aquí con el streaming de SEonthebeach. En esta ocasión vamos a hacer una serie de retos a varios cracks que tenemos del SEO. De hecho, por aquí uno me suena que creo que ha subido al escenario, ¿verdad?
Eso dicen.
Eso dicen, de hecho, pues bueno, enhorabuena por la charla, Nacho. Lo primero, vamos a presentarnos porque vamos a hacer una especie de juego SEO para ver quién es el más cracks de los tres. A ver quién demuestra su mayor conocimiento del mundo del Search Engine Optimization. Así que bueno, vuestros nombres primero para que la gente os conozca.
Yo soy Ángel, de kiwasan.com.
Ajá.
Matías, de Matías Romero.
Y
Nacho Benavides,
de SEOblinders. Muy bien. Bueno, ¿en qué andáis metidos cada uno?
Pues lamentablemente estoy metido en el SEO, contra mi voluntad. Tengo una herramienta SEO y quiero convertirla en la mejor herramienta para análisis de palabras clave y optimización de contenidos de mercado.
Ajá. Por aquí, Matías.
Pues principalmente consultor de SEO local, tenemos también una academia de SEO local y cada tanto mando una newsletter cuando me acuerdo de mandarla.
Tú no eres de los que mandan newsletters cada día, ¿no? Que está cada vez más de moda.
Yo cada 2 semanas y si me pilla tonto cada mes.
Me caes bien, Matías. ¿Y por aquí, Nacho?
De una agencia de SEO especializada en e-commerce.
Muy bien, agencia especializada en e-commerce. Bueno, pues vamos a ver si todo esto es real, si realmente son tan buenos como dicen y si realmente están aquí por enchufe. Vamos a hablar de diccionario SEO, vamos a ver cómo andamos de siglas, que bueno, el SEO todo el mundo sabe que es Search Engine no sé qué, Optimization, pero hay otras un poquito más extrañas, así que vamos a ver, Ángel, Matías, Nacho, si lo sabéis. Vamos a empezar con una sencillita, por ejemplo, EMD.
Exact Match Domain.
Muy bien, mini punto. CTR.
Te lo puedo decir en español, ¿no? Es que click through rate.
Oye, muy bien. No, pero muy bien, muy bien. Y por aquí, para Nacho, esta parece fácil, pero sí, lo es. AMP.
Accelerate Mobile Page.
Muy bien. Bueno, vamos ahora con EAT.
En español, por favor.
Tiene que ser en inglés. Es difícil, ¿eh? Yo he tenido que buscarlo cuando lo he querido escribir bien, ¿eh?
De authorness, truthfulness y...
Y la E te falta. Lo tuyo está bien, sí, sí.
¿Cómo era?
Tienes lo más difícil, espero que habéis tomado nota. Vamos a ver, Matías, ¿tú qué dices?
Expertise.
Vale, y tenés que decir las otras. No, tú ya has perdido, Ángel. Ángel estaba descalificado.
Authorness y la T era de trustness.
Y trustness, muy bien, Matías. Esa era difícil, que todo el mundo, EAT. No, a ver quién de verdad sabe lo que es EAT, que luego se nos olvida. Bueno, Nacho, te toca una medio facilita, pero cuando te la diga dirás, ¿qué dice Emilio? Es YM, YL.
YM, YL. Buah.
Te has quedado todo loco, ¿eh?
Pero es que la he visto 1000 millones de veces.
¿La tiene Ángel? ¿Quieres...? No la sabes. Ah, bueno, si la visualiza las siglas, no se te viene nada a la cabeza. Ay, Nacho, SEO Blinders. No, muy buena agencia. Ángel, por aquí, decías que lo sabías.
¿Repetir las siglas?
Sí, YM, YL.
¿Hay un pulsador para...?
Ojalá, lo he pensado, tío, pero...
Your money, your life.
Muy bien, correcto. Yo sé, Nacho, que la sabías. Por eso te decía, tú visualizas... No, tenés que visualizarlo, porque si no, dicho, digo, no se entiende. Bueno, el otro día hice algunas preguntas SEO, así que vamos a ver si vosotros sois capaces de adivinarlas tan bien como ayer. Porque ayer pregunté a mucha gente y sinceramente me respondieron mejor de lo que esperaba. Vamos a empezar con unas facilitas, una para cada uno, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Cómo se llama la actualización de Google que empieza por Humming?
Hummingbird.
Muy bien. Siguiente pregunta. ¿Cuál es el primer apellido del ingeniero de Google, John?
Mueller.
Correcto. Nacho, ¿cuál es el nombre del ingeniero de Google que anunciaba los updates antes de llegar John Mueller?
No me acuerdo.
No, Nacho, esta también te la sabes.
Muy activo en Twitter ni nada, o sea, sí, lo he visto 1000 millones de veces, pero...
Sí, mira, por ejemplo, Cats, si te digo Cats, ¿te suena...?
Mad Cats.
Correcto. No, Nacho, vamos a ver, te lo sabes todo. Entonces a mí no me digas que no, que parece que quieras saber menos de lo que sabes. Es la presión del directo, ¿verdad?
5.000 euros de premio.
Sí, luego te los doy, sí. Bueno, vamos a subir el nivel, porque hasta aquí más o menos facilito todo, ¿no? Al menos, el título de SEO por la mitad, os lo podéis ir llevando a casa, sí, más o menos. Vamos a ir, Ángel. Si tengo que poner un enlace de afiliado hoy día, ¿qué atributo tienes que poner en el enlace? Biopenalización, ¿eh?
El sponsor.
Sponsor, correcto. Continuamos. Deletrea el primer apellido de Gary, el ingeniero de Google, que de hecho da una charla en el SEonthebeach. Deletrear, ¿eh? Primero dímelo sin deletrear, a ver si ese es el apellido.
Ailes.
Muy bien, ¿y sabrías deletrearlo?
Y.
No.
¿Y latina? ¿Y después?
No, lo siento, Matías. Rebote, Nacho, ¿tú crees que puedes? Venga, va.
Y latina LLS.
No,
Uy, Gary Ailes, ¿no? ES.
No, os falta algo. Vamos a ver.
Y latina LLYES.
Correcto, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. Vamos a ver, Ángel, Ángel está on fire, la verdad. Vamos, para recordarlo, vamos a ir con el último nivel. ¿Estáis preparados? Si acertáis, yo creo que os podéis tomar aquí todo lo que queráis para celebrarlo. Mirad, ¿en qué año fue lanzado Google Panda 4.0? Esta es difícil, ¿eh?
En 2010.
Estás muy lejos, así que te voy a dar otra oportunidad. Sube un poquito.
En 4.0, en 2016.
Menos.
2015.
Menos. Esto es trampa, que has dicho de que Nacho expulsado. 2014, correctísimo, mini punto para Nacho.
Es la de la 3.
Ya, claro. Excusas. Vamos a ver, otra fecha. Esta fecha es difícil, ¿eh? ¿Qué día de mayo se anunció en Twitter el último core update de 2022? De mayo de 2022. Vamos a ver, es que Nacho ya ha causado sensación. ¿Qué día de mayo fue lanzado el core update? Fue a finales, ¿no? Más o menos.
Sí, el 28.
Menos, o sea, una cifra inferior.
¿Qué dijiste? ¿28? No, 15.
Más. 17.
No, rebote. 17 más.
18.
Más.
20.
Más.
El 22.
Más.
25.
¡Correcto! Mini punto para Ángel, 25, sí señor. 25 de mayo, bueno, ¿y qué tal este core update? ¿Os ha dado fuerte, para bien, para mal, ahí tranquilitos?
Pues gracias a que he querido los contenidos con kiwosan.com va todo al alza, o sea...
¡Qué rácano aquí!
Es la verdad, o sea, es lo que hay. Mi güey igual y mejor incluso.
Muy bien, por aquí Matías.
Gracias a que me dedico al SEO local, cada vez tiene más importancia, o sea que cada vez más para arriba, siempre para arriba, nunca para abajo.
¿Desde cuándo esto es un anuncio? ¿Y tú por aquí, Nacho?
A nosotros nos ha subido todos los clientes menos 2 proyectos.
¿Y cuáles han sido las principales correcciones y optimizaciones que habéis seguido para poder luchar con este core update?
Muy acorde a la charla. Enlazado interno, contenido y EAT.
Muy bien. El tema del EAT, de hecho, está en boca de todos, vaya.
Y un gran punto para el enlazado interno.
Enlazado interno siempre, el interlinking, que es el gran olvidado que de repente se ha puesto... mira, me salen muchos gallos. Yo pido perdón, pero eso es motivo de que ayer me lo pasé muy bien. Pero yo en cuanto canto un poco ya más fuerte, yo ya al día siguiente sé que voy a estar como una gallina. Pero luego rapeo, sí, verás tú. Bueno, siguiente pregunta. ¿Cuándo salió el nuevo libro de Link Building de Psico de Andrés? ¿Qué está por aquí? No, trampa.
El pasado, ¿año?
De este año.
O sea, del año, ¿no?
Bueno, te voy a decir que es en mayo. Ya dime el día. Vale.
El día, el 20.
Menos.
Pero cuando Amazon tenía unidades, porque se agotó muy rápido. Es tan bueno que se agotó.
Qué buena respuesta. Yo no. No.
10 de mayo.
Más.
El 7 de mayo.
No, dijo.
Nacho, las matemáticas no son lo tuyo. Bueno, pues más de 7, más de 10.
El 15.
Menos.
14.
Menos.
El 12.
12, correcto, mini punto para Nacho. Aquí tenemos a Psico de Andrés para poder verificarlo, ¿es así?
El 12 de marzo.
Ahí, pues ya está, perfecto. Aquí lo tenemos. Bueno, última pregunta, también para ver si sois fans del SEonthebeach. Y bueno, Nacho, tú como esta no te la sepas, de hecho que voy a empezar contigo. Vamos a ver, Nacho. Ven aquí, déjalo por favor aquí. Nacho, ponente. Eres fan del SEonthebeach, ¿verdad?
Súper fan.
¿Tú crees que sabes muchas cosas del SEonthebeach?
Voy a decir que sí.
Va a decir que sí, por si acaso. ¿Me sabrías decir cuántas ponencias hay este año en el SEonthebeach? Eres fan de los buenos, ¿eh, Nacho? Venga, dime un número.
20.
¡Correcto! 20. Bueno, son 19 ponencias, 20 personas porque Laura y Marta han hecho su presentación juntas, pero correcto, te la doy por válida.
Había pensado por eso, ¿eh?
Sí, que es muy listo, Nacho. Bueno, chicos, pues nos despedimos ya por aquí. No sé la siguiente ponencia cuándo va a comenzar.
Ah, el cuarto. Ah, genial. Pues mira, tenemos 10 minutitos para charlar un poco sobre SEO y también poder aprender de vuestra experiencia al final, tantos años en el sector. ¿Recordáis cuántos años lleváis metidos aquí?
Yo haré 11 o 12 años.
11 o 12 años. Yo 4, llevo poco. Ay, todo un jovenzuelo todavía en el sector.
Sí, 4 años también.
Otro jovenzuelo, luego dicen de mí, pero aquí, madre mía. Las nuevas generaciones, venimos fuertes, sí. Bueno, Nacho, tema de indexación es una de las principales preocupaciones que tenemos ahora mismo. En tema de e-commerce, ¿tú estás notando también fallos a nivel de indexación?
Sí, pero sí, en general cuesta más indexar, pero o sea, el contenido tiene que estar muy bien y además de eso tiene que controlar mucho el enlazado interno y externo para que no tengan problemas graves de indexación.
¿Te gusta mucho el enlazado interno, Nacho?
Sí, fa.
Bueno, Nacho, a nivel de enlazado interno, aunque has mencionado muchísimas cosas durante tu ponencia, ¿cuáles son para ti los highlights, los top consejos para hacer un correcto interlinking en un e-commerce, por ejemplo?
Hay que tener mucho cuidado en los listados, las URLs parametrizadas que generan, es decir, filtros, paginaciones, todo esto tiene que tener mucho cuidado y luego se menosprecia la importancia del enlazado desde la ficha de producto. El mítico es desde la home, todo el mundo sabe que de la home hay que controlarlo, pero de la ficha de producto es la tipología de producto de páginas más numerosa en un e-commerce y es la que consecuentemente más autoridad también llega a distribuir. Entonces hay que cuidar mucho el enlazado de la ficha de producto.
Claro, muchas veces quizá nos quedamos en un primer nivel de URL, en un segundo, y los productos. Imagino que estos enlaces son principalmente importantes cuando hablamos de productos que tienen a su vez tráfico. O aunque no tengan tráfico también es interesante aprovechar ese interlinking, perdón.
Siempre para mí es interesante porque piensa que si te carga esas paginaciones o ese scroll infinito, estás sustituyéndolo por un scroll infinito y estás dejando muchos productos huérfanos y esos productos huérfanos tienes que salvarle el linking para que no se te quede solo en el sitemap. Por eso es sumamente importante esos productos relacionados a la categoría o a la marca para que de alguna manera llegue esa autoridad a todos los productos.
Me gusta tu actitud, Nacho, muy bien en el juego, muy bien tus consejos, así que magnífico. Por aquí, Matías, a nivel de SEO local, ¿cuáles consideras que son los tips más importantes para posicionar en Google My Business?
A día de hoy yo diría que las búsquedas de marca es un factor que te permite diferenciar aquellas fichas que son spammer de las que son realmente interesantes para, primero, dar un buen servicio, porque ahí el servicio es fundamental, y creo que en los últimos updates Google le ha dado mayor prioridad a eso, a búsquedas de marca, reseñas, sobre todo hace creo que 2 o 3 meses hubo una actualización de reseñas también en Google Maps y se ha cargado varias que eran falsas, otras que eran reales también se las cargó porque hizo como un barrido grande, pero creo que está tirando mucho a eso, a verificar no solo desde la propia fuente de Google, sino de directorios que tienen relevancia según el sector al que te dediques, van a ser unos directorios u otros, pero creo que ese conjunto de validadores de marca, de calidad y demás, son los que cada vez quiere ponderar más para, sobre todo eso, que cuando tú hagas una búsqueda de un producto o un servicio local, el negocio sea lo mejor posible, ¿no?
Yo escuché por ahí en una entrevista también que le hice realmente he entrevistado a mucha gente de SEO local, pero hay un dato que se me quedó grabado y es, en las publicaciones que tienes tú en tu ficha de Google My Business, puedes poner las keywords que quieres posicionar. ¿Eso sigue funcionando a día de hoy? O sea, tener como una especie de mini blog en tu ficha de Google My Business para que puedas posicionar para ellas.
Realmente no va tan enfocado por ahí, es decir, tú le puedes incluir palabras clave secundarias o semánticamente relacionadas, pero desde donde está sacando Google esa relación es a través de las justificaciones. Las justificaciones es como una pequeña etiqueta que Google te muestra pues cuando tú buscas, por ejemplo, me lo invento, ¿no? Salmorejo, o comer salmorejo cerca de...
¡Ah, Matías! ¿Cómo sabes la buena comida, eh?
Te conozco. Cuando tú buscas eso, pues Google te va a mostrar aquellos restaurantes de los que tenga relación que tienen ese plato. Y esa información viene principalmente del texto, pero el texto de las reseñas. Pero no las reseñas de las respuestas de las reseñas, sino de la reseña del cliente. Entonces yo vería más interesante, si quieres atacar las palabras clave secundarias, que te enfoques en que tus clientes, cuando te pongan una reseña, mencionen el producto o servicio, más que poner un chorrón de publicaciones que Google sabe cómo somos los SEO y va a decir, no, aquí me están engañando.
Me encantan los consejos, la verdad, Matías. Bueno, pues genial, continuamos ahora con Ángel. Ángel, ¿qué destacarías tu punto fuerte a nivel SEO? Quizá el Keyword Research, porque Keyword, por lo que sé, tiene también una buena base para hacer Keyword Research, aunque sois una navaja multiusos. ¿En qué andas metido ahora mismo más fuerte a nivel de optimización SEO?
Claro, lo principal sería la optimización. O sea, al final hacer Keyword Research porque quieres encontrar keyword y esas keywords crear contenido de ellas.
Ajá.
Entonces, la optimización es lo que más estoy centrado y específicamente ahora que me interesaba mucho la charla de Lino era de claserización de keywords. Estoy trabajando en una herramienta nueva, incluso por aquí me veréis que voy preguntando a la gente cómo lo hacen ellos, porque me interesa mucho el tema de que tengo un listado de 5.000 keywords. ¿Cómo sé que es una categoría, que es un producto, que es información, que no sé qué? La gente normalmente lo hace a mano, se tira 3 horas una a una. Digo,
doy fe.
Esto en una herramienta bien hecha te lo hace en 5 minutos. Y si la hago yo, pues mejor todavía.
Vale, pues vamos a indagar un poquito en este estudio de mercado que ya has hecho por nosotros. ¿Cuáles están siendo esas impresiones de cómo hace la gente esa categorización, esa facetación dentro de una página web?
El 99% a mano. Cogen un Excel y a echarle horas.
Ajá.
Problema del Excel, que si son muchas te acabas liando. Tienes duplicados, metes alguna keyword en 2 clases diferentes y al final siempre da líos o problemas. Luego, otro muy poco por ciento usa herramientas que son muy caras para lo que son realmente, que a lo mejor son 100 o $200 el plan más bajo, que para clasificar keywords solo me parece una burrada. Y luego la tercera opción que me han comentado las grandes agencias son que tienen desarrolladores propios que le hacen sus herramientas a medida, pero eso para público medio, el usuario medio, el SEO medio freelance no puede hacerlo tampoco. Entonces intentaré ahí crear una herramienta para todos los públicos.
Y Ángel, no sé si me meto y te meto a ti sobre todo en un marrón, pero ¿podrías decirnos cómo podríamos saber si una keyword debería ir destinada a una categoría, a un producto, a una subcategoría?
Principalmente, si no tienes ni idea de nada, empiezas de cero fijándote en la competencia, yéndote a la SERP y buscando, claro, ese es el proceso manual que tardas un montón. Miro esta keyword, miro la SERP, cómo está, qué está posicionando Google. Eso si utilizaras una herramienta de forma automática, pues mira las horas que te ahorraría.
Claro, y luego a nivel de Keyword Research, para ti, ¿qué es lo más importante de una palabra clave? ¿Su volumen de búsqueda, su intención de búsqueda, el margen de beneficio que pueda tener en tu negocio?
Esto depende de cada negocio y depende de los recursos que tengas, pero a priori será eso, la relación de dificultad para posicionarla frente al volumen de búsqueda que tenga. Porque si una tiene 100.000 búsquedas al mes, pero es prácticamente imposible, pero te va a traer muchas más búsquedas, a lo mejor no te compensa y te compensa una de 5.000 que es más fácil que posiciones. Pero también hay que estudiarlo, investigarlo y ver por dónde tirar y qué priorizar.
Ajá. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Matías, muchas gracias, Ángel, muchas gracias, Nacho, por acompañarnos en este ratito, en este descanso en el SEonthebeach. Está siendo guay el evento. ¿Cómo habéis vivido el primer día? Yo, como ves con los gallos, pues lo viví muy intensamente también con las entrevistas y todo. Oh, ¿ves? Al final va pasando factura, menos mal que se acaba hoy. Pero bueno, ¿cómo lo estáis viviendo?
Bueno, este es mi primer SEonthebeach y me está sorprendiendo tanto la calidad de las charlas como la calidad de las bebidas, sobre todo, y la calidad de la comida es increíble, ¿eh? Al que le guste comer y beber, como a mí, puede venir y luego ver las charlas, que también está muy bien, ¿no? Pero bueno, en general, de 10, la verdad. Me parecería muy difícil buscar ideas para mejorar. Ya es un formato que se nota que está pulido con los años. Y nada, muy contento. El año que viene, al 97% seguro, estaremos aquí de vuelta.
Muy bien, genial. Pues muchísimas gracias, Matías, por venir aquí a ser entrevistado. Por aquí, Ángel, ¿cómo estás viviendo el SEonthebeach? ¿Todo correcto? ¿Todo bien?
Muy bien, la segunda vez que vengo. Hubiera venido la otra vez si no fuera por la pandemia, se atrasó, compré la entrada igualmente y aquí estoy. Y ya lo he dicho por Twitter, lo digo, no haga falta. Yo creo que es el mejor evento SEO con diferencia.
Ajá. Y ya, bueno, Nacho, despedirte, nos quedamos sin tiempo, pero bueno, imagino que es súper bien, ¿no? En el SEonthebeach.
Para mí es un sueño, ¿no? Que te llamen a dar una ponencia en el SEonthebeach. Pues yo estoy eternamente agradecido a toda la organización y también sorprendido con el nivel de todas las charlas.
Genial, bueno, enhorabuena por tu charla también, Nacho, porque ha sido magnífica. Y volvemos ahora en el streaming con las ponencias, así que muchísimas gracias nuevamente a los tres, gracias a los que estáis en el streaming. Y nada, continuamos con SEonthebeach 2022.
No, hablo del todo y por esas sillas. Da mucho más ahí, Ayer estuvisteis peor, ¿no?
Estábamos rodeando y encima de eso estábamos torcidas, medio de pie, que no cabíamos.
Me gusta hablarlo, cuando eso decir, oye, necesitamos para hacer el trabajo, necesitamos esta mesa. Claro.
Necesitamos 2 cuadros y 2 ordenadores.
Claro.
Y además, tenéis que lo compartimos. Vosotros subís a la mesa como siempre, porque si no, pues ya, si no.
Pues, claro, pobre. Pues esto para el próximo año se arregla. Sí.
No creo que sea muy difícil.
No, que sí. Un ventilador y 4 cosas. No es nada complicado, ¿eh?
Claro, también la temperatura nunca había sido tan alta, pero allí es
una locura. Pero...
al final de cuentas es primera ola de calor.
¿Vámonos o qué? Por acá te...
We've lost a bit of time because of technical issues, but we'll try to catch up. There are some empty chairs here, so come take a seat so you can comfortably listen. Afterwards we're going to have some more food, but please take a seat here. There are seats in the front row. Yeah, maybe we'll hear some rapping later. Rapping is something that is in your blood. Come here, guys. We're gonna do a game with bottles. Some guys here from Galicia. We have the percussions player from New York. We also have background music here, very good, organized by the event. This was Cico de Andrés. Have you sorted the bottles? There are still some more free seats, empty seats. Come take a seat, please. Let's welcome the next speaker. Microphone. Okay, handheld microphone. Round of applause for everyone before we continue. I hope you've all enjoyed the food. And please continue enjoying the food, but don't open your mouth too much because I can see everything you're doing from up here. Well, my name is Fernando Angulo. I work at SEMrush, and in 2 weeks' time I will have worked there for 10 years. And actually, we first heard about this event when we were offered if we wanted to sponsor this event here in the middle of nowhere, and now we're here. Very well done. A round of applause for Siko. We love you. And we always try to do things together. But I want to give my 2 pence worth now. There are some very simple, very basic things that we can all do, and we've done it. 10 years ago, we were 30 people. We had 2 million keywords across Spain. Now we're 1,600 people. We have 750,000 keywords only in Spain. So it's safe to say that we've grown a little bit. And our focus is always the intent of users. What is the intent? It's the search intent. And what is the search intent? It's everything. It's everything that the user wants to know, what they want to do. If you know what they want, you're already halfway there. So, who here has a website? Do you use your website as users? Less hands now. Next question is the one that I always like to ask. In an e-commerce event 4 years ago in India, there were 2,000 people in e-commerce world, and I want to ask, when the question was, how many of you buy from your own e-commerce platforms? None of them. So, search intent really is the intention of the user when they are searching, and their aim is to get 3 goals: visibility, growth of traffic, and growth of visits. So there are 2 simple steps of reaching these 3 goals. First, keyword search needs to start. Secondly, search intent needs to be clarified. And finally, the bonus. And here we have the first step of keyword search, where you should choose 5 to 10 keywords extra for each keyword, and ask yourself, what is my audience really looking for? What are they searching? What questions are they asking? What's the semantics? And what products are they looking for? Once you know that, you search the keyword, there will be high volume of search, and difficulty of keyword is low, under 80%. And now it's time to think of the questions that users are actually asking. A lot of people are actually just writing questions on Google. It's easier to do it if they do it with voice commands. Doesn't matter. But we need to know the questions, and then we put on the PR hat to understand what are the topics that they are looking for. You might be talking about cryptocurrency, and at the same time the whole market is talking about stocks. So it's important to know what is interesting for your users at this exact moment. And that takes me to the second point. keyword and search was the first one, and the second one is to understand the intent of the user. And we already know the search intent types. I like to look at I suggest doing this test where you look at the Spanish website and some different foreign websites and determine what is the search intent, and try to find out what is the percent of transactional, commercial searches. And if we look at Amazon, Mercadona and Marca.com, the intent of search is quite different. In Mercadona, and there's 55% keywords by intent, in Marca 70%, and in Amazon somewhere in the middle. So it's important to look at keywords, and in Amazon let's look at what are the transactional, what are the commercial keywords, and be careful here, what is it that they're offering. It's important to improve the offering. What's important is that if you mix the magic of keywords with the powers of SERP, you can have these snippets here or other highlighted snippets, and that's where the magic starts to happen. So putting all these things together, it could be informative, and it could be something about navigation, commercial, transaction-based, correlations for functionalities of SERP. So look at these combinations, and this allows you to aggregate a lot more knowledge, and you get a lot more users. So keyword search and search filters are the keywords here. And if you do that, you'll know what your users want, and as a bonus, you can make this sort of scheme here for keywords. And well, that's all that I wanted to share today. Know what your users want and go deeper. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Thank you. Hi guys. Well, you were expecting to see Victor Campuzano here, but he was not able to come. Well, I only have 7 minutes, so I'll get started straight away. Anyway, you were expecting to see Victor, but he couldn't make it, so I'm here instead. I'm part of the organizing team, and I'm also in Metricool. Do you all know Metricool? Yeah? Hands up? Yeah? Okay, good. So if you don't, let me give you a brief overview. It's a social media tool that has a lot of traffic, and I'm sure a lot of you work with social media as well. So we're a tool or a language that allows to analyze social media, and we have 4 pillars. We have the analytics, daily work with automation and stuff like that. Then we have the growth part, and finally reports, which can be prepared in less time than it takes to make a cup of coffee. So how to improve results in high competitive scenarios. In competitive sectors like your work with agency, you can't just make a keyword analysis, a small report, and just shrug it off. You are working in a very competitive environment, so Metricool is something that can really help you in this competitive context to go further with your data. And it's important to think of what questions to ask to go deeper with the data. And sometimes these questions are even more important than the data itself. We've used a data studio here. We work with them because it's difficult to link data with Search Console sometimes, and we ask questions such as what works in social media? Does my strategy work? So you might ask, what's the impact of a viral post on brand keyword searches? If you want to make something viral on Instagram, on Facebook, but you have a lot of users there, and you can get a lot of interesting results in just seconds. So we studied a viral post on Instagram, and we filtered then why this was so viral, and really we saw that the impact that it had on Instagram after it appeared on Search Console was during mostly 1 hour, and it was just after when it was posted. So it's important to know what this impact is. What about what are we doing with Data Studio? Medical doesn't likes to do things fast and easy. So we have one single database with 130 fields, which means that all the information from social media, such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatnot, is on the same platform, and all you need to do is clone this screenshot, this template, and use it for another client. So it's very easy to use. Another competitive advantage is that if you work with customers who have a lot of different locations, franchises, then working with Data Studio can be a bit difficult because you need to use different sources, you have to do a lot of background work, and we've decided to have native data in our own controller. So it means that you send a query to Metricool, and the server sends all of these data directly through. So you don't have to do it one-on-one. Instead, you make a call, and all of the data is sent through directly, and it's all automated. Finally, custom ways to calculate something. If you want to answer questions about analytics, it's not useful to use templates. And with Data Studio Connection, what you can do is change and customize the fields so that it's much easier to understand what the repercussions are of each activity on SEO. So, your reports, your way, this is our motto. And finally, competitive advantages, there are also there in other markets, in other market players, but we have some different advantages. So price-wise, it's very competitive, and there are no limits on the number of reports you can create, on the historics. So quite competitive, I would say. I still have a bit more than a minute, so I want to present a latest implementation that we made. Who loves automation? Okay, I see that everyone loves automation. Some of you are a bit shy. Well, we love automation. Automation is something that saves you a lot of time at the decision-making stage. And when it comes to social media, then if you work in a very large team, there are a lot of team members that are part of the tasks. Someone is making copies. So if you could say that, hey, if this task, when it's finished, I want it immediately to be posted to my social media, to my Instagram. So auto-responding to incoming social media messages. So, for instance, if you're not there, you could have a bot say that, okay, I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. So, the connection between Metricool and Zapier. Thank you. Hello. Well, I'm going to talk about SEO strategies with Google Trends. Does anybody use World Trends in your keyword search already? Well, we've seen, I've worked in the consultancy for 20 years, and we've seen that there's a lot of questions around where the data come from. And we aggregate all of this data because 15% of new queries are new, and quite often you can't detect them. And sometimes there is data that is not identified from AdWords, but it's very important to know what the volume has been for keyword search. Sometimes there are keywords that are new, that haven't come up before, so it's important to identify them quickly and position them at the top position. So this is an opportunity that you shouldn't miss. There are a lot of tools for using AdWords using only Google Trends. It gives you data in real time, and it's very reliable. This data that we can extract it gives us the opportunity to work in real time with keywords that are coming up. We can position them immediately. We can detect public keywords. We've also presented this data with World Trends that we're automating to get this information out automatically. Google Trends is a tool that has two kinds of data. One database is non-real-time, and the other one is real-time. So this is the past 7 days. And based on search frequency, if you have real-time data, you have the information of the exact minute where this was made, and it has aggregated data which is linked to another data set. When it comes to no real-time data, then sometimes you don't have information about the past few days. So for better and more up-to-date information, I recommend using real-time data. Google Trends has a number of characteristics. It offers a representative sample of data, and it is data that is random, aggregated, normalized, and categorized. So whatever is searched is entered in Google Trends. For instance, if we have Google Trends here and we want to find out what is growing recently in the field of games, in video games, then I might if I type in games, I get things like Spain, Olympic Games, Tokyo, Winter Games, and so on. But if I want to look for the category of games and video games, I get what I'm looking for. So it's a very powerful segmentation, and maybe not everybody uses it, but I recommend doing that. And it's there's a lot of power there, so I recommend using that. So how to use trends for SEO to get entities related with the keywords. And at the bottom you can see some examples, classifications at semantic level. And these keywords can be increasing ones or top ones, so depending on what you choose. And you can do it through the automatic assistant, and it allows you to see which keyword has relation to which database, which page it shows up in, and it's quite a powerful tool as well. Some other things you can do with Google Trends. You can have an extract for the past 90 days, for instance. Look at what the most popular keywords have been, and you can look at the top trends, and then you can get a lot of the tree structure out of it already. You have the structure that you can work with. You can work with this cluster, with this architecture, using just one query, and you have all the trends there. And this is the content architecture. What else can you use it for? For creating news, discover, and there's the possibility of getting all the information in just one alert. You'll have all the information of things that you need to detect, find out what's increasing, and here you can see the process of discovery. You have people who are analyze and followed by analysis, creation, and measuring. Hello. How are you doing? I think some of you met me yesterday, but for those of you who don't know me, my name is Paula Vaquero, and I am a global account manager at Link Affinity. And today I'm going to talk about AR. It's an indicator, it's real authority, and I'm going to talk about how we could get away from the mathematical side of things and become the authority in the sector. Before going to in depth with the topic, I want to give you a few examples and some figures. In fact, 40% of journalists don't compare verify the data that they're going to publish. So there could be any kind of information, they're publishing it without checking anything, without worrying. On the other hand, 75% of bloggers invent the data that they're publishing. So they don't double check. And finally, and most importantly, everything that I've just said has been a lie. I just invented all of this information. But the point is that there is thousands and thousands of pages worth of content that has no authorship, and this is a problem. If we have content, we look up something like what to do in London in one day, then it could be a risk. But if we have something a bit more basic, we can look up things about skincare. I'm a big fan of skincare. I spend a lot of time on that. So you might look up things like how to use different skincare routines, how to mix different ingredients, and there is nobody checking this information. You can find this information on Google, but how to make sure that it is reliable and it's correct. But it's not only a problem of Google, it's something that can happen anywhere, and you could diagnose yourself with brain tumor and nobody is responsible for it because you've used this information without authorship. So these are just a few examples, but there's a lot of data that you're using on a daily basis in your companies, in your work, and whether you're in-house SEO or freelance, I invite you to look at these topics. So if you have a customer who has some specific sectors that they're active in, so it could be health, it could be something else. So think of a customer like that and identify the fields that are related to this business. It could be for an online pharmacy, it could be something else. And then think of these lovely experts here. Identify some experts that you could relate with these sectors, these fields. And then if you're users of Link Affinity, use the collaborator prospects function on Link Affinity that you can use to give visibility to this expert that becomes then an authority in their sector. And as you could see here in this example, it's about creating a profile on social media, adding a short summary of what this person does, and then people are going to find the person, ask for collaboration with her, and share their content with this expert. And this way there are no risks of penalties or data issues. And once we have these cooperations, we can already work on increasing the level of authority of this expert through the collaboration that we do. If you can't find experts in these sectors, or you need more experts, of course, the more the better, the more transparent the better. In that case, I recommend bringing in expertomai.com, where you have thousands of experts on a lot of different topics, plus it's free, so it doesn't matter if it's about dermatology, finance, whatever. You can find experts that offer cooperation, and you can share your data with them. So this is the first time I'm on this stage. I'm very happy to finish. Thank you for listening. Well, I haven't actually finished yet. 1 second. Before getting off the stage, I want to share this message with you. And I want to say, let's stop being obsessed with links and the mathematics, and think more about real authority of the sector that we work in. There we go. Come on, throw the balls at me.
Hello everyone, this is Paula Batero, Global Account Manager at Link Affinity, and today I'm going to show you our latest feature, Collaborator Prospects. We have created these new features for a very powerful artificial intelligence engine, and we think it's going to change the way we do link building, but also digital public relations nowadays. Collaborator Prospects connects our users to bloggers, journalists, content creators who are looking for expertise sources to enhance the trustworthiness of their articles. The final goal of this feature is to obtain natural collaborations that are related to your subject matter. Do you want to know how to do this? Okay, let me show you. First of all, you have to find the Collaborator Prospects method within the search phase. Now you just have to create the profile of your expert. Include their name, a picture, as well as their social media information, and also a bio, so you can add more details about the expert. We actually encourage you to add more details. You can also change the language, the preferred language, and you can also choose a category and related keywords. Once we have created the expert, the media request will enter the management phase. The media websites have gone through our whole process where we have checked the risk level, the authority, and also the affinity with our content. Now we just have to choose a collaboration so we can make an application. If we're interested, just create a message, send your application, and just wait for the answer. Once the media has accepted the collaboration, a chat will open up for the expert and the media to discuss the details of the collaboration.
Okay. Hola.
Parece que no está volviendo según vuelva a beber y ya puedo hablar un poquito mejor. Bueno, solo quiero decir a Lili que...
Speaking for a bit, so now I have a bit more voice.
Gracias.
And for me, it's incredible that she's here. I have been following her for a very long time. I think we share a concept with her, and we coincide 100% with everything that she says. It's a great pleasure to have her here.
Gracias a ti. Hola. Pues yo voy a presentar en inglés, pero también hablo español. Si hay preguntas después de la presentación pueden hablar conmigo, pero en inglés vamos a hablar sobre el estado de EAT. Entonces, my name is Lily Ray, and I'm the Senior Director of SEO and Head of Organic Research at an agency called AMSIV Digital in New York City. And if you've seen me present before, you might have seen this slide that I like to share about how I feel the role that EAT is playing in the SEO landscape in the past couple of years. So a lot of SEOs are focused on these little individual tactics that we do day to day, but I think EAT is overtaking almost everything in SEO, and it's very, very important to pay attention and to kind of ride this wave. In case you're unfamiliar, EAT stands for Expertise, Authoritativeness, and Trustworthiness. It comes from Google Search Quality Guidelines, which is a document that they use to train human search quality evaluators. And EAT is a metric that they basically tell these raters to use to evaluate the authors and the websites and the brand from the standpoint of how much expertise do they have, how much do they demonstrate authority, and how much can you trust the individuals and the website. Google has also begun to frame EAT as one of the most important factors for doing well in SEO over the past few years. So what does that look like? Well, if you want to learn SEO, you can go directly to Google's Help Center about the Search Engine Optimization Starter Guide, and they say you should cultivate a reputation for expertise and trustworthiness in a specific area. They also say expertise and authoritativeness of a site can increase its quality. There's an article called
what site owners should know about Google's core updates. This is what they share every time a core update rolls out. And in this article, they basically say you should get to know the quality rater guidelines in EAT. Every time a core update happens, they continue to share this article, and this is basically the only advice that they give in that document. If you'd like to rank in Google News or Google Discover, Google also kind of puts together EAT and content quality in terms of Google News and Google Discover. They say that you should make sure you're regularly producing high quality content that demonstrates expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. If you'd like to do better after Google's product review updates, which to date are only launched in English, but apparently will be rolling out globally in the years to come, and they basically say you should express expert knowledge of the products where appropriate. And we'll talk about that later. Also, obviously, Google owns YouTube, and one thing that you can read throughout all of YouTube's documentation is the importance of authority. They use machine learning systems that prioritize information from authoritative sources. Also, there was a really fantastic presentation by Danny Sullivan about what it takes to rank in Google News. And somebody asked him, how does Google determine who is an authority on a given topic? And Danny says, we have these broad notions of understanding topics that helps them kind of understand how well a domain does in terms of demonstrating authoritativeness across different topics. So remember this detail because it's going to be important throughout the presentation. Google has also explicitly said that EAT matters more during times of crisis. So when a crisis is developing around the world, for example, the past 3 years of our lives with coronavirus, or maybe with a warfare or an election or fake news or something really big that's happening in the world, Google's algorithms can elevate authoritative sites and kind of take that ranking factor over things like exact match wording of the article or recency of the article. So we have to think about this as an external factor that's probably playing a much bigger role in rankings than we realize, given that we've been living in a state of crisis for at least a few years. Also, there's some new ways that EAT is manifesting itself in the search results. So we have this new feature called About This Result. When you click on those 3 dots, you can learn a little bit about the domain, why they're ranking, why you should trust them. If they have a Wikipedia biography, that'll be listed there. So I think this is one way that Google is manifesting EAT directly in the search results. There's also a new label on top stories called highly cited. So basically this means that if a lot of the other articles that are ranking in top stories are linking back or referencing back to one article, they'll put a label that says this is highly cited. And this ties into what Google's saying about elevating original research in the search results. So Google put out an article a couple of years ago that says, we're going to elevate or increase the rankings of content that's the original source, that's breaking the news, above the people that are just linking back to it or writing about what the original source said. This was a very interesting example of another way that I think EAT is working. So this is an SEO named Brodie Clark. He's from Australia. He's an excellent SEO. And when he Googled his own name, Brodie Clark, he noticed that there was this panel, this carousel of articles that were written by Brodie Clark. So it was written by him, although in the knowledge graph, in the knowledge panel, there was a different Brodie Clark. So despite the fact that, Brodie doesn't have, or at the time, he didn't have his own knowledge graph result, Google still understood him to be the entity, to be the author, and it showed this carousel of content that he's written across different publications. So to me, this is evidence that Google's able to understand authors and entities, even if they're not necessarily included in the knowledge graph. So obviously, EAT has become very important for SEO. I think we've heard it throughout a lot of the different talks in the past couple of days. So how has the SEO community responded to this change? Well, we've EAT'd all the things, right? Just put EAT everywhere, talk about it at all the conferences. Let's make all these changes to try to meet Google's expectations for EAT. So every SEO for the past 2 years has just been adding EAT to our sites, right? Add author bios, add date of publication, add fact check labels, add all these different things to show Google, yeah, I have a lot of EAT, right? But unfortunately, improving EAT is not a simple process. So adding EAT elements to your content without updating the content is not sufficient. So I've shared some examples over the past couple of years of different sites that maybe they were affected by a core update, maybe they're seeing performance declines, and what they do is they add the author name, or expert reviewer, or date modified. But the content doesn't change, right? You can look at the Wayback Machine and you can see exactly the same content. And this is just me using the Wayback Machine. Google has technology that's 1,000,000 times more sophisticated than this. So you have to imagine if Google sees you're just adding an author name or you're just adding an expert reviewer, but you're not doing the work of changing the content, updating the content, that's not a good look. It's not this simple, right? So, of course, in the SEO industry, we love shortcuts. We love trying to trick Google. We love finding quick gimmicks and hacks to try to trick the algorithms, right? So I looked on a popular SEO spammer or black hat site about what are they talking about with EAT. And someone says, okay, so I understand EAT means I need to have an author, I need to have this expert, so why don't I just make a fake expert and say that that person wrote all my content, and Google will, think that we have good EAT, right? Wrong. It's not how it works. This is why we can't have nice things. These shortcuts are not going to be sufficient to demonstrate to Google that you're a true expert. So over the past couple of years, what I think Google is doing is saying, we need to get smarter about EAT. We have a lot of spammers, we have a lot of SEOs, we have a lot of people that are trying to use these shortcuts to trick the algorithms, but we need to do a better job of understanding real authoritativeness and real expertise. So what Google's probably saying, I don't know if Gary's here, but está escuchando Gary, no sé, pero it's not just about how many bells and whistles you add to your site, it's about who you are and what you say. We all know Google has the most advanced natural language processing capabilities on the planet. They are able to understand real expertise and real authority through the language itself. So remember that core updates are about improving how Google systems assess content quality overall. And we have a lot of them, right? Juan yesterday talked about all the different core updates. In the US and in English, we also have different product review updates. There's been 3 of those. But every time Google rolls out one of these core updates, one of the main things they're trying to achieve is reevaluating what it means to have good EAT. And I think that's why we see so many fluctuations in our rankings, because we're not always doing it right according to the new set of algorithms. And Google seems to be leaning in on what I call real expertise. So in the US and in English, we had the product review updates. It's 3 different updates. They were a very big deal for a lot of our clients, not just product review sites, but many different types of sites. And in their documentation, they basically say, we want to make sure that these product reviews were written by somebody who's a real expert, a real enthusiast, somebody who actually cares a lot about these products and the things that they're reviewing, and demonstrating real evidence that they actually used the products, that they spent time with the products, they took pictures of themselves or videos of themselves using the products. So I think that Google is algorithmically beginning to understand what it means to be a true expert. And I think that this is a shared quality between the product review updates as well as the core updates. So what does this look like? Over the past few years, there's been many different sites, and I want to say these sites are not doing anything wrong. I actually think they have very good SEO, even good EAT. They're demonstrating authors, they're demonstrating experts, they're fact-checking, they're sourcing all the citations and things like this. But they're seeing declines, right? Over the past few years, it's been harder and harder for these types of your money, your life publishers to compete in SEO. On the flip side, we have the real authorities like the Cleveland Clinic, the Mayo Clinic, the CDC, the FDA, increasing in visibility over time. This also tends to spike when COVID gets really bad, as we talked about. When there's times of crisis, we see the FDA, the CDC, these authorities ranking in top positions for many, many different keywords. And this trend has continued over the past few years, including recently with around the time of the May core update. We're also seeing the rise of real subject matter experts. So let's remember that experts are entities. What do I mean by that? Here's our friend Gary. In 2019, somebody asked at a PubCon conference, hey Gary, are you able to understand authors? Are you able to understand every author or publisher that writes on the internet? And he basically said, we have entities for a very popular author. We treat them as an entity, like a person, place, or thing that Google understands. So if you're an author for the Washington Post and you're very popular, Google will treat you as an entity. So a couple of years ago, I was able to work with Bill Slawski, rest in peace. We wrote an article together called The Mechanics of EAT, How Google Patents Can Help Explain How EAT Works. And I wanted to bring up this article because I asked Bill, is Google able to evaluate EAT on the individual level, on the brand level, on the website level? And he told me it's very likely that Google evaluates EAT on the entity level. Also in this article, we talked about a handful of different patents that Google is likely using when it comes to evaluating EAT. So we have Agent Rank. It's a very old patent. I think it's from 2007, which allows Google to identify who an author is on the page and rank content according to who the author is and what their area of expertise is. Website representation vectors was launched in 2018, around the time of the Medic update, and this allows Google to classify websites into different levels of expertise. So this is an expert website, this is a layperson website, and depending on the query, Google can rank the websites according to how much authoritativeness and expertise they have. Author vectors is a patent that allows Google to understand who an author is based on their writing style. So even if it doesn't say the name of the author, they can say, we know this is Shakespeare because Shakespeare has a certain style of writing. Speaker identification does the exact same thing, but for voice, for audio. So Google has patents and technology to be able to identify who an author is based on how they speak. The last one is identifying authoritative results. So basically, on the query level, when Google receives a query that it knows is authoritative and deserves authoritative results, they're able to basically say, we understand this query needs authoritative results, and to rank the results accordingly. So I started to play around with this. Thank you to Carlos Ortega as well as Olaf Kopp for showing me this tool. I recommend you play with it. It's really fun. It's called the Diffbot Natural Language API. So I took my biography and I put it in here. It recognizes all the entities. It recognizes the main entity, which is me, my name, and all the different attributes about me. What I do for work, how old I am, where I work, I live in Brooklyn, which is part of New York. I went to New York University. All these different attributes that come directly from this block of text. And a pro tip is if you see that something is wrong, you can actually change the text and it'll help kind of confirm or improve those connections between the entity and the attributes. So let's do a theoretical exercise. So let's pretend that we have a new puppy. This is my puppy, Marcy, when she was 6 weeks old. She's so sweet. So maybe we want to search for some new things around our new puppy, right? How much to feed a puppy? Why does my dog whine all the time? Why is my puppy so hyper? What are the best guard dogs? And why does my dog lick the carpet? So does anybody know Cesar Millan? Yeah, excellent, of course. He gets to rank #1 in the featured snippet for all these queries. So I thought it was very interesting because I know Cesar from TV, I know Cesar from books, but I didn't know he was so good with SEO, and he's ranking in such top positions for these dog behavior queries. So I took Cesar's bio and I put it in that tool, and I started to visualize Cesar as an entity, right? And obviously this tool is very basic, but we have to imagine Google is doing this on a much, much more sophisticated level. So we know he's an author, we know he found the Dog Psychology Center, we know the website he works for, we know where he lives and he works and his date of birth and he's Mexican and his original name and all these attributes about Cesar, right? We also know that he owns Caesar's Way, so this is his company. We know all these different attributes about the company. We especially know that they specialize in dog psychology and they're focused on dog behavior. So we have these two different entities that Google's able to evaluate from an EAT perspective. We also happen to have the New York Times. So we all know the New York Times, it's very authoritative. Google knows who founded it, what year it was founded. The office is based in Manhattan, which is in New York. All these different attributes about the New York Times. We also have the ASPCA, which is the American Society for Prevention and Cruelty to Animals. We know that they specialize in animal welfare, maybe not dogs specifically, but all things animals. So in this exercise, this is Google, And basically when you type these dog keywords, Google's saying, well, which expert, which author has the most EAT when it comes to dog behavior? We have Caesar, obviously. We have someone named Joe Schmo, and then we have Nancy the vet. Google's doing these calculations to say who has the most expertise about dog behavior. We also have Google deciding which publication has the most expertise. So it's not just the individual, it's the website itself. You know, we know the New York Times is very authoritative, but maybe not as much for dog behavior. The ASPCA is more general, more broad, but Caesar's Way specializes specifically in dog and puppy behavior. And basically, Google is doing this big calculation to say, okay, the user typed something related to dog behavior. I have all these different entities with all these different classifications and evaluations of EAT. So I want to pick the best author and I want to pick the best publication to match the user's query. So what I think Google's doing is they're attempting to evaluate EAT both on the entity level of the contributors of the website as well as the website itself. And I want to be clear that this is combined with all the other ranking factors. You know, I'm not saying that this is the only thing Google does. I'm saying Google does this in addition to all the other systems that it has for ranking content. So technical SEO, website optimization, website architecture, page speed, all these different things play a role. EAT comes into play, especially for your money, your life keywords. And the more your money, your life, the keyword is, the more this process comes into play. So I want to be clear, it's not the only thing Google's doing, but it's something that they're doing a lot, depending on the query itself. So what are some examples of real experts? So for the past few months, I've been deep in a rabbit hole looking for different experts that are doing a very good job of demonstrating EAT authentically and not by the shortcuts that a lot of us are doing in the SEO industry. So where are some examples where Google is algorithmically elevating expert content, right? So these are the ones that I found. I recommend that you maybe take a picture of this slide and check out these people because they're doing a lot right from an EAT perspective. As a fly attacking me. And so basically these percentage growth, numbers that you're seeing here, this is how much visibility, the percentage of visibility increases using the Systrix Visibility Index for these sites between early 2021 to now. And these are experts and authors who either own the website, they operate the website, or they contribute to the website. And what are they doing? So what do the winning sites have in common? I took a look at all these experts, and I wanted to find common traits that they're all doing. So for all of them, the entire site focuses on one niche. And this is not to say go home and create niche websites and don't have a site that talks about a lot of things. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that with these experts, the domain is focused in one specific area. They also have robust About Me or About Us pages, ¿Quiénes somos? ¿Quién soy? ¿Quién soy? And it's very important to get very, very elaborate on these pages. I think a lot of the SEO industry has been using About Us pages for the last few years, but these guys have pages that are like, I've been doing this thing for 10 years, it's my passion, here's pictures of me winning awards, and here's my social media profiles and all the places I've been mentioned online, so very, very robust. They have first-hand experience, so the content is often written in the first person. When I do this thing, when I work in this area, these are the things that I notice. It's first-hand experience. They have transparent authorship, so 100% of these experts have the names listed. Who wrote it? Who are the experts that they worked with? They always have an author bio. It's always very transparent who the authors are. They back up expertise with evidence, anecdotes, and experiences. So I think it's very interesting that a lot of them, this is contrary to some of the advice that we hear in the SEO space, but they're saying, I've noticed this because I'm an expert, and every time I do this thing, this is what I encounter. And it's not based on keyword research, it's not based on looking at what everybody else wrote, it's based on their true experience. They also offer objective advice, so they're not pushing their products or services. They're not saying, oh, if you have a leak in your home, you have to call my company. They're saying, actually, you can fix this yourself. It's not that complicated. But this is when you should maybe call a professional. Also, this is very interesting. In a lot of these expert websites, others are linking to them as the primary source. They don't have to link outward as much. And that's not to say that you shouldn't link out. You should always link out if you have an authoritative source on your site. But with these guys, they don't need to because they're providing original information based on true expertise. And other people are linking to them because they're the ones providing original research. In the case of product reviews, they provide proof of conducting expert tests, real robust testing. So they're saying, I spent 3 months testing all these different pants. This one has this problem, this one does this, and here's why you can trust me. Here's pictures of me wearing all the pants. Like, it's kind of indisputable that they actually did real testing. And they also show robust coverage of all the different topics that you would expect to see on an expert site that speaks about that topic. So every question that you can think about, they have answered somewhere on their site. So what does this look like in practice? Here's a few different examples. So first we have Zach Smith. This is a website called Smith's Pest Management in the US. He handles, cockroaches and mice and how to get rid of cockroaches in your home. He's ranking #1 in the US for how to get rid of cockroaches. And he's a real life, pest removal guy. He goes to your house and he actually does the work himself, but he's involved in the content creation process. He's actually the author of a lot of these articles, apparently. And, he's very empathetic with the user. He says, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. It's a horrible thing to deal with. Here's some solutions that you can use without calling a professional, but if you do need to call a professional, these are the things you should consider. This is how much it's going to cost. It's all firsthand experience. It's all clearly written by somebody who has a lot of experience in the field. And yeah, he lays out all the pros and cons. So I think it's just a very honest article. And if you look at this example, this guy's skyrocketing in SEO performance, and all of the articles kind of follow these best practices. Next, we have MindBodyGreen. So MindBodyGreen is a very interesting site because they talk about wellness, they talk about health. They were hit really hard by the Medic update, and they've continued to surge in performance and visibility over the past few years by changing their strategy. And they're very focused on EAT and focusing on the real area of expertise that they have as a brand. So this is an article about what is your attachment style. And they have a real expert reviewer who's a psychologist. They have helpful quizzes and videos that you can use. They have expert sources in the content, qualified expert review, Christina, the expert's providing advice on how you can change your attachment style. And I would recommend looking at MindBodyGreen if you want to see an example of a site that's doing a lot of things with EAT very well. This is a travel blogger named Renee, and she ranks #1 for Road Trip Utah. She starts the article by saying, I've visited each of these national parks numerous times. This is why you can trust me. I've been to them. And then the whole article is like, these are the things that I learned when I did this experience. If you're going to go for 3 days, you should consider all these things. If you're going to go for 10 days, you should consider all these things. This is where I ate. This is where we slept. This is where we got gas. It's like, you can't replicate this by just being an SEO copywriter. She actually went there and did the work. And we also have Bob Villa. It's another site that's doing very well for SEO and focusing on EAT. Bob Villa is an expert. He's a home contractor, and he ranks #1 for basement waterproofing. So what I love about this article is, he's doing everything we've talked about in terms of demonstrating expertise. He's also providing clarity around how much it costs to fix. So one problem in the SEO space is we like to not say how much something costs. We like to rank for keyword plus cost and then not include the price on the page. But he actually includes the price. This is how much you're going to pay for all these different things when you go through this process. And it's written in collaboration with a writer, so Glenda Taylor plus Bob Villa. So even if you have copywriters working with you, maybe you can bring in the expert as the co-author or as the expert who's collaborating with you on the content. Next, we have a woman named Charlotte. She runs a website called Carolina Honeybees. She won an award for Beekeeper of the Year. This woman literally lives in beehives all the time and somehow has time to go home and write, articles about being a beekeeper. And she doesn't have a lot of links to other sites because other sites are linking to her. She's the one that's like, this is what I found when I was working with bees today. And so everything's first person. you can see here, there's not really that many links, but she's just explaining this is what I see in my job day to day. And her site's doing very well as well. This guy's my favorite. This is Eric Garcia. He works at a company called Retro Foam of Michigan. So if you ever want to search for foam or insulation for your home, this guy's the king. He's the best guy on the internet for foam queries in the US. So they have a whole page about these are the people that work at our foam company. This is Eric. He's obsessed with foam. He loves insulation, and he's the star of our YouTube academy about foam. So Eric makes a whole brand about being the foam guy. And there's basically no more qualified person on the internet to talk about foam than Eric. And what I think is very interesting about this is if you Google how to get spray foam off your hands, you'll see Retro Foam of Michigan in the featured snippet. Eric wrote that article. You'll also see Eric right there in YouTube. So I think that Google is actually capable of identifying the expert and transferring that EAT knowledge across search as well as video. So how do you analyze and improve your site's expertise? Number one, this is what I do in my EAT audits with my team. Use custom extract to pull things off the page that you want to evaluate from an EAT perspective. So categories, tags, breadcrumbs, author names, date of publication, extract those things and compare that with Search Console or Google Analytics or whatever your traffic measurement tool is to see what are the categories that we demonstrate expertise and maybe what are the topics where we are not able to rank. Maybe Google doesn't consider us an expert on those topics. And you can also do that with author names to see which author is generating a lot of traffic and which ones are not meeting the mark. You should work with internal experts and you should build out their SEO presence. So like Eric, hey, do you want a page on the website? Do you want to rank #1 for your name as part of our company? They always say yes. Everyone always wants to rank #1 for their name. And you can say, this is how long they've worked in the company. Maybe they have a YouTube profile. Maybe they have all these other social profiles that support this notion of EAT. And do this for all the experts that work at your company. Also involve them in the content creation and optimization process. Provide thorough, clear, and consistent author and expert biographies. I think this is pretty obvious by now, but one tip that I recommend is you should use consistent biography language across all the different places that they're mentioned online. This can support efforts to get in the knowledge graph. I use the same biography across all the different places where I'm mentioned online. Google shows that biography on my knowledge graph panel. And provide original research and original opinions. Don't just write the same thing that everybody else is writing. And lastly, I just want to finish with, does this EAT stuff actually work? I get this question all the time. This is a site that I've been working on for a long time. It's a health and medical website. The Medic update destroyed them. They started focusing on EAT right here, launched a brand new website completely focused on EAT. When they launched the site, it's skyrocketed in traffic. Never seen that happen before. And then with recent core updates, they're increasing as well. This is another health and nutrition site that started focusing on EAT right here. We're seeing improvements with each recent core update. It's actually continued to go up since then. And lastly, another client we work with that started focusing on EAT here. They're also benefiting from recent core updates. So I have 43 seconds, so nobody has to throw a ball at me. So thank you guys. Gracias. Awesome.
Hello everyone. I'm very glad to introduce MJ, who's going to talk about SEO data analysis. And I've been in SEO for for a very short time, but I'm very glad to be part of this international and Spanish network, and I have a lot of respect for the field that you work in. I think it's very important to talk about core updates, SEO, data analysis, and I think we're all very grateful to you for your work, and we're ready to listen to you. How are you doing? Are you good? Before I start my talk that's called SEO Wars, I'll tell you why. First, I want you to give a round of applause to SECO for all this difficult organization that is done, to all the sponsors, to all the staff. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. Secondly, today is a birthday of a friend of mine, Victor de San Pedro, who's also here. So, this is my community. So, Victor, I'll get you a drink later. So, I'll talk about SEO Wars, and let's see. Doing more in a shorter time, the challenge that we all have in the SEO world. In the meanwhile, the RS studio is decided to destroy all hope we have. Well, I borrowed the theme from Internet Republic. I hope you don't mind. My name is MJ. I have a company that's called Leica, and first of all, I want to thank you all for being here at this hour of the day, and I'm also very glad to see so many women here in the SEO field. Thank you. It really fills my heart because we are doing so much for women to feel better in this sector. I want to tell you about an experience. Well, I don't want to kill my past, but I want to explain why this is such an important journey. So let the past die, kill it if you have to. Why it's important to change something to get where you are. I'm going to tell you about my life in the context of SEO and what's been going on. Before SEO, I had a scholarship in programming in COBOL language, which is used in banks a lot, and it's still there. So there I was trying to study programming, trying to become a consultant focused on banks in the technical sphere. In 2010, when SEO was already there, I was thinking that I'd like to try programming, and I took a course for JavaScript, PHP, and Java. But MJ of 2010 didn't expect to get very far with any of these. And then the time came when I was already an SEO specialist, but there was a lot of repetitive tasks. I'm sure a lot of you know what I mean. And I realized that I needed to add something with programming. And this is when I took a Python course. It was in the years 2017, 2019, after 7 years of this repetitive work. So I took this course in Python, and it was a very good course. I did study a lot, but I didn't find that this knowledge that I got could help me at the daily SEO work. So then in years 2019, 2020, I decided to do an official master's, and that's when it was my final intent at programming. But this time I chose programming language C. It is a bit dry, and you can see that I was quite frustrated here. But then, spoiler alert, 2021, I did my master's in business intelligence, and this master's course really opened my eyes to what is possible. That there was a lot of knowledge that I could implement on a daily basis from programming languages. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not a programmer, but I use the skills of programming in the technical context in my daily work. And my main aim is to understand and open my mind and see what is the potential that things could have and do it independently. So these are some of the things that I've also put here. I want to understand the basics of programming so I could apply them in the world of SEO to automate things. And I have a company, I have an agency, a lot of people work for me, so I need to think about how to save time and do more in a shorter time. And it's important to know how not to be dependent on others, on third parties. I have a company, and it's important to know how to scale things better, how to improve, and maybe I don't have to always hire a programmer, or I can do the first steps of programming myself before handing it over to a programmer. Life is all about learning, sharing, repeating. So this was the introduction, and I'm sure that a lot of you probably do something similar. This is a process of analysis, but when you need to analyze something, first you need to collect data, explore data, at least have a look at them. Then you need to prepare data because there might be some inconsistencies. There might be URLs that are not systematized. Then you need to visualize data, and only then can you analyze. So it might be a similar process that you generally do as well. So generally we work with Excel, Google Sheets. We are given these by a lot of tools. But we can't use Excel when it comes to data analysis. And here we have a lot of tools that you probably work with, and Excel is not one of them. But one case study here, something that you can use when we talk about sports brands. I'm going to analyze here searches of keywords that are related to sports brands. So it could be like Adidas, Puma, etc. So how do we do it with Excel? We open files one by one, we merge them in one file, we use filters, formulas to substitute empty cells, we remove duplicates, we organize the sheets by volume, and maybe we need to clusterize them according to topics as well. But clustering is a very manual work. these are the kind of things that we might end up working with, and well, this formula works, but it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? So I don't have confetti here, but this is the magical moment. Our studio is something that can really help us. So you can open files and merge them together immediately. So you don't have to open them one by one. And then we have another step here where you automatically replace empty cells, and you replace them with the right information. Then you order them according to volume. You clusterize in very few lines, and all of this took a couple of seconds. So I already have this cluster here. So all of this data that I aggregated in a couple of seconds. And this could give you a first overview that would already be quite useful. And then you can start visualizing. This is a typical graph that you might have seen in business contexts. So you have brand clusters here with search volumes, keywords, and of course here you can consider to use more or less. You can be more or less optimistic, but it's something where you can apply different tags to. So you can say who are the champions, who are the niche, who are potential champions. So this is the first use case. Let's use another. Let's have a look at another case of use. SEO data, tools that we can process, clean, and expand. So here we have analysis of backlinks with Ahrefs. And this information is not on Excel that I download. Neither is this information, all of these link percentages, URL ratings. So we would download the backlinks, and we have them in the columns that we need. And here we've used the Screaming Frog, but the problem is that there are only 3 fields here. Sometimes this is enough, but if not, you can download Excel, download it in Excel, and cross-reference this information. So here we have the distribution of links by depth, and you also have distribution of links by link score, and you can see which of the websites are deeper. And there is analysis of pages, internal pages with a high link score. So if we look at, we can look at what kind of pages appear, and where we can have a more enriching analysis. There's another graph here, this is useful for looking at cross-referencing things that we couldn't otherwise. So here we have links by DA and typology of destination URL, and we have the range of DA on the left and type of page at the bottom. This is just quite a basic graph, but I've used the script here, which shows the data that has been classified already. So I have high DA pages, and we can have a lot of incidences here, a lot of authority with less internal linkage. I just want to invite you to think about the possibilities that there are, and you can use it in your own context. And other aspects that I find interesting are to make a clustering of how pages are, depending on whether they have a lot of content or less content. So where would these pages go? We can trace them very quickly here, and then we can analyze them. We need to spend some time on a little time on cleaning, on organizing the data, and then we can spend a lot of time on analysis. And on the right, you can see distribution of links by similarity, and you can see that links are there for pages which have less duplicity. Another way of doing this, well, Screaming Frog is the console that I'm using, and you can turn on the inspector in Screaming Frog, and it's a very simple process. This graph is also not very nice, but you can see that in every little image you have some different page types, and you can also see some little balls here. They show the last time that there was a trace thing done. Of course, this could be done better, but I want to invite you to think of what the possibilities are. So if there are bigger, if there are more URLs, the balls can be smaller or bigger, and you can think about how to internalize them. So it could be an advantage for you to use. I really like this option. You have the typology of the page here on the left, URL, and the percentage of URLs at the bottom. And the question is, are canonicals respected? And it turns out that a lot of canonicals are not respected. So it's quite curated analysis. Now let's talk about Systrix. I'm still looking forward to an integration of Screaming Frog. It's a tool that I like a lot, the combination of Systrix and Screaming Frog, but we can still use it, and it's possible to integrate them. And here we have a number of keywords here that can be integrated with information that we get from Screaming Frog, and then we have already more ways of clusterizing. And this is something that you can also use. So, are we making good time? Let's look at more case studies. And if we are looking at the recurring SEO analysis, we have the three processes. We have the tracking, indexing, and ranking. And in the ranking stage, we can also identify where we are positioned and where we would like to be positioned. And in yellow, I've marked some of the things that I'm doing. So logs, coverage, and rankings. And some more examples. We're going to start our script to automate this recurring analysis and creating a document. And this is what I like to do a lot. And the whole code is something that works for me like that. And if we want to do it even better, of course, we can always get a programmer to do it. They will do it at optimal level, but it works the way I do it as well. So let's look at our studio. Here we have the analysis. We have a graph and distribution of hits by state of indexability, clustered data here, and hits that are coming for non-indexable URLs. So we have indexability in Screaming Frogs as well, and a lot of hits are coming from redirected links. So here you have a tracing system that is quite typical. So here we have some situations that we can already solve with a simple graph. I really liked to get to this point. It's not possible to do a very large data cluster, but we can still use different metrics. And here we have distribution of hits by version of UA and by the day, and different results for different versions of Chrome, 79, 90, 91, and people who are not using Chrome. In green we have Chrome 90. This was only there for a couple of days and then it disappeared. So you have some technical data to see what Google is doing, how Chrome is doing. So we can work with traceability, visibility here, and my visibility is there. And we can cross this with volume and search intent, but you can use any other kind of metric here. You can use the type of keyword, you can use range of volume or competence or type of URL. And we're getting to a point that I like the most. So if the client says that they want to transmit their worries with tendency of Systrix, then is this going to be a problem? Well, I like to use this kind of logic where, well, there's no indexing. If there's no indexing page, I look at whether there are any rumors of an update. These are my first conjectures. And secondly, I look at Systrix. I know this is not the most representative because it's not 100% reflection of reality. There's a lot that is missing. So up to this point, it's all just conjectures, but then we have time-based conclusions, and in red you can see a graph that you might see in Systrix. And this is for a trend, and then we have real-time data, trends, and some of repeated trends here. And finally, we have the noise, things that we can foresee, facts that are not foreseeable. And from there we can look at more in-depth information as well. But at the moment you can't immediately tell what this is. So, in conclusion, it's not that there is a fall. There are a lot of internal factors that we are not able to explain. And it's also possible to make a forecast at the moment of a fall. So we have the R model at the top, there's a fall, and this is much more like a real situation. You can see that the graph is matching the trend that is there. So you can see that the forecast already matches the reality. And this gives us security that we don't have to speculate so much, that we can see, we know what is really happening. So now let's move on to a topic of Systrix. And APIs do their own thing, really. And I've experimented a lot with Systrix because I work a lot with their tools, and at first it seemed hard to understand to me, but here actually you can see a full URL, and you can see parameters here, And the rest of the data is at the bottom of the URL that we can analyze. And if we look at this URL with its API key in the navigator, in the search bar, we get some information like country, date, mobile. And how do we do it then? We need to enter the full URL, and with JSON we can push it to 6 tricks. And we wanted to do it with a lot of URLs, not just with one URL. And I also want to tell you how it all started with the core updates. Well, one way is starting by Google Sites, like I did, and this was in like 2,000 or something sites, and we used the help of API, and it's quite problematic. You need to keep updating. And then we got to 1,100 domains that were corrupt in 5 days. And it was, it was 1 week that we could. I had to spend 1 week doing work that was unpaid. And I tried to get results from this, like 1 whole week. Imagine that that hour count, and I didn't get paid for that. I just had to spend time on doing this. So how did it affect my R? Thanks to a booklet that I've got, I was able to do it much faster. How long do you think it takes me now? About, well, I wish it took 2 seconds. Let's say 1-2 hours. Because I also like to go over the data. So something that used to take 1 week is now taking me 2 hours. I've been learning all the possible programming languages in the world since 2008, but now I finally got one that allows me to build something that reduces the time I have to work. Then I think that we all deserve a better life, don't we? We don't need to do repetitive tasks because they don't add value to our life. And this is also something interesting I wanted to point out here. I've shared this evolution core update of Google by sectors in Spain. And yeah, so this is something that you can do. You can construct a study. It's something that could be useful in your field. And there are a lot of articles that are coming out. There's a lot of good content there. And I use it a lot. But I published it the other day. And this is the thought I had about it. But if I didn't convince you, at least believe John Muller, who is also recommending R. And if you don't want to use R, don't do it, but try another one. Try one that works for you, and you might find something that works well. And I'm not someone who's joking around. If I recommend something, I do it for a good reason. So go and find yours.
There's one more. Okay, come on, go. Thank you, everyone. break. It's still not lunch break. Lunch break is later, but we'll still be time for drinks. And we'll be back here at 5:30. Sorry, 3:30. We'll be back at 3:30 here in SEO on the beach.
Sunday morning, leftover pizza and a mattress on the floor. There was enough for us to call it heaven, what we found so pure. Now the bed sheets are cold and the sky has turned gray, but sooner or later I'll be okay, 'cause I miss you a little bit less than yesterday. Than yesterday. A little bit less than yesterday. Friday evening never felt better. That's a lie, but at least I'm trying. Do you remember our magical moments where they just a lie? I'm skipping the songs that we both used to play and dance in the rain, knowing I'll be okay, 'cause I miss you a little bit less than yesterday. Than yesterday. A little bit less than yesterday. Than yesterday. A little bit less than yesterday.
I'm 1,000 miles away from you. Have you noticed what I feel for you? Although it seems like I gave up on you, I won't. Let you go on your own. Keep you close. nothing that I wouldn't do to get to hold you like I used to. I won't let you go on your own. Keep you close.
Not your beer, at least. Well, I'm gonna pretend to interpret. Thank you.
It's 3 a.m. in the morning, it's me again. Yeah, I'm calling all my friends. No more warning, no. I wish you'd pick up when I need you out of love. Wish I could read you out of touch, out of sight. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. But you're falling for it. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, it's me again. Yeah, I'm calling. I wish you'd pick up when I need you out of love. Wish I could read you out of touch, out of sight. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. But you're falling for it. But you're falling for it. But you're falling. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. I'm falling, I'm crawling, even hauling. Oh, I'm counterfeit, but you're falling for it. But you're falling for it.
Gotta find my way to you, even though you're next to me. No matter what I do, your heart is drifted out of reach. Out on the water, I'm swimming harder, trying to keep this alive. Gotta find my way to you. Gotta find my way to you. Gotta find my way to you, even though you're next to me. No matter what I do, your heart is drifted out of reach. Out on the water, I'm swimming harder, trying to keep this alive. Gotta find my way to you. Gotta find my way
You wanna see the world? Well, I can take you there. I can take you there tonight. We can watch it burn. It's really beautiful. There's 1,000 shades of light. You wanna see the world? It's right in front of you. Lay on the ground and count the stars. We got a lot to learn. Don't you worry, 'cause I'll be with you wherever you are. Wherever you are. You wanna see the world? Well, I can take you there. I can take you there tonight. We can watch it burn. It's really beautiful. And there's 1,000 shades of light. You wanna see the world? It's right in front of you. Lay on the ground and count the stars. Got a lot to learn. Don't you worry, 'cause I'll be with you wherever you are. Wherever you are. Wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Excellent praise takes 5. You've been rocking it all my life. Only keeping you satisfied. But spinning round, 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 round. No matter how hard I try, if we go for champagne ride, I'll be promising we'll be high. Never down, 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 down. Fly, bear up and fly. We're only flying. Never going down, 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 down. Fly, bear up and fly. We're only flying. Never going down, 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 down. We're never going down, 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 down. We're never going down, 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 down. Always a level up, always never enough. Slowly we're taking off. I show you the crazy love. Up to the moon, making it last. We're watching the stars. We'll travel so far, and even tomorrow. I never want you to leave me. I never want you to see me. Losing my mind on a daydream. 'Cause we're getting hot as the sun. Fly, bear up and fly. We're only flying. Never going down, 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 down. Fly, bear up and fly. We're only flying. Never going down, 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 down. We're never going down, 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 down. We're never going down, down, down. I never want you to leave me. I never want you to see me. Losing my mind on a daydream. 'Cause we're getting hot as the sun. Fly, bear up and fly. We're only flying. Never going down, 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 down. Flying.
2,800 miles between 2,800 mile heartstrings. I'm out where your beats, 'cause you really like that cool. And you say I'm superficial, don't mean that as a diss. No, to me that sounds judgmental, but so if you'd rather go than leave, I'll be okay. 'Cause I know it's not us to be this way.
like 10 minutes or something.
I was supposed to do 5 each today, but in the end, with all these English moving around a bit. Let's sit down. SLB 2022. Remember that any of you can win a ticket entry for SOB 2023, which costs more than 300 euros. You can bring your nachos, your quesadillas, your tacos with you, but please sit down. Let's continue. Take your boards tour. There are empty chairs though. You can sit there. There are about 9 or 10 empty chairs. Let's sit down. Give me the balls back. Come on, let's go. It wasn't the ball, it was him when he sat down. It's not my fault. It's coming from Australia and everything is upside down. You're so quick, thank you. We're almost ready, Siko. Yeah, I think we're ready. Let's sing. Fernando, I think, is having a swim now. There's still some empty chairs. The speaker is ready too. Okay, let's breathe in. Let's get our hands ready. And let's welcome, with a round of applause, the next speaker and the representative. I promise that this is the last time I'll come up here. I have started drinking now. I wanted to have some Jaeger, but there was no Red Bull, and now I needed more Jaeger. And okay, yeah, I'm not using the mic well. Yeah, that's fine. I fixed it now, I think. I just wanted to say goodbye for now. Oh no, but there is a shirt contest later. So yeah, just I'll say goodbye to you and I'll give this to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here once again on SEO on the Beach, which is one of the most special conferences which I go to, and they often ask me which one is my favorite, and they often ask, whenever they ask me, I always say it's definitely this one I want to come back to. Sigo. Thank you, everyone else who is here. I think that everyone is tired. I know there's a lot of food and drink. And I know that you're here because Gary is coming later, but at least you're taking seats. But yeah, I'll be quick. Today I'm going to talk about a topic that I think is a bit different to those that have been spoken about during the event, but it's fundamental and critical. Might not be a favorite part of our work, but it is something that we need to do to make sure that we get to our objectives, which is managing our SEO projects, either using agencies or working in-house, but we need to communicate and we need to manage and communicate with other human beings. Some time ago, I asked a question regarding the percentage of SEO processes that were successful. And this SEO is difficult. And not all SEO processes reach their objective, or at least not those that the client or the bosses wanted. I also asked the following. I asked if people thought SEO was more difficult. And yeah, obviously Google is becoming more sophisticated and we can trick it as easily as we could before. And there are some sectors that are more and more competitive. And there are companies that are investing more in SEO and developing their teams, and they have in-house teams. And this makes it all a lot more complex, and we need a lot more cooperation and coordination in managing. So yeah, we have these criteria that require more from us. Not about a capacity of identifying a problem. It's also about how we present them, how we see the mistakes, and there are often errors that affect the SEO processes more often. And if we're going to talk more often on roles regarding technical implementations, we have many SEO horror stories, but many of the responses that we received were related to the management of the process, the communication and the perception of it, and also the lack of investment of the decision makers with other teams, and the lack of support and lack of expectations, or often lack of alignment too. All of this makes SEO work afterwards because it's often not well integrated with other areas. It often ends up being an additional activity, and because of this sometimes we don't reach the objectives that we had. So how can we minimize these problems that all of us end up having to face at some time or another? This is what I'm going to talk about today. Influencing so that we have support for our SEO activity, quickness and agility to execute and make the most of opportunities, and executing effectively and consistently in order to construct instead of catching errors. And we're going to see some principles, some management principles that are not complicated and that should be integrated in a natural way in our daily life. Influence, so we have more support and more approval. We work in niche or something very specific, and since it's very technical, we need to coordinate not only with developers but also with product or design people. And we often need to also talk about content or resource people. When we're working on outreach or PR, we need to talk to all these people too. Also with community managers or communication people. So even if we're in a niche or in a very specific SEO area, we always have to coordinate our activities with a lot more areas. You also need the approval of decision makers who do not understand all the technical parts of our work. But we need everyone's approval, all the different areas' approvals, and often we can't influence them. And because of the simplicity of other activities related to digital marketing, the investment that could go towards us ends up going towards them. And it is difficult. Many of us have been there. And if we're waiting for approval from up there for all the things that we want to do, we end up being like this. So we need to be proactive. We need to take initiative to try to make this change. Something that I suffered a lot before I was my own boss was that often processes are very focused on selling and growing, but unfortunately, usually the SEO specialist is not part of this initial part of the process, which is fundamental, because we need the client's approval. And I think this is critical because an SEO process will not be successful if there isn't an SEO in the process along with the salesperson, since all these areas need to be assessed for the SEO process. You need to see if there's resources, flexibility, reasonable objectives, and what the context is. The context of the client, of the industry, and this way we can make accurate proposals, and we'll also be able to planify our activities. Therefore, we need to follow a process which focuses on solutions, and often people who are working in technology and in servers and networks, they do this kind of assessment to see what the needs, problems, and real objectives of the industry are, so that they can find potential solutions. And they also talk about the investment they're hoping to have to be able to reach this, but we will never have the ideal client who has everything.
But of course, large companies have a lot of money, and at the same time, there's not that much flexibility. On the other hand, small companies have more flexibility, but then they have small amount of resources as well, and there's less authority. So it's about finding a balance. So in these cases where we have a problematic situation, I feel that a lot of us fear that we're not going to get another client. But it is better at one point to have 3 good clients that are thinking of future processes, that are going to recommend you, that are going to hire you again, rather than having a lot of clients who are constantly stressing you out because things are not going well. So this is just one of the things. And when somebody asks me, Aleida, how are you getting clients? How are you getting people to listen to you? Then it's really a succession of several things. But it very often happens that there has been a suggestion by another customer, someone who has worked with me, someone who's heard about me. So one of the sources of one of the best clients for me would be a client that's a source of future customers as well. So somebody who would reference you. And true, if we have a large company, they can sell a lot, but it might not be a good source of new clients. And it's better to have this pool of clients that will actually refer you in the future. When you're selling, you need to use some principles such as authority, social proof, and scarcity or deprivation, in the sense that people would not be sure if the solution is right, and they would turn to us, and we would be able to give them the right advice. It's also important to position ourselves in the market in a way that we stand out, and think about how they would trust us rather than any other SEO. Why would they want to work with you? You have the frameworks, you have the templates, you have the networks. What is it that you have? What's your advantage? There are so many SEOs, the market is huge. So sometimes it's very hard to think of what makes you stand out. It's such a huge and growing sector, but it's important to do that because clients and potential clients are going to be the ones that will work to you, so they need to know why. So why not share success stories, testimonies, opinions, references from previous clients, share what your certificates are, your awards, your experience. And as a result of that, doubts disappear, and they will be sure that you are the specialist that they're looking for, and they will actually come back to look for you because they know that you are a specialist in this field. And clients will reference you, not to help you, but they want to help their client and another company that needs a good SEO. So this is really the situation we're looking for. And we're not looking for an investment in money, but principles of unity, consistency, likeness, and reciprocity. When an SEO process starts, it's important to have a focus from top to bottom. Think of any process that you would do in SEO. Think why you're doing it. For instance, creating links. Why? Do you need to get somewhere? Why are you preparing links? Maybe because my client has 800,000 and I want to have more. But why? Why? Is it about authority? What is it about? Because the answer to this has to do with the business goals. And an objective is something that might or might not help you sell more. So maybe it's about rethinking objectives as well. Maybe it's about rethinking technical optimization or optimizing the content or several of these things. There is a lot of situations where we're so focused on what's ahead of us that we forget that we actually have alternatives, we have other options, and we forget about that. And we just work through these checklists, but we forget that the aim is to increase the market share and to have success in the project. And this is another moment when we need to emphasize how we are important for this optimization level. It's not that they will ask you to have a better tracking of a specific page to improve indexability, crawlability. No, we need to speak to them in their language. And this depends on their business goals, business decisions. If they are interested in increased sales, it means that they want to grow in a certain field, and it means that you need to position this specific page in a higher position, bring more traffic there, you have to bring conversion there. But if there's a question of other areas, content, for example, again, you're not going to talk about crawlability, indexability, rankings growth, but you would talk about things like the pages being more attractive, people reading them more. And these are the principles of empathy that we as SEOs sometimes forget to measure. And it's not about Google updates, no. It's about showing that we have a common goal here, and with the development team, we can put together better content, and then we can grow, we can fulfill these, reach these goals. So it's a good idea to look at the principles of SMARTer so that objectives are specific, that they are measurable, that they're attainable, relevant, time-bound, evaluated, and reviewed. So to get an increase of 150% in conversions in organic searches in product lines of this, that, and that. So you have the SMARTer goals for yourself, and then you put it in the words of the client. So it all needs to be linked with the goals of the company itself. It is possible to measure the sales of each product line separately, and this is what you can do. There is an increasing number of tools that gives us possibilities not to do so much manual work. I like this one very much. It allows generalizing, it allows looking at revenue. We also have this Forecast Forge extension that you can link with your organic traffic, and you can look at different scenarios, different days, types of positioning, and say that, okay, if this doesn't work, we can't publish the page as it is, we need to change something. So you need to start it from scratch. And we can really customize using the tools that there are in the market. And we also need to show the impact at market level. We need to look at the return on investment. And basically, we need to translate what we are doing into the language of the companies. And another thing that we can do is try to influence the whole system, and we need to show, really take the person by the hand, the person we're talking to, the business contact, and we show them what we do so they can see for themselves. And you show them, and they might say, okay, I need to we can tell them that we need to increase the FQ, and they ask why, and you show that, look, this is your competitor, look at where you are, look at the content performance, and at semantic level the content performance is not good, but we have the only thing that keeps us back is the content. So the traffic could take us to the first place, but the content keeps us back, and we are on the second page. And it's also important to look at the click-through rate. We need to show it with figures visually so that they can see the potential value. And I really like SEMrush because it's a very easy tool for people to understand if they're not specialists in the technical field. There's this section at the top of the page, and it allows you to see what the organic traffic is that's being brought in, and if we tried to do something like that in PPC, what would be the result then? And we have the comparisons here, and we can do that in any different aspects, and look at where we can increase the general success rate, and we can look at the revenues, the conversions, and different websites that have differences. And it's not only about showing potential benefit, but also about showing the potential loss if you don't take on board all of these recommendations. What could happen to your company? Why? And when we're doing reports, then I invite you not to only share figures which might say a lot to us, but they might not say so much to a client, to a head of the company or a decision maker who's not with technical knowledge. Put it in words and explain what has happened, why it has happened, and how to get better results. And if they are unsure, we can just say, look, this is what happened, because we didn't launch this or that on time. We should have implemented this change earlier. And why this happened, because we didn't plan this in time. We were supposed to launch in May, but we only did in July, so we couldn't reach the same good results. Make sure that there are links to the things that interest the director of the company. Of course, what interests the CEO is completely different to what interests the head of CEO, but these interests should be in line. And I've prepared this example so that you can see what I mean, and I'm going to share my slides later, so you don't have to start from scratch when you do that for your company. Implementing a framework is like that is basically offering a low-hanging fruit, as in showing possibilities that can be used with very little effort, but that provide a lot of revenue, a lot of outcome. And we don't want to do something that takes 3, 4, 5 weeks analyzing the situation. We might do that, but in the first weeks, we can't just leave them hanging, waiting for solutions, and we are taking weeks to get back to them. So we could offer some opportunities to them immediately, things that they could implement as soon as possible in the first weeks, and they could already start seeing results. And it's something that seems so easy, but it has a very strong effect because it mitigates the impatience of the client when they're waiting for results. It also shows the value of implementing SEO, and it minimizes people's worry about these difficult implementations if you start with easier actions. So this could be optimizing titles, meta descriptions, expanding click rate already, so that you can position much better already, even though the further activities would take more time, but you know, to show the basic results already, because one of the main problems in SEO processes is that clients get very impatient to see results. And it's also important to know that it's that Hamlet and Tist and Rank Sense are some tools that are very useful. I don't know, maybe you also use CloudWorks. These are good tools to show the impact of low-hanging fruit, these simple activities that you can do, quick actions to be implemented, smart solutions that can work quickly, and the client can see, okay, this works, I'm happy to wait for more. Executing fast and in a swift way, taking all opportunities on board. So there's no point in going very slow about it, but because you can't just take weeks to implement things for a company, you need to be able to prioritize and know what to do first. You need to analyze the situation and understand what are the actions that can have a strong effect. You can have a Google Sheet like that where you've listed actions that could be taken, and let me tell you, there's always something that can be done faster. There is always an impact that you can reach immediately because of the differences between them. And then you just choose the one that the action that has the biggest effect at the level of this company, this sector. The company's main goal is what you need to know, and then you can link it to the impact of your actions. It improves the UX of the product. And something I've just mentioned before as well is that there's always the fear that maybe we'll contradict ourselves. Maybe we will do something at the beginning and then later we say that, oh, let's not do this again. And the client will think that, oh, look, this person is lying. But this is because there might be an update that means that this action is no longer useful and you should have another different approach. So it's important to review actions as well. It could be every 2 or 3 months. But it's very important to go over all the actions and see what is still valid and what is no longer relevant. And maybe you need to add more content and less products. And once you've done it, look at the results, analyze them, use SEO testing, and or use Write, and you can see what are the results. You can see what is the technical result of all of these, set some hypotheses. And sometimes it's important to have extra resources to implement something that should be done in the long term. And later on in the project, you might be able to do it. This is a very good material by John Smith, by Chris Green, about constructing your own SEO A/B split tests. And if something doesn't work at one point, there's no point in investing thousands of euros in the same thing, but you can change direction and expand on what actually works. So consistency and efficiency. If they say that, oh, you've recommended this and that and it doesn't work, why do you do that? You can say that, well, you can explain how it works, and there are always some fundamental resources that are useful for implementations. And it's also important to bear in mind how to explain what needs to be implemented. Explain in human language what it's about, where the change is, why it's important, how it should be, who should do it, and be very clear. Don't minimize your mistakes either. Here I have another template that can give you some inspiration for how to do this. And well, the 5 W's and an H. These questions are also a good idea to look at. So this, for me, it doesn't make sense to implement 80% if you don't implement the 20% that are most important. So prioritization is important. And user stories, also something very highly recommended. Another thing that affects SEO is constant correcting mistakes rather than creating something new, building something new that's not there yet. If we are only fixing what is already there and trying to improve it, we are not spending enough time on building, and we need to switch that focus. So making less mistakes, so we have to spend less time on fixing mistakes, corrections, and we can spend more time on building something new. And these are the three framework aims: education, validation, and monitoring. It's important to raise awareness about strategical SEO. I really like to explain in every activity why I'm doing it, what exactly I'm doing, and definitely you should use a checklist so that every team can use it. It is different for each team, for each situation. And you can also make workflows so that it's clear to understand what happens if something goes wrong, be prepared. And planning stage is important. Automatic updates, working in the cloud is very important, and automation from scratch. Again, come on, give me a few more seconds. Okay, I just have a couple more slides. So I might not have extra budget here to have an on-crawl, but with these same resources here, I can just have a tracing per day, and this can show you different types of pages, and it's done. There are things like content keyword that are real-time tracing softwares. And it gives you rich results. You don't need to find it out the following day. You can find it out in real time. So if it's an e-commerce website, for example, where things are constantly changing, it's good to know in real time about all the alerts. So you can use that and integrate it with Zapier, with Screaming Frog, and you can customize it. So as you can see, alerts can be implemented in different levels, using different trackers, positioning, and trends. We can monetize all of it, and you also have this station where you can see all of this again. If you think it's too much work, it's really not the case. These are the results. So this is all about SEO. Thank you.
From the Queen of England to the hounds of hell, and if I catch it coming back my way, I'm gonna serve it to you. And that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what I'll do. And the feeling coming from my bones sets my home.
Okay, that speech of this SOB 2022. Once more, we have the honor of having Gary here with us. And it's wonderful to have him here. And I know that he has a very good surprise for us that really surprised me, and I think that if we make the most of it, it will be amazing. And the surprise I have for him is that I'm going to give him my book. And I want to tell him that well-done link building would be good for Google and for Gary. Así que esto me va a enseñar cómo comprar enlaces. No, explica cómo no comprar enlaces. Es lo contrario.
No, he's good.
Vale, muy bien.
Cool. So, I have a proposal for you. I was thinking that, so this presentation would take exactly half an hour if I were to do a presentation, which means that we are not going to do a Q&A. But I have a proposal for you. Do you want to see and hear the presentation, or you would want to spend 30 minutes on Q&A? Ask me any questions you want, and I will try to... So, one Q&A, Q&A, presentation, presentation, Q&A. Okay. All right. So we thought, what are you? Q&A or? Okay, we are doing a Q&A. Lights. So we are doing a Q&A.
Vale, así que respuestas, preguntas y respuestas.
Okay. Hi. A crawling question. All right. So, where's Dawn Anderson? Dawn? Dawn? No, not here. Oh, hello. So you should talk to her because she has the best presentation ever that I've ever seen on crawl budget and host load and similar things. So that's one thing that you should do. Second is that it actually depends a lot on your site. Because if you have, for example, a small site, then you probably want to do better internal linking and making sure that all the pages that you consider important are well linked. If you have a big site, then it gets way more tricky because then you will have to consider what are the pages on the site that are not that useful for users. So for example, if you see that users don't like or users don't go to tag pages or category pages or whatever, you might want to consider getting them out, like just not allowing crawling them. So Googlebot has time to crawl other pages that you would consider more important. So it's a lot of juggling with robots.txt and trying to figure out what are the paths, like the URLs that you want to be crawled, and what are the ones that you are willing to give up. Basically, don't crawl these, just focus on these other pages.
Sorry, on the other line, do you think that adding in the follow tag on links helps crawling the crawl budget on though?
Technically, yes. Nofollow can help with that, but it gets very tricky with nofollow for a couple reasons. One is that there might be internal links or external links to some pages that you haven't considered, and then or you couldn't nofollow, for example, and then we would discover them and crawl through those. So nofollow is kind of tricky from that perspective. The other thing is that I can only speak for Google, not other search engines, but other search engines only consider nofollow as a hint. Google recently announced, well, recently, as in like 4 years ago, that nofollow is becoming a hint, but we don't have anything new to announce on that front, so it's still just like becoming a hint. But other search engines definitely consider it as a hint, so other search engines might actually just ignore the nofollow and just crawl through it right away. For Google, it works, but it's tricky because we might see other links that we can crawl through, and then we would crawl those URLs anyway. But yeah, if that's an option for you, then you can definitely try it and see if it works. Sure.
Next. Pégatelo, pégatelo al...
Hola, ahora. Hi. How much should one worry about crawled pages or a high volume of crawled pages that are not indexed? And is that a signal to be worried about really or not?
Okay, so basically we are doing my presentation in Q&A format, which is great.
That's even better.
Yeah. So this is a relatively recent problem that people started seeing that there's more, for example, discovered, not crawled, or crawled, not indexed pages. And Google takes into account a bunch of signals to decide what to crawl and what to index. And those signals are quite strict. So if we want to abstract away from the problem of crawling and indexing, we have a limited disk space, right? Like we have, let's say, 100 million hard disks, and there's, let's say, 1 terabyte of, well, not 1 terabyte really, but 1 terabyte of space available. That allows us to index, let's say, 100 million pages, right? So on the internet, there are about, I don't remember the exact number, but something like 147,000 trillion pages or URLs, something like that. That's a lot. If we take out the duplicates, not necessarily malicious duplicates, but also stuff like the www dot versus the naked domain, then we are still left with about 50 trillion URLs that actually have content and not duplicates, but that's still a way more than what we can index. And then we have to start considering stuff like, will this ever be shown to users? So if you have content that probably is not going to be ever shown to users, then for us, indexing it is probably not that much, it's not worth it. And for this, there are several methods to assess like how often something will be served. Those are the Google black magic things. But if you consider stuff like how well linked a page is on the internet, not on your site, but on the internet. Like, for example, suddenly everyone is talking about your Captain America t-shirt that you are selling on your site, and everyone is like, oh, this is amazing, and they are linking to you. That's a clear sign for us that we should index that page that talks about your Captain America t-shirt. There are, of course, many other factors, but this would be a pretty good proxy to understand what we would consider as something that we want to index. In our documentation, we usually abstract this to publish high quality and, I don't even know, high quality and relevant content, which is true, but it's abstracted. Basically, you have to publish content that people will look for, and also has to be high quality.
So it's basically a signal of the content initially not being considered relevant.
Or that we haven't learned yet that it can be high quality. If that's the case, then you can definitely improve that. So you want to move most of the pages from discovered, not crawled, into the next bucket, which is the crawled, not indexed, and then try to figure out how to get at least a few pages under a URL pattern, like in a path, indexed, and basically prove to our black magic algorithms that something is valuable and users will search for it. But basically you have to, you know, I started messing around on the internet in like 2002, 2003, something like that. And back then, you publish something, you put something up on your blog, and all search engines immediately indexed it. Well, not immediately, but in like 2 hours or 3 hours, indexed it. And that's because the internet was a much smaller place. There were not as many URLs to index, not as much content. It was much easier in general, right? Nowadays, we have a plethora of like oceans of content. And you have to be more selective about what you index. And that's the problem. Basically, the competition on the internet became just crazy. And now you have to actually fight to get disk space in search engines. It's not limited to Google. Like in other search engines, like if you focus on Bing, for example, I was struggling with Bing getting some of my content indexed on my one of my blogs for probably 2 months, and I know that it's good content because, well, but it just wouldn't get indexed. And then you start changing stuff, you improve your titles, you improve your headings.
The frustration comes from when you see thousands of pages that are no index or no follow, or they come from a no follow page which are indexed but obviously not published. And then you have this bunch of pages that...
Yeah, I mean... I mean, that goes back to the no follow point. Like no follow is just...
Why do you follow it then?
Well, it might be that we discovered it somewhere else. That's a big possibility. Like on our own documentation, we had a bunch of no-follows, and then we discovered that we actually included all those pages in our sitemap, which is like, smart, good job. So, yeah. Run, Siko, run.
Hi, just a question.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question. Like, what can we do? What actions can we do for the crawling to stay longer on our webpage? Like, it's understandable that you can't crawl the whole webpage, but are there like any actions that we can do to improve the amount of time that you spend on it?
That comes with, so the question is how many pages we are going to crawl on a site in one batch.
Yeah, if there's
right.
a possibility of us to like make certain actions that would improve the amount of time that you're on our webpage.
Right. And going back to my presentation, so there's so one thing will be the crawl budget, and if you want to know more about that, then Dawn is here. You can talk to her. She will say roughly the same thing, but in a more understandable way. And if crawl budget is not a problem, like for example your server is not throwing 500 errors or 429 and responds very fast, then it goes back to the quality of the content, like how much we want to index on the site. Because the whole thing comes down to indexing. Like crawling for web search is actually controlled by indexing. Indexing asking like, did this site publish new content? Or were any of the pages on the site updated? Let's take a look. So you have the crawler that just goes out and tries not to kill the site with crawling. That will be the crawl budget thing. So basically that's the very technical SEO that you can do on your site. And then second will be convincing indexing that you want more crawling. Like you have quality content that people are going to look for, and the content should be crawled. And that comes from learning. Like it's not like, especially if you have an established site, it's not going to be like I publish 1,000 new pages and then suddenly like all of those will be crawled, because it rarely happens. Usually if you have like a very new site, like you just published the site, then you will probably see like a spike in crawling. Basically, that's an exploration, see what's on the site. But if you have an established site and you put up like 1,000 pages, it's actually rare that we would just go and crawl all of them. We would crawl a chunk and whatever, and then see what happens. Like try to index those, see if pages under the same URL pattern, like in the same directory, were performing well in search. Like people like those pages in the sense that they were talking about it later on the internet. And basically what you want to do is to convince indexing that it's worth indexing these pages. It's very vague, I know, but it really just boils down to how a user would perceive the content if encountered from search. So good content, as in like high quality, and content that people would look for.
Mano?
Hi Gary,
Hello.
I have a question that comes back as a boomerang, I think, about international SEO, international targeting.
Oh no. So we have Aleda here.
It's also about Brexit, actually.
Oh.
I'm wondering, because I've seen several cases where a company was obliged to create EU version of English website because of the Brexit situation. And they also have typically a com version for the world, and maybe even a separate version for Ireland, and the cannibalization between the countries is just brutal. And I just don't know what to say, because everything I've tested just doesn't seem to work. And also the issue we find is that the link building that's happening naturally, because we don't buy links in this case, it just comes to the site that the people who were linking found, which often was the wrong one. So the links are kind of reinforcing the issue. How can I help Google to fix that? Is there any international targeting future feature that could maybe solve that in a way?
Future feature.
hreflang improvements to have EU region for English, I don't know.
All right, so hreflang is freakishly complicated already, and in indexing, it's even, like, the implementation is insane. I think when we were implementing it, then we spent almost a year just trying to figure out how to build the clusters, and adding an EU tag that would not work. Like from our perspective, like how indexing works and how our serving works, it would not help with anything. And that's the same goes for something that people asked for Latin America, because it's just not possible for us to say that, well, this user is from Latin America. Like we can say that this user is from Peru or from Chile or from Argentina, but we cannot say that this user is from Latin America and then give the appropriate ranking adjustments that come with hreflang. So you will always have to, not always, but you will, for now, that's the right word. For now, you will have to deal with hreflang and all the stupid country tags or country labels that we support in the ISO format. One thing that is not clear to me is that like you can definitely specify stuff like English in the Netherlands, or English in Spain, or English in France. Like that's certainly possible, and then we would take that into account when ranking. So if you can do that, it's going to be crazy, because your hreflang text will be like basically the first chapter of Wuthering Heights, but you can certainly do that. It's not common, but it will not throw an error. Like it's you can just do that. If you do silly things, then might not work. Like remember the backlinks; those are the most important things. So, like the hreflang backlinks. Don't buy links. Leave that. Leave that to Sika. If you do the hreflang backlinks, then that should work. But otherwise, you can do silly things like Spanish in Laos, for example, which something that we had on our help center as well, because someone thought that LA is for Latin America. It's not. As for future features, if you have concrete ideas, like anyone here, then I'm happy to bring it back and think about it, because we do know that hreflang is freakishly complicated and something that we probably want to improve. I don't know what that improvement will look like, because honestly, like every single time, I don't know if you know that conference, ISS, International Search Summit, sometimes. Oh, from me? This is so tricky. Oh, I feel watched. Anyway, so like at ISS, usually when people bring up hreflang, I always say that like I'm happy to bring back concrete ideas to Google. Like I worked on hreflang, like the implementation at Google, like how we process the tags, and I know how to make those changes and who we can get support from so we can actually implement them. But we do need concrete examples, or concrete ideas, because we spent years coming up with hreflang and with other search engines, and also sometimes taking in from the community. I think Apple, for example, was like the Apple store, not the store, the support. Anyway, whoever was doing SEO for Apple for the site, he was also contributing to it, with ideas, and then that's how we came up with hreflang. So we can obviously, and I would be very happy to do the same thing, basically listen to community feedback and come up with a new hreflang thing, or whatever it would replace that. But I do need concrete examples, because honestly we are out of ideas about what else can we do. Look at him, so fast.
Hi. We are a publisher, and we just release a site in the US, but in Spanish, not English. And we are having some troubles with indexing in news, Google News, and all the carousel, and we don't know what we need to do more about it. We have the hreflang, we have the all the signs. We are going to make people that comes to the main web to the good one, but we don't have
right.
the next.
So I cannot speak for news, for Google News, because it's its own product, and they have different indexing policies than we have. Some things that I know is that if you launched a new section of your site, then you know that publisher center thing that, okay, so you have to do that whole dance in publisher center. Then you can use Search Console to see what are we doing under that URL pattern. Is it crawled not indexed, or discovered not crawled? It's crawled but not indexed. Okay. in that case, I would buy links. Sorry. I learned from Siko that you can just build links. You don't have to buy links. Don't buy links. Buying links is bad. Don't help the spammers. Kaka, huh? But since you're a publisher, I imagine that you have authors on staff who are writing articles in Spanish, probably the same people who are writing for the Spanish version, like but same team, yeah. And that means that they are probably producing the same quality, which means that you probably want to do some marketing for that version that's not getting indexed. So you want to convince people to look for you in search, even if they are in the US. And for that, you are going to need some traditional marketing, because buying links is bad. I just have to say that because I said it so much that now people will just go home and just like, here's 20 euro for this link.
Hello, Gary. Almost 50% of the searches that we make in Google are local searches. Google is implementing a lot of the Google Business Profile. What do you expect about the future of this platform that you are making with your company? Are you trying to become a social network or something?
I hope not. Do you remember Google Plus? I don't. Anyway, I don't think. Well, first and foremost, it's not my place to make these kind of announcements, so I'm not going to announce anything. But I don't think that we are becoming a social network. We are always working on the UI to make it more appealing to a larger set of the audience that we have. And that sometimes means that we are redesigning these packs. But yeah, basically we are trying to see what works. I don't think there's more to that.
Hey.
Hi.
So I wanted to ask you regarding page speed, what's more valuable for you, if it's lab data or field data, and what's your take on third-party scripts?
I want to say field data, because with field data you actually look at what real people did with your site, but I don't think there's like that much of a. Is there a big discrepancy between the two? Like when you look at the data, then.
So basically, in our case, what happens is that we have a lot of third-party scripts, so that brings down a lot of the website, but still we're feeling like it's impossible to fix certain stuff. So we need to have those scripts there. So is that going to affect our SEO?
No. That's a relatively easy thing to say. The no in this case, because page speed is like it's very important for us, but it cannot be the most important things in ranking for a lot of reasons. So usually what I tell people is that work as much as you can, and however much you can invest in page speed, and you are probably going to be rewarded by your users in the form of conversions, but I wouldn't expect too much from any one search engine that they are going to give you like a big reward and gold medal for getting a 100 score, because they are not going to.
Vamos con una pregunta más. No.
Hey, that stopped.
Hi, Ari. Nice to meet you. You said before, and it looks like 10 years ago, it works like Google can crawl all the internet, and then Google used to index everything in a couple of hours. But like nowadays, it's too big, and it's like Google can eat all the URLs. So are you thinking in a solution maybe like Index Now or something like that, API, so you receive the curated URLs from, because a lot of sites you crawl nowadays, I suppose they are abandoned sites too. So maybe with API you will receive curated URLs from active sites, and then you can judge and rank just with
right. Great question. Probably also a very amazing last question. So Index Now is an amazing opportunity to let search engines know about what URLs to crawl on the site, not what to index, because that's still like a completely not project, and that's why I'm not very happy with that name. It's not Index Now, it's like Crawl Now. But we are not thinking about it the way Bing does or Yandex does, at least not yet. We are experimenting with it. We are going to see how useful it is. But historically, these sources, these open sources, they were extremely spammy, like extremely spammy. So for example, to give you an example, /add URL, like Google /add URL, that was over 99% spam. The thing that we received there, that was over 99% spam, so we just got rid of it. If we look at sitemaps, the number is not that better, not that much better. If we look at indexing API, which is like directly ties a site to the things that we receive, like we know exactly what site it is, still not that much better, still over 90% spam. So why would we want to support, like this is something that we have to answer to ourselves and something that we are thinking about, like why would we want to support yet another open form where you get spam? For us, sitemaps work really well, and like from all the input sources, it has the lowest spam rate, including normal traditional web crawl. And we probably want first to see if we can educate people about how to use sitemaps more efficiently, because for example, our CMS that we use on developers.google.com/search, that just creates one big sitemap with all the URLs that are available on the site, which is kind of stupid. Go away. Because it's not every URL that we desperately want to get crawled. It's some of the important URLs that we desperately want to get indexed. And we have the same indexing problems that you or Aleda or whoever has. Like we are not that much special. Like for example, the Japanese URLs, for whatever reason, we cannot get them indexed. Like to give you an example. So yeah, that's something that we are trying to figure out. Like how could we influence indexing with our sitemaps, and then if that works for us, then probably we are going to put up some documentation about it and just say that like use sitemaps in this way, and then it worked for us, and maybe it will work for you as well. But I wouldn't say anything more about Index Now or indexing API just yet, because we just don't know the future yet. Hmm?
10, 9, 8, be careful, the people.
Nadie se mueva, sit down, quieto, quieto, quieto.
Está enhorabuena todo el sector.
Nadie se mueva,
Hoy al
porque ahora va a pasar
marketing
una cosa,
online le da un poquito el
cosita,
sol.
y es
Todos
que
juntos en la manga del Mar Menor,
este himno,
pasando de
nadie se mueva,
salones de actos y
quieto,
oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí, pilla sitio ya en la hamaca. Tú eres on the beach. Cambia el networking por el beach working. 2 días de ocio para hacer el negocio. Vive la única selling party entre compañeros.
Muchísimas gracias por la calurosa bienvenida. Estoy muy contento de estar aquí colaborando con todos vosotros en SEonthebeach. Acciona es también patrocinadora de SEonthebeach. Pero ¿cómo puede ser que este tío con una guitarra esté patrocinando SEonthebeach? Es que lo que vais a ver ahora es la esencia de lo que hace la empresa, pero la empresa hace esto 1500 veces al mes. O sea, comenzó siendo algo que hacía yo personalmente como artista, pero hace 5 años lo convertimos en empresa y a día de hoy pues hay unas 100 personas trabajando y hacemos canciones personalizadas para que una persona pueda conectar con otra, una persona pueda conectar con una audiencia, una empresa pueda conectar con una audiencia o una empresa pueda conectar con una persona concreta. Siempre se busca con el SEO un tipo de conversión. A lo mejor quiero que me digas que sí, porque me estoy pidiendo la mano y es una campaña de marketing para un solo individuo. O quiero pedirte perdón porque te he hecho daño, quiero recuperar la relación. Perdona, esto está saturando un poco, no sé si es mi percepción ocular, auditiva. Y bueno, el caso es que voy a hacer una pequeña demostración porque mejor una canción que 1000 palabras. Yo no sé mucho de SEO, pero me interesa muchísimo aprender. Entonces he estado observando estas charlas y para mí todo en la vida es amor. Entonces, estos breves versos acerca del amor y el SEO. Espero que no ustedes. Casi no sé de ser, pero sé que te deseo. Sé que te veo en la manga, sé que me entran mareos. Con la keyboard exacta, a convencerte de ir a cenar. Gasté todas las de mi clase y nada de nada. Yo sé que es difícil, yo no tengo autoridad. Pero juro que no tiraré jamás. ¿Cómo voy a tirar de SEM? Eso sería comprar tu cariño. Prefiero estudiar tus ritmos, tus algoritmos. Soy el mejor candidato de tu base de datos. En tu ranking creceré para ser líder de tu ser. Soy el mejor candidato de tu base de datos. En tu ranking creceré para ser líder de tu ser. Para ser líder de tu ser. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Pues tengo aquí unos cuantos versitos más. Lo he dividido en dos canciones porque quería sumergirme en la parte romántica del SEO y ahora voy a hablar un poco sobre el evento en la canción. Y bueno, veáis que en la pantalla tenéis un código de descuento, SEonthebeach 22, así que podéis entrar en canciona.com y hacemos canciones tanto
para propósitos personales, recuperar a mi pareja, simplemente decirte que te quiero, animar a mi hijo a estudiar, cualquier tipo de mensaje que busque una conversión en la otra persona, lo hacemos. Y también para empresas, lo mismo, hacemos canciones para muchísimos eventos, empresas, etc. Es la ciencia de cómo aplicar la canción a actos comunicativos con un propósito, ¿vale? Y un gustazo estar aquí con vosotros. ¡Yeah! Vamos allá. Uy, aquí en la playa, que a gustito, en 2022, 20 ponentes en el juego del calamar. Al calor de la manga, ¿quién sobrevivirá? Agencia, freelancer y empresas empuñando su cerveza. Marketer gozando en plena naturaleza. Tanta gente que echaba de menos tanto calor, tantos leads en el funnel de mi amistad y amor, tanto loco, tanto friki, tanta pelotica playa, lleva siempre la alegría, hacho, vaya donde vayas, lleva siempre la alegría, hacho, vaya donde vayas. SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. No, SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. Venga, vamos a cantarlo juntos, ¿vale? Vamos a ver cómo suena de fuerte ese SEonthebeach, la 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 la, SEonthebeach. Mira, como estamos viendo que es como, ¿qué canto? ¿SEonthebeach o canto la otra parte? Vamos a hacer una división. Vamos a cantar, por ejemplo, pues mujeres y hombres. Todas las mujeres, SEonthebeach, ¿vale? Por ejemplo, vamos a hacer con ello, 1, 2, 3 y... ¿Vale? Y lo otro, mar y piscinas viendo un buen pitch. Venga, 1, 2, 3 y... SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, no aprendes, no te hace rich. SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. Vale, lo tenemos bien listo. Ahora vamos a una estrofita más y cuando lleguemos al estribillo final lo hacemos todos juntos. Nos levantamos y además con palmas, también con móviles así, con las luces a modo de mechero, en plan locura total, y ya, bueno, pues de ahí a donde nos manden. O sea, nosotros vamos ya a quedarnos así como ¡oh! ¿Ahora qué hay que hacer? Y ya que nos digan, ¿vale? Porque yo no sé qué viene después. Así que vamos allá. Ponencias de Gastones, de la Juan Iñaki Iván, Aleida Ardesa, Michael Lino, Craig, Ricardo, Laura, Marta, MJ y Juan, Gianluca, Gary, Nacho, Lili, down, Michael rapeando y toda la peña coreando, yeah. Y la pared chupando graffiti entre tanto. Y la chin tontería, el cartagenero, aquí qué pasa, y es que la batalla de los chistes se queda en casa. SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. Hey, SEonthebeach, mar y piscina haciendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. ¡Venga, arriba todos! SEonthebeach, haciendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. SEonthebeach, mar y piscina haciendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. Y la última, SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich. Yeah, SEonthebeach, mar y piscina viendo un buen pitch. SEonthebeach, si no aprendes no te hace rich.
Aldo Narejos de Canciona.com.
Gracias a la organización.
Gracias, brother. enhorabuena, felicidades. Sentaos todos, nadie se mueva, nadie se mueva. Queda nada, no hay comida todavía. Va a ser ahora en breve. Nadie se mueva, esto es importante. Ni pis ni hostias. Es importante que todo el mundo se haga con su pelota, por favor. Esto es lo último ya. Pero como no podía ser de otra manera... ahora, hablo al principio, y aunque aún queda tarde y noche, voy a pedirle al patriarca del poblado que suba aquí arriba. Fuerte el aplauso para Sico de Andrés.
Se han bañado chanclas, todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach.
Gracias.
Cambia el networking por el beachworking. 2 días de ocio para hacer.
Es que veréis. Sico tiene un problema, no puede hablar. Sus cuerdas vocales han petado. Esto es así. No sé cómo podemos hacer, Sico. Tú que tienes contactos con gente de apps, a lo mejor la señorita te puede ayudar, la del Google o algo.
Gracias, Rafa, ha sido increíble. Me siento muy feliz. SEonthebeach cada año se supera y todo es gracias a vosotros.
Bueno, ciertamente... Bueno, si ya me voy a poner música. Ciertamente no tengo voz, pero vamos a intentar a ver si se me puede entender que vamos a terminar ya. Yo toda mi vida he tenido miles de ideas, he hecho miles de proyectos, muchos proyectos. Siempre digo que un proyecto o una idea no es nada hasta que alguien la ejecuta y la lleva a cabo bien. Para mí, SEonthebeach es una idea espectacular, pero es que me da ganas de llorar. Bueno, si no hubiera detrás gente como Eva, sube Eva, por favor, que realmente es ella está detrás de todo esto. A mí me felicita todo el mundo todo el rato. Y realmente quien está trabajando meses y meses con esto, yo trabajo en muchas partes, ¿no? del negocio, porque habéis pagado, pero del evento, ¿no? Pero realmente ella está a la sombra, nunca quiere estar aquí arriba y es la que se pega el curro todo el año, de verdad, todo el año. Se reúne con muchísima gente.
Eva es un amor. Eva es un amor, eso lo sabemos todos. Y Sico sabe que si él le pide a ella que hable, ella no va a hablar. Pero si Rafita le dice, por favor Eva, dile nada, 2 palabras porque la gente quiere que hable.
Dos palabras. Bueno, 3. Esto no sería posible sin vosotros. Ya está.
Son 5. Pero... Jodida. Bueno, pues es la que lleva los números también.
Pero ¿sabéis sin quién no sería posible toda esta locura también? Porque han vendido su alma a la causa y ellos son, fuerte el aplauso para la desorganización. ¡Aplauso! ¡Ruido!
Muchísimas gracias.
Balones preparados para la desorganización. Ahora quien se lo merece son ellos. Hacemos cuenta atrás en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. ¡A por ellos!
Bueno, vamos a la foto. la foto que es súper importante.
Espera. Que todo el mundo, nadie se mueva. Este es el momento, uno de los momentos más cumbre de SEonthebeach.
Clásico.
Preparad vuestras cámaras después, lo que queráis. Que todo el mundo se haga con su balón, por favor, porque va a ser el momento en el que vamos a irnos en fila siguiendo al líder hacia la orilla de la playa y con el dron vamos a hacer un fotón. Cogeros vuestras pelotas.
Todo el mundo la foto de grupo, que es el clásico.
Va a ser la foto de grupo, foto de familia SEonthebeach en la playa. Nos vamos con el líder.
Cualquier hinchable.
Nos vamos con el líder.
Vale, los sillones también.
¡Vámonos a la playa! ¡Todo el mundo a la orilla! ¡Síguelo! Todo el mundo con una pelota, un hinchable y vámonos a la orilla de la playa. ¡Vámonos a la descarga! Muy bien, chicos, gracias. Follow the leader. SEO. Follow the leader, follow the leader. Síguelo. Follow the leader. Todo el mundo a la orilla, playa. Todo el mundo a la orilla con su hinchable, papi. Vámonos todos, vamos los camareros, vamos los cocineros. Todo el equipo de Collados Beach se lo están haciendo de puta madre. Equipazo. Todo limpio, todo rico. Todo el mundo a la orilla de la playa. Va a funcionar allí, ¿no? Esto no se oye allí. Pruebo. Todo el mundo de la piscina, por favor, que se venga a la orilla de la playa. En breve será la comida, pero os queremos a todos en la orilla de la playa para hacer la foto de familia 2022.
Adrián Selma.
Será la portada.
Adrián Selma.
Será la portada de nuestro Instagram, de nuestra web.
Adrián
será
Selma.
Lo que invite. Vosotros formáis parte. Qué guapo, qué guapo. A ver, fotógrafo preparado, se tendrá que meter un poquito en el agua. A nuestra señal lanzaremos, sí, con las pelotas lo más alto que podamos,
no,
¿vale?
Pero ahora no, bueno, venga Adrián.
Tiene que venir el fotógrafo.
Hay que decir Adrián Selma, que no sé dónde está.
Adrián Selma, por favor. ¿Dónde está? Pero si está ya con la cámara ahí. Métete, tienes que irte al islote, ¿vale, Adrián? Todo el mundo, atención, ¿vale? Vamos a abrir el gran angular. Qué nervios, qué nervios. Qué nervios. Líder, follow the leader. Cuidado con el cable, por favor, ¿sí? Sí, hay que lanzarlas. Hacemos una cuenta atrás desde 10 y en 0 lanzamos las pelotas.
Sería eso de 3, ¿no?
De 10, que mola más.
Hay que lanzarlo un poquito antes, o sea, sería, imaginaros.
No.
Sí, lo sé. Porque si no en la foto sale con eso en la mano.
Pero escucha, si hace ráfaga que puede hacerse 50 fotos en un segundo.
No es Rafa, es Adrián.
A ver, Adrián, ¿a que puedes hacer una ráfaga en 0 y cogerlo todo?
Tienes razón.
Es un antiguo, tanto SEO y tanta pollas, no tiene ni puta idea, tío.
Cuando la revele vas a ver.
La revele, dice. Adrián, ponte la típica capucha para hacer la foto, que si no se te desvela. Vale. Y todo esto con salto, ¿vale? Tenemos que saltar y levantar a las personas más pequeñas que tengáis en el aire y desnudaos, ¿vale? Y hagamos la orgía esa que tenemos pendiente. Vas a salir por debajo de mí, ya verás. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ¡acción!
¡Vamos a comer!
¡A comer! ¡A comer, a comer, a comer! ¡A comer, a comer y a beber! ¡A comer, a comer, a comer! ¡A beber y a comer! No os perdáis también el concurso de camisetas. Será en breve en la piscina, mojadas después. Esas fotos las podéis encontrar en las redes sociales, en los perfiles de @SeonThebeach y en el hashtag SeonThebeach 2022, ¿vale? Podéis ahí enlazaros y encontrar todas las fotos. Todas las fotos estarán en nuestra... Pues, tenéis que seguir a SeonThebeach. Le ha dado el botón. Ah, que no le ha dado el botón el fotógrafo, que hay que volver. Es broma, gracias. ¿Qué le pasa? ¿Qué haces? Es que le corta.
Está de enhorabuena todo el sector. Hoy al marketing online le da un poquito el sol. Todos juntos en la manga del Mar Menor, pasando de salones de actos y oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach. Cambia el networking por el beach working. 2 días de ocio para hacer el negocio. Vive la única selling party entre compañeros, speakers, sponsors. El equipazo de desorganización con Chico de Andrés a la cabeza. Se encargarán de que no falte el alcohol, ni los juegos, los concursos o las ganas de fiesta. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach.
Rafa, tú ponte también.
Está de enhorabuena todo el sector. Hoy al marketing online le da un poquito el sol. Todos juntos en la manga del Mar Menor, pasando de salones de actos y oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach. Cambia el networking por el beach working. 2 días de ocio para hacer el negocio. Vive la única selling party entre compañeros, speakers y sponsors. El equipazo de desorganización con Chico de Andrés a la cabeza. Se encargarán de que no falte el alcohol, ni los juegos, los concursos o las ganas de fiesta. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres on the beach. Está de enhorabuena todo el sector. Hoy al marketing online le da un poquito el sol. Todos juntos en la manga del Mar Menor, pasando de salones de actos y oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé
Sí.
tú misma, sé
En
tú
estos
mismo.
momentos, todas las mujeres SEO se están haciendo una foto en la playa. Me han pedido, por favor, que todas os juntéis ahora mismo en la playa. The Female Power, SEO en la playa ahora mismo. Acercaos hasta la orilla, que están todas allí.
Vive la única selling party entre
Repito, todas las mujeres que les apetezca hacerse una foto por ser mujer SEO, representando a este sector tan potente en el SEO, en SEonthebeach 22, que se acerquen a la orilla para esa foto de familia.
ni los juegos, los concursos o las ganas de fiesta. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Está de enhorabuena todo el sector. Hoy al marketing online le da un poquito el sol. Todos juntos en la manga del Mar Menor, pasando de salones de actos y oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Cambia el networking por el beachworking. 2 días de ocio para hacer el negocio. Vive la única selling party entre compañeros, speakers y sponsors. El equipazo de desorganización, con Chico de Andrés a la cabeza, se encargarán de que no falte el alcohol, ni los juegos, los concursos o las ganas de fiesta. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Está de enhorabuena todo el sector. Hoy al marketing online le da un poquito el sol. Todos juntos en la manga del Mar Menor, pasando de salones de actos y oficinas. SEonthebeach es conocimiento y diversión. El único congreso entre el mar y la piscina. Este fin de semana, sé tú misma, sé tú mismo. Todo el marketing online, sin etiquetas ni formalismos, en bañador y chanclas. Todo el sector está aquí. Pilla sitio ya en la hamaca y tú eres SEonthebeach. Cambia el networking por el beachworking. 2 días de ocio para hacer el negocio.
Señores, señoras, a las 5:30 tendremos el camiseo on the beach en la piscina.
flying with you. 3, 4, I'm feeling so sure. 5, 6, it's more than just kicks. We're in 7th heaven now. 1, 2, we're seeing it through. 3, 4, we're searching for more. 5, 6, what's broken we'll fix. We're in 7th heaven now. We're in 7th heaven now. One, 2, it's long overdue. 3, 4, it's you I adore. 5, 6, and that is what sticks. We're in 7th heaven now. 1, 2, it's long overdue. 3, 4, it's you I adore. 5, 6, and that is what sticks. We're in 7th heaven now. We're in 7th heaven now. Let's put the pedal to the metal, let's get out of here. Forget about everything and let's just disappear. Let us drive. Let's put the pedal to the metal, let's get out of here. Let us drive back to the feeling where we still believed in us. 'Cause I'm still a dreamer, 'cause I still believe in us, still believe in us. Oh, still believe in us.
Put your head underwater, so there's nothing to hear. We don't care about tomorrow, cause it's just about you and me. Waking up with the sunlight, we're making out in the sea. This moment feels like a lifetime, seems like we're floating away. $1 million face, you're from outer space, I never go away. I wanna drown with you, we're moving with the waves. Hands around your waist, nothing left to say. I wanna drown deep inside your ocean, your ocean eyes. Yeah, your ocean, ocean eyes. Yeah. Feel the scent on my body, taste the salt on your lips. In the heat of the summer, can't get enough of your kiss. $1 million face, you're from outer space, I never go away. I wanna drown with you, you're moving with the waves. Hands around your waist, nothing left to say. I wanna drown deep inside your ocean.
Been living slow, balanced the wire, too scared to hit the ground. When you feel low, I'll take you higher, another lonely round. I'm tired of this carousel, tired of the lies you tell. You make it so damn hard to leave. Can't stand the way you're changing me. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you. Been living slow, balanced the wire, too scared to hit the ground. When you feel low, I'll take you higher, another lonely round. I'm tired of this carousel, tired of the lies you tell. You make it so damn hard to leave. Can't stand the way you're changing me. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you.
Show me the way I gotta go, and help me to find my way back home. Show me the love I need to find, cause I got you stuck inside of my mind. Show me the way I gotta go, and help me to find my way back home. Show me the love I need to find, cause I got you stuck inside of my mind. Show me the way I gotta go and help me to find my way back home. Show me the love I need to find, 'cause I got you stuck inside of my mind.
Start to see you coming. Now I finally know where I belong. We went from everything to nothing. Guess I have changed and you stayed the same. But now we can go back to where we started. Never come back, never come back. We tried everything, but this ain't what we wanted. Wish you the best, I'll never come back. Never come back, never come back. Never come back, never come back. Still reminiscing about the good times, our memories. Stay with me. I keep you locked away in my mind, but I won't be what you need. But now we can go back to where we started. Never come back, never come back. We tried everything, but this ain't what we wanted. Wish you the best, I'll never come back. You the best, I never come back. Never come back, never come back. Wish you the best, I never come back.
Don't wanna stay here. This is not where I belong. I wanna go. Don't wanna be here. This place has turned cold. I wanna go and never come back. 'Cause I've got nothing, nothing left to lose. I need something.
Que se me escuche. Sí, prueba, sí, 1, 2.
Keep pulling me down like gravity. Don't wanna kiss me out of the bearded barley nightly beside the green, green grass. Swing, swing, swing.
Let's ride, gonna ride, let's ride. Let's ride, gonna ride, let's ride. Let's ride, gonna ride, let's ride.
Bueno, está a puntito de comenzar el concurso Camiseta on the Beach. Camisea on the Beach. Lo tengo mal apuntado. Ay, no, lo tengo bien. Camisea on the Beach. Ah, claro, como esto es on the Beach. Será aquí, ahora, en estos momentos, a las 5:30, los concursantes que estén preparados ya a la derecha, o sea, es decir, a la entrada de la piscina, lado derecho. Camisea on the Beach, concursantes aquí, jurados a sus puestos. Y voy a recordaros que pueden ganar un cupón de $150 Outreach, un hosting de un año gratis Rayola, una licencia de un mes SEMrush, descuento sub 50% para los que ganen, una licencia Link Affinity o Upgrade de 6 meses para el ganador de Camisea on the Beach. Por favor, jurado, tomen asiento. Ya está Álvaro Rayola en su trono, preparado para... ¿Qué experiencia tienes como para decidir sobre el diseño de la camiseta más original este año?
A ver, yo me he puesto muchas camisetas. En mi vida llevo siempre camiseta.
Llevas camiseta en invierno, en verano, nunca camisa, nunca pijama, nunca jersey, camiseta, ¿verdad? Por eso te ha hecho llegar hasta este punto de ser patrocinador y además juez. Hola Eva María, ¿qué tal? Guapísima, ¿cómo estás? ¿Estás preparada? Tú eres una gran experta en textil, ¿verdad?
Expertísima.
¿Qué vas a valorar en los concursantes del Camisea on the Beach?
La originalidad.
Originalidad y a lo mejor el desfile también, porque van a tener que desfilar.
Por supuesto, y la simpatía.
Y la simpatía, ¿verdad? Y conocimientos culturales también, un poquillo, aunque no hablen. Pero si los tienen, mejor para ellos. Concursantes de SEon the Beach, Camisea on the Beach, en este lado. Claro, Sico está haciendo señales, pero no lo veis. No. Bueno, donde está esta carpeta rosa fucsia, por favor, concursantes aquí, con sus camisetas. Vamos a explicar la dinámica, la mecánica de este concurso que se está ahora mismo, pues, reproduciendo. Se puede ver en el streaming, aquella cámara de allá arriba que nos están enfocando. Vale, esto es un gran hermano, esto todo es un experimento social. Se podría, SEO podría. Madre mía, cuántos concursantes, cuántas camisetas, cómo se lo han currado muchos de vosotros. Mira, una zapatilla, la de mi madre. Concursantes por ahí, vamos a hacerlo, pues vamos a explicaros cómo sería. Fernando, Nando, por favor, te voy a necesitar, ahora que tienes ese trozo de carne en la boca, te acercas, vas a hacer un ejemplo de cómo se desfila, si te parece. Nando es que se ofrece para todo, es así. concursantes venidos desde muchos puntos. Vas a ser el ejemplo, el modelo a seguir para... Puedes darte una vuelta completa para que la gente analice tu organicidad, tu cuerpo. Ahí estaría. ¿Está el jurado preparado? ¿Vale? Sico, si quieres comentar alguna cosa.
El jurado lo que va a hacer es valorar la simpatía. Quiero decir, si la camiseta es una mierda, pues no, pero lo que van a hacer es juntarse ellos y luego decidir. O sea, no será valoración en plan 9, 9, 9, eso no. Lo que van a hacer es ver todas, pueden haceros alguna pregunta, o sea, en plan, ¿qué significa eso? O ¿cuál es el motivo de esta frase o lo que sea? Y se juntarán, va a ser rápido porque somos un huevo de gente. Es guapísimo que se apunte tanta gente al Camiseo on the Beach. Es todo en equipo, claro, es todo equipo.
Veo que hay gente de la misma agencia.
Claro, son camisetas en equipo.
Ah, son camisetas en equipo. Este dato yo no lo tenía porque soy nuevo. Además no uso camisetas, ¿verdad? Como podéis observar todo el fin de semana. Hay gente que ha venido sola, hay gente que ha venido acompañada, hay gente que ha venido con su madre. ¿Es verdad? Porque y mola.
Son los que vienen con una camiseta, solo ellos o ellas, que pasen en primer lugar e ir haciendo fila los que vayáis solo una camiseta, porque no vais a ganar, no es broma, porque así vamos rapidito. Os ponéis en cola los que sois una persona, y luego seguimos ya con los equipos. Vamos a hacer como que Rafa es una persona, y bueno, para explicarle.
Lo va a hacer Nando. Nando, va a consistir en que saldréis desde este punto, iréis al ritmo de la música, un poquito dándoos gracia, porque también va a contar la simpatía, ¿verdad? Y los conocimientos culturales. Aquí pondréis la cara A, la cara B, miraréis a los ojos del jurado y continuaréis hasta esta parte, ¿vale? Y ahora lo va a hacer un profesional. Por favor, con esta música, adelante Rosa, si me oyes, dale al play. Dale al play y que suene fuerte. Rosa, dale al play de la canción de desfilar. Más fuerte, más fuerte. Creo que el volumen está aquí. ¿Alguien de control puede dar volumen? Gracias, compañero. Y ahí podréis hacer palmas. Haznos un ejemplo, Nando, por favor, de cómo sería el desfile. Podéis hacerlo a vuestra manera, como queráis. Nando caminaría hasta delante del jurado. Intentad no hacer esto, ¿vale? Puedes terminar el desfile. Te muestras delante, detrás. Hay que parar ahí. Te miran. ¿Vale? Vuelves a mirar al jurado y continúas para allá. Aplauso para Nando, muchísimas gracias. Si el jurado tiene alguna pregunta sobre el diseño, ¿puedes jugarme la música para arriba o para abajo según hable? Gracias. Si tenéis alguna pregunta, solo tendréis que levantar la mano de alguna cosa del diseño y la resolverá.
Solo si tenéis pregunta real, no ¿por qué os habéis hecho? Porque si no, no acabamos hoy ni de broma. Solo si de pronto es un símbolo o una frase y no sabéis qué significa.
Si no lo entendéis, levantáis la mano, paramos música, preguntáis y responden. Vale, concursantes individuales, por favor. Aquí, para acá, por favor, en fila, una fila de concursantes individuales. Aquí está el valiente desde Valencia. Glamour, por favor. Vale. Espera. A ver, hacemos palmas. ¡Eh! Y vamos con el primero desde Valencia. ¡All right! Camiseta negra por detrás, lisa, con ese homenaje al Sex on the Beach. Muy bien, sé que tu mujer ha diseñado eso. Tenemos el primero, muy bien. Segundo concursante, Core Event Vital Shop. Vale, podéis, colores rojo, amarillo, verde, seguro que sabéis por qué. Nada por detrás, algo por delante, ¿está visto? ¿Lo tenéis claro? Continuamos, siguiente concursante, You Are What You EAT. Ok. La entendéis, ¿verdad? Yo no tengo ni puta idea.
Es bastante buena, ¿no? Es la verdad.
Vale, vosotros entendéis vuestro código, me vale. Siguiente, papá SEO. Me gusta, SEO on the Beach, personalizada. Alright, Coto Matamoros, muy bien. De recién llegado de la isla. Ahí está. Siguiente, un hombre astemio. Eso es, directamente desde Tinder. Con ese meme. Veme para atrás. Seguro que está pensando en otra y simplemente lo puse en no index. Tinder, Fusion, Link Affinity. Bueno, vuestras mierdas de deseos. Vale, no me entero. Siguiente participante individual. Hostia puta, sí señor. All right. No tengas prisa, para mí ha ganado. Ya está. Qué rollazo, tío.
Lo ha hecho. La han pintado a mano. La camiseta entera está pintada a mano. Lleva varios días currándosela y quería venir. No es asistente, bueno, su familia sí, su familia está aquí y ha decidido, nos ha preguntado si podía venir él a presentarla y la verdad que, bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
Diseñada por él mismo, me encanta. Esta es la actitud de SEonthebeach. Pero no te vayas, no te vayas. Siguiente, por favor. ¿Es ya grupo individual? ¿Están los individuales ya? Individual, por favor, adelante. Sí, sí, me vale, me vale. No, a mí me vale. Viene de Magaluf directamente, cabrón. Vamos entonces, equipos. Primer equipo. Dale, 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 date rollo. Oh, yeah. Ya te llamaremos para cualquier cosita, gracias. Equipo, equipo, tenemos equipo, comenzáis vosotros. ¿Sí? Pues venga, daros rollazo. Ahí spam. Venga, venga, venga. Luciros. Música arriba. A ver, que lea un poquito, spam. Organizaos, porque cuenta la organización, ¿vale? Google nos roba, en valenciano, en catalán, spam de valor. Muy delante bien, Google ens roba. Vale, ¿queréis explicar alguna cosa? ¿Lo entendéis todo? ¿Lo entendéis todo? ¿Sí? Ya. Cada una es una, no es la misma, ellos lo valoran, está el jurado decidiendo. Venga, si hay que darle muchas vueltas, ya no, ¿vale? Siguiente equipo, por favor. Me gusta, sí, por aquí. ¿Os vale? ¿Estáis? El SEO de antes. Repito la keyword por toda la web. Pongo enlaces de spam, ya salgo. Prime en Google. El SEO de ahora. Por delante pone el SEO de antes, que es un perrete, el típico meme. Y por detrás está el SEO de ahora. Ahora sí, con un perro todo cuadrado. Muy bien. Porque buscan el volumen de las búsquedas y no sé cuántas cosas más. Bien. Siguiente equipo. ¿Os parece bien, azules? Venga. Flinders, The Search. Date rollo, date rollo, date rollo. Venga, Naomi Campbell. Ahí está. Organización, ¿eh? The Flinders, The Search. Vale, por ejemplo, ¿vosotros os animáis? ¿Sí? Equipo blanco, organización. Vamos. El cuerpo del deseo. Camiseta diáfana, primavera-verano. Una fabricada en la India por Amancio Ortega. Muy bien, esa base. Un equipo formado por 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 personas. Son habitantes del cuerpo del deseo, body, claro. Son vuestros códigos de HTML que hasta ahí llego. Bien. ¿Lo están viendo? Tenemos foto. Os recuerdo que estamos en el SEonthebeach. Premios, un cupón de $150 Outreach, un hosting de un año gratis Rayola, una licencia de un mes SEMrush, descuentos Shop 50% para los que ganen y una licencia Link Affinity Upgrade de 6 meses. Equipo Nigger, ¿sí? ¿Os animáis? Ella ha decidido por vosotros. ¿Sí? ¿Sois dos? No, sois todos. Bueno, estos son mis fans, ¿vale? Porque me han buscado o me estaban haciendo la pelota, pero llevan mi nombre tatuado con rotulador permanente en los brazos. ¿O no sois vosotras? Sí. Claro, tío. Pues para mí habéis ganado también, pero quien manda son ellos. Adelante, compañeros, música arriba, yeah.
I'd say it's very pret-a-porter.
Rosa, ponlo en bucle, dale para atrás. Son de Rock and Roll Star porque ellos no vienen a un congreso SEO, ellos vienen a un concierto de rock, que es como viven SEO on the Beach. Porque me lo contaron antes. Con los grandes con Sico de Andrés y todo lo que pasa aquí, sí señor, muy currada. 17 y 18 de junio de 2022, se lo han currado que te cagas. Muy bien, me mola, enhorabuena. Queda anotado, jurado, ¿vais bien? ¿Estáis bien? ¿Queréis un refresco? ¿Necesitáis algo? ¿Tú estás servido, Álvaro? Vale. Siguiente equipo, por ejemplo, mis chicas azules. ¿Os animáis, trío? ¿Sí? ¿Una sola? Sí. ¿Cómo que no? Pero si te está mirando todo el mundo ahora. ¿No te atreves? Las tres, venga, va. Dale música, maestro. Son Ready for You. SEO on the Beach. Y atención porque detrás está la clave. Atención porque detrás está la clave. Paseillo por delante. Oh, coreografía. Esto cuenta. Esto es TikTok, ¿eh? Esto es el futuro. Tete, nano. A ver qué pone. Vamos a leerlo por aquí detrás. A ver si yo puedo descifrar esto. Google about 20 años. No, perdón, Google Boot. Hace 20 años, Google, hola, 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 y debajo, pues, hey, 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 Google, estoy aquí, mírame. Como que hay mucha peña que quiere que Google le haga casito, ¿no? Viene a ser un resumen. Vale. Ikawe, ¿os animáis? Calamar, oh, muy bien también, ¿eh? Muy bien, Calamar. A ver, ¿tenemos baile de Calamar para llegar hasta el jurado o no? ¿Sí? Alright, adelante, ahí van los calamares, Ikawe. Sois calamares, sois sepias, sois choquitos. Ahí están. Mira, desde la Plaza Mayor, Bocata Calamares. Ahí está. Esa musiquita que suene fuerte. Ikawe. Ikawe's tribute, picture for the enjoyable number one.
Ika es calamar en japonés y Iñaki Huerta, Ika Huerta. También, bueno, es que nunca dicen por qué viene este nombre, pero es guapísimo. Y lo demás son cosas de viejos.
Ojo, porque si por Sico fuera, yo creo que tendría muchos puntos, que este juego de palabras le gusta mucho. Muy bien. Gracias, musiquita, vamos con lo siguiente. Atención porque vienen los del bar. El tapeo y cerveceo. Con su menú para picar. Me encanta. Tienen el menú por delante y por detrás. Desde el chiringuito, directamente. Eso es peloteo y lo demás es broma. Mira, qué coreografía. Cómo se lo ocurran, sí señor. Qué expectación, qué maravilla. SEO.
A ver, vamos a ver lo que tienen por aquí. Tienen para picar Sico de gallo, Nacho Benavides con queso camembert frito, ensalada César Aparicio, tallarines fritos, arroz rey con alio lili, esto me encanta, vino uruñuela, esto es brutal, está muy bien. Bueno, y sol y sombra. MJ y todo, de mojito. Muy bien.
Luego los podéis ver, podéis acercaros y leer todo lo que tienen y de paso charláis si os conocéis. Hostia, que aquí vienen otros camareros más, quieto. Sí, yo creo que vais a emborrachar al jurado y no van a saber qué decir. Visibilidad on, adelante equipo. Cerveceón, 40.500, te invito a una cerveza 20, una caña cerveza 1.900, jarra de cerveza 4.400, barril de cerveza 3.600. Ahí está, claro. Que sepáis que es sin alcohol, ¿vale, amigos del streaming que nos estáis viendo desde esos países preciosos? Me van a decir, no, es que fomentáis el consumo. No. Aquí la gente consume directamente.
Tenemos un participante también muy especial. Vale, bueno, perdón. Muy bien. Bueno, tenemos un participante. Bájame la musiquita. Tenemos un participante súper especial que es, pues, se lo ha currado bastante. También se lo ha hecho a mano. Tenemos aquí a Chris. Come on, Chris. Musiquita, por favor. Come on, Chris. Se la ha hecho él. Aquí tenemos las mangas. El cuello es de cuello largo. Y bueno, pues es el de la típica de camionero, pero congratulations. Thank you very much, Chris.
Es del mismo equipo que Dawn, la ponente de inglesa, sí. Bueno, hola, ¿qué tal? Sonia y Selena, ¿qué tal estáis? 2, 3, ¡todo vuestro! Ahí está, coordinación a tope. ¡Qué sinvergüenzas, madre mía! ¡Qué sinvergüenzas! Podría estar en el equipo de Calamar, de verdad, ¿sí, no? A ver, leemos. Es que es difícil encontrar mujeres que hagan SEO en España. Dice, tú no conoces mujeres SEO.es y le da una hostia a Batman a Robin. ¡Toma!
Fuera y música, baja música. Hoy, bueno, MJ ha hecho una foto, no sé quién la ha hecho, y hemos visto la cantidad de tías que hay ya en SEO. Y la verdad que yo me siento súper orgulloso de haber visto la foto con más tías, mujeres en SEO. Y eso en gran parte es a muchísimas mujeres que estáis yendo a eventos y haciendo que otras vayan, porque está muy bien currar en casa, pero cuando vais, animáis a más gente ahí, vais conociendo gente y termináis yendo a dar charlas, como aquí pasa y como pasa en muchos sitios. Enhorabuena, hay que crecer, coño, ¿qué pasó? Soy, coño, brazo de SEO. Enhorabuena, ¿cómo es? Enhorabuena.
¡Esos coños! Claro que sí, bien dicho. Coño. Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Venís por aquí? Igual queréis el micro o algo.
Bueno, ¿qué? Somos los del río y queremos cantar con todos vosotros. Dale alegría a tu cuerpo, Macarena, que tu cuerpo para darle alegría a cosa buena. Dale alegría a tu cuerpo, Macarena. Macarena! Dale alegría, hasta luego, Lucas, adiós. Los del río, dale alegría a tu cuerpo, Macarena.
Muchas gracias, César. Ya te puedes marchar.
Y te lo hemos hecho nosotros también.
Muchas gracias, César, me encanta tu ensalada. Vale. Hostia, que me caigo al agua, ya verás. Sin el micro, ¿eh? Bueno, reunión de expertos, comité de expertos. Tampoco hace falta que os vayáis a ningún lado, no flipéis. Aquí, vale. No flipé, que os veía que os ibais y no me quiero que me dejéis aquí solo. En este momento los expertos formados en Cambridge, en Oxford, en Silicon Valley, en la Universidad de Murcia, algunos, no podría ser todo, están decidiendo. A lo mejor tenéis algún semifinalista, Sico, o vamos directamente al ganador.
Yo creo que ganador, porque no tendría mucho sentido porque ya las han visto. Venga, me parece bien.
Si hubiera un empate, hubiera dos, podemos hacer un segundo pase y el que tenga más gracia se lo podría llevar, ¿vale? O a lo mejor se puede rehacer el diseño sobre la marcha, qué sé yo. Seguimos en SEO on the Beach, la batalla final, la batalla de los gallos y gallinas. ¿Te gustaría desempatar? Tienes otra canción, ¿no? Esto lo va a decidir el jurado. Jurado, tenéis 15 segundos para deliberar. 15, 10 segundos. Queremos una respuesta, queremos finalista o semifinalista. Sico de Andrés metiendo presión.
Tenemos un primer puesto y un segundo puesto, que eso no lo esperábamos, pero han decidido que también haya alguien que se lleve premio o un equipo que se lleve premio en segundo puesto. El ganador no voy a decir quién es, sino lo que se va a llevar.
Un cupón de $150 Outreach, un hosting de un año gratis Rayola, una licencia de un mes Semrush, descuento South 50% para los que ganen y una licencia Link Affinity o Upgrade de 6 meses. Upgrade. ¿Me explicarán entonces qué gana primero, segundo y tercero? El primero se lleva todo.
El primero se va a llevar todo y el equipo segundo, Eva, acláramelo, que se lleva el segundo. No digas quién es, ¿qué se lleva? Ahora has dicho tú una licencia de Rayola. Voy mejorando la voz cada rato, Vale, las licencias de Rayola y el Link Affinity se las van a llevar los dos, el primero y el segundo. Hosting de Rayola y licencia de Link Affinity. El segundo puesto va a ser para la camiseta de LGTBI. Se lleva el premio con las dos licencias de Link Affinity y de Rayola.
Vamos a hacer esto con más empaque.
¡Que desfile con todo su rollazo! Yo.
Vale, este era el segundo. Rafa no lo ha entendido. Ahora vamos. Porque en todos lados se dice primero quién es finalista y luego el ganador del último lugar. Toda la vida. De toda la vida. Yo he sido músico y cada vez que íbamos a ganar un concurso, lo decían al final. Decían primero quién era tercero, quién era segundo y luego quién es primero. La hostia, siempre es así. Ahora, Rafa, en primer lugar, y lo vamos a decir a la vez si se ha enterado, Rafa.
No estoy de acuerdo, pero vale.
¿De qué?
Es que ahora la vamos a liar y te voy a ahogar.
Si solo hay un primero.
¿Quién ha ganado?
Pues ha ganado Leolitics con su camiseta de la tabla de las tapas del bar y queremos que pasen por aquí y la muestren. Bueno, César y Celia no se llevan nada, como era de esperar, y vamos. Pero bueno, lo han decidido ellos. Lo han decidido Rayola y Link Affinity. Muy bien, os lleváis todo. Bueno, pues vamos a seguir, barra libre ya. Hay barra libre y los auriculares, atención. El silent. Va a haber. A ver, la gente tiene que empezar a coger auriculares porque dentro de nada se quita la música y empezamos solo con auriculares, ¿vale?
Que tenemos derecho a réplica.
Bueno, hemos perdido, nos ha parecido todo claramente, pero queremos hacer otra canción porque somos los del río. El SEonthebeach tiene un color especial.
SEonthebeach sigue teniendo.
Gente, me sigue.
Vale, bueno, reafirmado que no podíais ganar de ninguna manera. Ir recogiendo auriculares para la fiesta.
Watch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that.
Ahora sí que sí, ahora sí que sí. Han terminado las ponencias, no ha terminado SEO the Beach. Ahora comienza la fiesta. Va a haber 3 canales. Haceos con vuestros auriculares para la Silence Party y disfrutad cambiando de canal con 3 DJs diferentes. Va a ser súper divertido. Nos vemos en la piscina, nos vemos en la barra libre, nos vemos hasta que nos quedemos ciegos. SEO the Beach 2022. Nos vemos el 23, amigos. Hashtag SOB22, SOB 2022.